What is the identity of this online car-hailing driver exactly? Facing a group of thugs siege. Easily deal with them with just a few simple moves. Even the Special Forces team leader, who usually intimidates others, even has to nod and bow to address him as Big Brother. One day, Luo Feng was driving a ride-hailing car on the road to pick up passengers. Suddenly, a person appeared from the side of the road. Luo Feng quickly stepped on the brake. Who the heck is this? If you want to die, don't bring me along. Upon a closer look at the person in front of him, Luo Feng noticed that the person had a fresh and pleasant appearance but was full of anxiety. The person's chest was still heaving up and down violently from intense exercise. The beauty got into the car without saying a word. Hey, miss, you need to place an order before getting in the car. The next second, Luo Feng obediently shut his mouth. The beautiful woman was so domineering that Luo Feng handed over his phone. Hey, I need to call the police. I am Lu Mei, a student at Zhejiang University. My friend has been kidnapped to the old factory at Zhongli Pool. Luo Feng calmed down. So, you were robbing me to make me take you to Zhongli Pool. Looking at Lu Mei's hurried explanation, Luo Feng's eyes instantly became determined. Since it is to save a person, miss, please make yourself comfortable. Then step on the gas pedal heavily. The car was like a blue lightning, quickly driving towards the destination. When they arrived, Lu Mei couldn't help feeling carsick and wanting to vomit. She mumbled about asking Luo Feng to come to school tomorrow to collect the car fee from her. Watching Lu Mei's back, Luo Feng couldn't help but worry. Even the prostitute standing next to him felt like an ugly monster. In the factory, Lu Mei is shouting for her best friend, Vivi. I saw Vivi tied to a chair, unable to move. Just as she was about to step forward to rescue her, several people walked out from behind her. Since you're here, don't leave. The man with short hair, who seemed to be the leader, said with a lecherous smile. At this moment, Lu Mei knew in her heart that she had fallen into a trap. Yet, facing the burly man in front of her, she couldn't help but feel powerless. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds came from behind a few people. I saw Luo Feng with his hands clasped in front of his chest, still playing with a small knife in his hand. A few big men bullying two weak women. That doesn't seem very good. Lu Mei on the side was shocked. How did you follow in? It's very dangerous here. You better leave quickly. It's very dangerous inside. Luo Feng, upon hearing this, received the care of the beauty. He directly winked to indicate not to worry. Several big men in front of them couldn't stand them making eyes at each other. The kid in front grabbed a weapon and swung it at them. The next second, a questioning expression appeared on their face. Luo Feng in front had disappeared from view. At this moment, Luo Feng somersaulted sideways on the cabinet, playing around with these few big guys. On the side, Lu Mei is also cleverly trying to rescue Vivi. The big men waved their weapons in their hands, constantly shouting. Luo Feng flipped over and jumped down, immediately followed by a headbutt, directly knocking down a follower in front. He picked up a small knife and rushed towards the crowd. A wave of cries immediately rose from the crowd. After it was over, Luo Feng still didn't forget to show off. Ignoring the flying dagger, he casually said 2 words to settle it. On the side, Lu Mei looked at Luo Feng with a lovesick expression on her face, thinking to herself that this kid has a great presence. The man with short hair suffered a miserable defeat against his younger brother. Adding to that, there were ambiguous glances between the man and the woman. He took out a pistol and held Lu Mei hostage. Luo Feng smirked ominously. Shoot. Let's see if your gun is faster, or my knife is faster. With short hair, feeling furious, he pulled the trigger. At this moment, Luo Feng tossed the small pot with force by flicking his body. In just an instant, it pierced straight into the palm of the short-haired person. Luo Feng quickly followed up with a flying kick. The leather whip landed heavily on the face of the short-haired person. At this moment, Lu Mei's eyes no longer see Luo Feng at all. That was clearly the Dragon Knight descending from the sky holding a leather whip. At this moment, the sound of breaking windows could be heard. A large number of special forces entered. Vivi's parents arrived anxiously. At this moment, Vivi softly called for Mommy and Daddy. Then the 3 of them hugged each other and cried together. Despite the peaceful scene, Luo Feng was being handcuffed by the 2 of them, ready to be taken away. Suddenly, a strong man appeared. You guys leave. I will personally interrogate this person. Several people released Luo Feng, while still discussing Luo Feng's fate. This captain is notorious for being ruthless. In less than 3 minutes, this kid will definitely be beaten until he wets his pants. But unexpectedly, the captain put on a different attitude the next second. Leader, why are you here? Come and relax with a cigarette. Luo Feng didn't care at all. He easily took off the handcuffs on his wrist as if they were toys, casually threw them to the captain, and left gracefully. You don't have to address me like that from now on. I'm just an ordinary driver now. He was originally a super soldier who topped all 3 of the world's most elite rankings. But now, he has to become an ordinary student at Zhejiang University. Just last night, Luo Feng picked up the photo frame on the table. Looking at the almost unfamiliar face in the photo, he said seriously, "I have entered Zhejiang University to study. I will fulfill my promise to you." In the classroom of Zhejiang University, Luo Feng stood on the stage introducing himself. The girls in the audience were already charmed. At this moment, Lu Mei and Vivi also recognized the person in front of them. Isn't he the ride-hailing driver who rescued them yesterday? At this time, 2 kids in the classroom started to misbehave. I saw Luo Feng approaching. The kid with a round ball hairstyle extended his foot, ready to trip him over. Luo Feng would not tolerate this bad habit. Step on it directly. The other person instantly felt relaxed all over. The classmate kindly reminded you. You just arrived and have already offended Liao Qinkuan, which might be troublesome. The Tianming gang behind him has many people and often collects protection money, not easy to deal with. Luo Feng, on the other hand, is dismissive. Soon, Liao Qinkuan and his men will come to find Luo Feng to demand protection money. The classmate still showed loyalty and stepped forward to say a few polite words. But then they were scared off by Liao Qinkuan's hug. At this time, Lu Mei and Vivi stepped forward to help. Liao Qinkuan looked disdainful. Even if Zhang's family is wealthy, they can't control what we do in Tianming gang, right? At this moment, Luo Feng spoke up. What's the point of studying gangs at such a young age? Learn from me. I am a man pursuing a master's degree. The 2 men burst into laughter after hearing Luo Feng's words. Damn, am I hearing this right? You're discussing academics with me here. After speaking, the 2 men raised their hands ready to fight. Luo Feng picked up the textbook in his hand. He swore and said, I've told you all that knowledge is power. Let me show you how powerful this is. And remember to pass a message to your boss. Tell him to bring the protection money collected after school and give it to me. I won't hesitate to burn you guys if you try to play tricks. Lu Mei and Vivi looked at Luo Feng with admiration in their eyes, thinking that this man was brave like that night again. Suddenly a sexy voice came. I saw a woman in a professional short skirt and black-rimmed glasses walking towards me. The person placed both hands on the podium and began speaking. I am the English teacher Jun Lianming. If any new classmates have any questions about English, feel free to ask me. With that, the class began. Luo Feng clearly showed no interest in English, yawning, and preparing to sleep. On the podium, Jun Lianming was about to ask a question. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. However, in such a quiet environment, the sound of snoring could be heard. The classmates followed the sound. At this moment, Luo Feng was already asleep and completely unaware of his surroundings.
Jun Lianming walked angrily to Luo Feng's side.
You little bastard. How dare you sleep in my class? It seems like you find your life too long. The protagonist's setting is too exaggerated. You are willing to sleep even in the classroom of such a beautiful teacher. At this moment, Jun Lianming is also extremely annoyed by this scene. Picked up the textbook in hand and hit Luo Feng hard. The next second, he unexpectedly dodged unconsciously. Received several slaps in a row, but was perfectly dodged without exception. At this moment, Lu Mei and Vivi, 2 beautiful women, are extremely shocked in their hearts. They exclaimed that it was unbelievable. Luo Feng faintly woke up and asked the teacher, What are you doing? Jun Lianming cursed under his breath. You really know how to pretend to be innocent, kid. He directly used his killer move, fluent English, to scold Luo Feng, who knew Luo Feng could respond fluently in English as well. In turn, he started teasing Jun Lianming. The 2 of them chatted for a long time. In the end, Jun Lianming tilted his head to signify surrender. In his heart, he thought, Who is this kid? Such authentic colloquial pronunciation. I feel a bit inadequate in comparison. Beside him, Luo Feng chuckled. I have also been battling abroad for many years. English is very simple for me. As the bell rang for the end of class, a group of people walked aggressively down the corridor. Tang Big Ears urgently told Luo Feng that the people from the Tianming gang were coming. He asked him to run away quickly. Tang Big Ears also packed up and got ready to escape. Suddenly, Tang Big Ears was picked up by someone. At this moment, the people from the Tianming gang had already entered the classroom. You're Luo Feng, you little brat. How dare you try to extort us Tianming gang members? Luo Feng saw the visitors and burst into laughter. Who did I think it was? So the leader of Tianming gang turns out to be a dwarf. Give me all you got. Push him to the ground and make him lick the soles of my shoes. The conversation isn't over yet. Top Dog Huang was abruptly slapped in midair by Luo Feng. At this moment, the followers were still licking Top Dog Huang like crazy, which is easy to understand. They didn't make a sound even at this point. Top Dog Huang thought to himself, Damn, I can't even speak up. Luo Feng called Tang Big Ears to come and beat him hard. Remember how this kid bullied you before? Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? At this moment, Tang Big Ears was thinking. Scenes of past humiliations came to mind. He grabbed his fist and struck back. The little brothers were all shocked. Luo Feng leaned over and looked at Top Dog Huang. I heard that you collected a lot of protection money. I want you to hand it over to me, every cent of it. At this moment, no member of the Tianming gang dared to refuse. They all hastily paid money to redeem Top Dog Huang. Luo Feng instructed Tang Big Ears to distribute the money to the classmates who had been bullied before. Saying this, they dragged Top Dog Huang to the edge of the window. Today, letting you go is impossible. Let's give you a taste of flying in the air. The next second, Top Dog Huang was accurately thrown into the trash can by Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around and looked at Tang Big Ears. Is my deterrence enough now? After dealing with the matters in the classroom, Luo Feng walked out of the campus slowly. As soon as he stepped out, he was stopped by two big men in suits. At that moment, the man in the black car slowly spoke. Luo Feng, get in the car with me. After school that day, Luo Feng got into a black sedan. As soon as he got in, he recognized the man in front of him as Vivi's father. Uncle Zhang, could it be that he's here to thank me for saving Vivi last time? Just give me a few million as a token of appreciation. Zhang Tianhai beside him had a kind expression on his face. It's all good about the thank you. However, you have to say it first. Your intention is to get close to my daughter on purpose. Luo Feng looks down in silence. Zhang Tianhai's expression becomes even more serious. Last time you were a ride-hailing driver. Now you've become a classmate of Vivi. Who exactly sent you here? Luo Feng just gives a sly smile. All right, I've set my sights on your family's assets. How about Uncle Zhang accepts me as a son-in-law by marriage? Zhang Tianhai was about to start scolding. Luo Feng suddenly sensed a hint of a dangerous aura. Suddenly, he raised his foot and kicked Zhang Tianhai out. The next second, with a loud bang, a speeding truck crashed into the black car. A blazing fire suddenly ignited. Luckily, Luo Feng reacted quickly. Otherwise, everyone in the car would have been in danger. At this moment, the bodyguard hurried over. He was relieved when he saw that the boss was unharmed. Zhang Tianhai knew that this accident was definitely caused by someone intentionally targeting him. However, it was definitely not Luo Feng in front of him. Luo Feng did not stay either. He waved towards Zhang Tianhai. It's hard to be a good person in this world now. I'm leaving first. You investigate this matter carefully on your own. Zhang Tianhai shouted to the security guards. Send more people to protect my daughter. Find out the murderer in this matter. I will peel off their skin. Wait a moment. You guys take me to the hospital first. It seems like my rib is broken by this kid's kick. In the evening, Luo Feng went to eat at a street food stall alone. He was originally considering changing to another place after looking at the prices on the menu. But when he saw the lady boss, Luo Feng still weakly ordered a bowl of egg noodles to eat. Suddenly, only hearing a burst of noise in his ears. The lady boss was explaining something strenuously. The man with short hairstyle who led the group asked for a compensation of 20,000 for mental distress. The lady boss was standing by, smiling. The man with short hairstyle chuckled. He said, if you accompany the two of us for one night, then a compensation of 10,000 will suffice. The landlady was shocked and turned pale. She said she would call the police immediately. Damn it, you dirty woman, don't push your luck. You made me eat a cockroach. You don't compensate and still want to call the police. Do you think Dark Fox Gang is easy to mess with? When the surrounding customers heard that they were from Dark Fox Gang, they were scared and ran away directly. The man with short hairstyle is still threatening the boss lady. If you can prove that I didn't do it, then it's fine. Otherwise, you're coming with us. Luo Feng on the side wiped his mouth. Where did these two dogs come from barking? Can't even eat peacefully and still want to extort here. It's easy to prove whether you ate or not. Just spit it out and it will be clear. The next second, Luo Feng's fist slammed into the short hairstyle man's stomach. The short hairstyle man let out a cry of pain and almost vomited bile. Luo Feng's big foot stepped on the head of the short hairstyle man, forcing him to take a closer look. The long hairstyle man on the side saw this, grabbed a chair, and charged over. Luo Feng lightly kicked the beer bottle at his feet. With a loud crash, the man with long hair fell directly into the vomit. Luo Feng stood on one side and the other. Today, you two have to search carefully for me. Seeing these two people eating back a lot of what they vomited, they were only released after being detained. The boss lady behind them looked grateful. Luo Feng cleared his throat lightly. No need to say thank you. I still need to find a place to stay. The boss lady quickly offered. I have a house available. A previous female tenant just moved out. Why not come and take a look at my place? The man in front of her must have hit the jackpot in luck. Not only did she rent a room with her own teacher, but she even bumped into her when taking a shower. That day, Luo Feng bid farewell to the boss lady of the food stall, Sister Lan. Sitting alone on the sofa, completely sprawled out, She thought to herself, the room where this girl lived is really fragrant. But I'd better take a bath first. It's really disgusting having gotten dirty just now. Luo Feng had just taken off his clothes and entered the bathroom when the Junli and Ming's car parked downstairs. She grumbled as she went upstairs. After arriving home, she hurriedly took off her clothes and entered the bathroom. When she pushed open the bathroom door, both of them were stunned.
Luo Feng glanced at Junli and Ming.
At this moment, her face had already turned red. Luo Feng is truly a lecher. His face doesn't turn red. His heart doesn't beat fast. Teacher June, good evening. Good damn you. June Lianming firmly closes the bathroom door. The two sit on the sofa. An awkward atmosphere fills the entire room. At this moment, Sister Lan hurriedly explains on her phone. She didn't realize that only one of the girls was moving out, which caused this misunderstanding. Luo Feng didn't dare to stay any longer at this moment. He hurriedly explained and was about to move out. June Lianming also felt unlucky as he said to let Luo Feng wait. You can move in, but you have to promise me one thing. Participate in the National English Speaking Contest in a month, and you must win the prize. Luo Feng thought to himself, I thought I would have to give you a massage every day. But in order to avoid suspicion, we have to think of a new relationship. Luo Feng waved his hand and said, all right, after this, you will be my cousin. I am going to sleep now. Good night, cousin. Meanwhile, in a suburban villa, Top Dog from Tianmen Gang, Huang, was complaining to his elder brother. The blue-haired boy in front of him had a fox tattoo on his shoulder. After learning about his younger brother's experience, he said he would take care of this matter. The next day, in a classroom at Zhejiang University, Lu Mei and Vivi are discussing who should speak up. The clothing they are wearing today is rather conservative. Vivi smiled and said to Lu Mei, you wouldn't have a crush on him, would you? You don't even dare to speak up for fear of rejection. Using this tactic of provocation seems to be effective. Lu Mei walked up to Luo Feng and invited him to join the family birthday party next week. Lu Mei still looked shy, but Luo Feng readily agreed. Don't worry, I will definitely go. At this moment, the whole classroom was filled with the scent of love. Darn, I also wish to be invited. After school, Tang Big Ears and Luo Feng walked out of the campus together, discussing where to eat later. At this moment, a sharp and thin voice interrupted the conversation between the two. At this moment, Top Dog Huang can be described as extremely arrogant. You two are finished today. I have brought Ma Zhan, the top general under my big brother Huang Tao, specially to take both of your lives today. Tang Big Ears became furious as soon as he heard the names of Huang Tao and Ma Zhan. These two are the ones who forced my mother to death and the culprits who broke my father's leg. Luo Feng patted Tang Big Ears on the shoulder. Don't worry, Big Ears. Today I will make them pay for their blood debts. How many times have I told you not to provoke this extremely arrogant person? But there are still people who are bent on causing trouble. The person in front of me was sarcastic just a second ago. The next second, he was picked up by Luo Feng like a dead dog. However, Top Dog, Huang, clearly came prepared this time. The leading young man rushed forward. Luo Feng waved his hand with one hand. The wooden stick heavily smashed into Top Dog Huang's back, then followed by a straight punch, sending the man flying in an instant. At this moment, Ma Zhan is still in a posture ready to strike. His eyes are slightly open. His nostrils are still contracting back and forth continuously. Ma Zhan took a step forward. He wanted to determine the outcome with Luo Feng. A punch was already closing in on Luo Feng as he muttered words in his mouth. In this world, perhaps no one can match it. Soon, it will be the world's #1 punch. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist froze in place. Luo Feng took the initiative to kick Ma Zhan hard in the crotch. With the sound of a chicken flying and an egg hitting, all the henchmen were stunned. How come the world's #1 fist is used to cover the crotch today? Luo Feng chuckled softly. It's a pity that you are not the world's #1 egg. Ma Zhan lay in pain on the ground. Beside him, Luo Feng showed no sign of weakening in strength. While pinching, he mocked Top Dog Huang with his words. Ma Zhan took out a small knife, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Luo Feng used the same old trick repeatedly to hit Ma Zhan on the head. He casually took the small knife from Ma Zhan's hand and waved it around. When Ma Zhan opened his eyes, he instantly changed into a summer limited edition bikini suit. Ma Zhan slumped to the ground in a daze. I don't care whether you are Dark Fox Gang or Dark Cat Gang. If you appear in front of me again, I will eliminate you. The henchmen fled with the two people in a panic. Big Ears approached, expressing concern. We have already offended the Huang's family before, and now we have fought with the Dark Fox Gang. The days ahead may be tough. Luo Feng didn't mind at all. It's like soldiers blocking the path and water covering the earth. Relax. Today's task is to go to your house and have a meal in peace. Luo Feng followed Big Ears to an old residential building. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of alcohol could be detected. Luo Feng noticed that Big Ears' father was passed out drunk on the sofa. Big Ears stepped forward to cover him with a blanket. This is my dad. He has been drunk all day since my mom passed away, but he still keeps the house very tidy. At this time, the group photo on the table caught Luo Feng's attention. He realized that Uncle Tang was actually a military veteran. It seems the military sentiment struck him. Luo Feng patted Big Ears on the shoulder. Tell me about the Huang's family. The two arrived at a construction site. We used to live there. Then we were forcibly evicted by a property developer. That night, residents clashed with them, resulting in casualties. We lost our mother, and my father got his leg broken. The property developer was Huang Tao's father, Huang Taihong. Back home, Luo Feng greeted Uncle Tang. Big Ears greeted with a word and went out to buy beer. Luo Feng took off his coat while introducing himself. He took a stance as if to spar with Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang seemed helpless rather than angry. Luo Feng remained serious with his hands in position. Uncle Tang, you were once a member of Knife Squad 17. Has your backbone lost its strength? Uncle Tang suddenly perked up. All right, young man, let me give you some pointers. By the time Big Ears returned, both of them were covered in scratches. Uncle Tang asked Luo Feng, are you also a member of the Knife Squad? Luo Feng waved his hand and said, am I in the Sword Squad? He then shook his head. It is said that the Sword Squad has already been selected from the elite members of the Knife Squad. Are you the legendary Universal Group? Luo Feng just smiled faintly and served for only a few months. Uncle Tang looked surprised. Luo Feng thought to himself, I have even been to higher-level organizations, but I'm afraid to scare you if I say it out loud. Then Luo Feng changed the subject, asking Uncle Tang to collect evidence of Huang's family's crimes. Ready to bring down Huang's family in one go, Uncle Tang's face was full of excitement. Leave this to me. I have a bunch of evidence against Huang Taihong. I wouldn't believe it if others said this, but since you are from Universal Group, I trust you. The beauty in front of him unexpectedly wanted to be Luo Feng's girlfriend for a day. Even the expert at showing off, Luo Feng, felt a tremor in his heart. That day, Luo Feng returned from Tang Big Ear's house. Upon entering, Luo Feng found Jun Lianming in a long dress, playing with the tea set. Luo Feng stepped forward and picked up a teacup to savor it carefully. Teacher Jun, you're completely wrong. It seems like you're just putting on airs. Jun Lianming snatched the teacup angrily. Luo Feng looked at Jun Lianming, who was discontented, and realized that our usually aloof teacher Jun is actually very gentle in private. However, Jun Lianming didn't get angry after listening. I just like the way of tea, but unfortunately, I don't have the talent. Looking up, Luo Feng was seen fiddling with the tea set in front of him. Jun Lianming picked up the tea that Luo Feng had just brewed, which can be described as having a pure and strong aroma with a refreshing aftertaste. Luo Feng smiled faintly. Everything is good about Teacher Jun's tea except for the lack of tranquility. It seems like you have something on your mind. Forget it. I'm not interested in discussing your personal matters. I'm going to bed first. At this moment, Jun Lianming stopped Luo Feng, her tone revealing a woman's shyness. Tomorrow at this time, would it be good if Jun Lianming becomes your girlfriend? Luo Feng was restless all night and went out for a morning run early. But his mind was filled with Jun Lianming's pitiful appearance. But Luo Feng still knows that he is just her scapegoat. Suddenly a car blocked Luo Feng, and Zhang Tianhai slowly poked their heads out. Luo Feng recognized the person and joked, you, a wealthy tycoon, coming to me repeatedly without fear of paparazzi. Do they mistakenly think I am your illegitimate child? However, Zhang Tianhai had a serious expression on his face. I have something to ask of you this time. Can you please be my daughter's bodyguard? Luo Feng awkwardly smiled and said he was just a college student. He didn't have the ability to protect his daughter. Zhang Tianhai completely ignored Luo Feng's explanation. I am well aware of your capabilities. I just need you to protect Vivi on the day of her birthday party. Luo Feng originally wanted to refuse. However, he couldn't resist Zhang Tianhai's generous reward. No problem, Uncle Zhang. I promise you. Just said goodbye to Zhang Tianhai, but then heard shouts not far away. At this moment, in the woods on the other side of the river, two young men are fighting over a woman's child. Luo Feng didn't waste any time, bending his legs slowly and preparing to jump. The next second, his whole person leaped high. He landed on the other side of the river, which was over 10 meters wide, upon landing again. However, this jump also caught the attention of an elderly man who was practicing nearby. Upon hearing the bodyguard's description beside him, the elderly man was also surprised. At this moment, the two of them were running towards their accomplice's van with all their might. However, the bald man running at the back has already been caught up by Luo Feng. Luo Feng threw a punch that smashed the bald man heavily against a tree. The villain beside him trembled as he pulled out a small knife, shouting loudly to cover up the fear in his heart. At this moment, Luo Feng was already furious to the extreme. The driver in the car shouted for his companion to get in the car. The next second, Luo Feng's whole person turned into a shadow. Looking again, the driver had already been knocked out by a flying knee strike. Even the car door deformed as a result. When the old man arrived, all that was left was the overturned van and the 3 people who had been knocked out. It seemed that the parties involved had already left the scene. Mr. June couldn't contain his uncontrollable trembling at this moment. There is no mistake. Only one person can have such destructive power. Among the people I know, there is only that person. That is the person we are all ashamed to face. He was originally the world's top super soldier. But now he has to be her fake boyfriend for the night. That night, Jun Lianming threw a large gift box to Luo Feng. Luo Feng intended to say a few polite words, but was met with a disdainful look from Jun Lianming. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng changed into a suit. Jun Lianming was also surprised when he saw it. The sight of Luo Feng in this well-fitted suit indeed gives off a bit of a handsome vibe. Don't get too carried away. Remember your current identity. You are a boss of a company with an annual salary of 1,000,000 yuan, graduated from a prestigious university. Though you say you don't care, there is a flush of embarrassment on your face. Luo Feng sat handsomely on the sofa, waiting for Jun Lianming to change clothes. 2 hours later, Jun Lianming finally appeared in the living room. Luo Feng wiped the drool from his mouth. He was completely captivated by her. Jun Lianming blushed a little when approached by Luo Feng. Tonight, she wore a long dress that showcased her impressive figure, complemented by her slightly flushed cheeks. Who wouldn't be moved by such a sight? On the street, Luo Feng took out his phone to book a ride. Jun Lianming stopped him, saying, "You have an annual salary of 1,000,000. How can you not have your own car?" Luo Feng followed her direction and saw a limited edition sports car parked by the roadside. Jun Lianming looked at Luo Feng and asked, "Can you drive?" Luo Feng chuckled and thought to himself, "If you bring me a tank today, I can drive it for you." Luo Feng is driving a sports car on the road. The atmosphere inside the car is slightly awkward. Jun Lianming is the first to speak, saying, "From now on, don't call me teacher." Luo Feng asks in response, "Then what should I call you?"
Jun Lianming's face blushed.
She whispered 2 words, "Ming Ming." Luo Feng murmured and repeated these 2 words. Feeling excited, he increased the strength in his footsteps. With a loud roar, the car swiftly sped away. The 2 of them quickly arrived at their destination. This is a party on a cruise ship. The 2 of them walked in hand. Jun Lianming introduced Luo Feng to the situation for the evening. The person she was originally supposed to meet was a man introduced by her parents, the second son of the C2 family. However, Jun Lianming was not interested in this wealthy family background at all, so she used Luo Feng as an excuse. Just as they were talking, a young man with blonde hair hurriedly walked up, holding a large bunch of flowers in his hand. The young man kindly stepped forward and handed the flowers to Jun Lianming. Jun Lianming showed no interest at all. The young man was not angry and led her inside. "I have prepared a super deluxe dinner for you. The beef is all imported from abroad. You will definitely like it." Jun Lianming originally wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Luo Feng beside her. "Since someone has invited us, Ming Ming, we should still give them face." The next moment, Jun Lianming, who originally had a serious expression, turned into a charming and gentle woman, nodding slowly. At this moment, the young man finally noticed and said, "Luo Feng, who are you, daring to compete with me, C2 Minji, for a woman?" The whole person pointed arrogantly at Luo Feng, constantly shouting. Luo Feng couldn't let him be arrogant in front of him. He grabbed the outstretched finger. With a little force, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. "Kid, apologize to me quickly. Otherwise, even if your brother C2 Minfun comes, it won't help." C2 Minji in front of him screamed, "How do you know my brother? You even dare to disrespect our C2 family." At this point, a vigorous voice interrupted C2 Minji's screaming. "Minji, he is someone you should respect. If it weren't for his acquaintance with your brother, you would probably be dead." Jun Lianming saw the newcomer and excitedly called out, "Grandpa." The newcomer is the old man who was exercising in the park this morning. Mr. Jun looked at Luo Feng and slowly said, "Long time no see, Luo Feng." He was once a top-tier super soldier at the global peak level. However, he lost his beloved woman in a mission failure. He never mentioned it to anyone in 2 years. Now recognized by an old friend. But he just wants to be an ordinary person now. At the banquet, Luo Feng is lecturing the young master of the C2 family in front of him. Mr. Jun suddenly appeared and interrupted the 2 of them. Jun Lianming took one look and saw that it was his grandfather, so he hurriedly walked over to Mr. Jun's side. At this moment, Mr. Jun spoke slowly and said, "Luo Feng, since we parted at Break Sky Cliff, we have been searching for you diligently for 2 years." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger rose in Luo Feng's heart. "Why are you looking for me? You should be looking for the lost souls under Break Sky Cliff." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, Mr. June did not get angry. There are no lost souls under Break Sky Cliff. We have searched over a dozen times and have not found her body. Next to him, Jun Lianming became even more confused. Luo Feng actually knows his grandfather. The two of them are even saying some inexplicable things. Facing this situation, Luo Feng felt extremely agitated. Without saying another word, he turned around and prepared to leave. Luo Feng, stop. If you leave, the people at Xinyuan Pavilion won't be able to work together effectively. The top 20 experts have left, one after another. We all know that everyone is waiting for you to come back. But Luo Feng is unmoved. Mr. June, all of that is in the past. Now I am just an ordinary college student. The atmosphere at the moment has become extremely tense. But there are always people who can't read the atmosphere trying to intervene. Mr. June's bodyguard blocked Luo Feng. Stop. Didn't you hear Mr. June asking you to wait? You are not my opponent. I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't embarrass yourself. This bodyguard is definitely a headstrong man. He grabbed Luo Feng's shoulder and wanted to fight. The next second, the bodyguard had not reacted yet. He grabbed Luo Feng's hand and was firmly locked in place. Luo Feng landed a heavy elbow strike, causing the bodyguard to fall heavily against the wall. The bodyguard, unwilling to accept defeat, got up and swung his fist to strike Luo Feng. To an ordinary person, this fist was as fast as lightning. But to Luo Feng, it seemed to move in slow motion. Just one hit, and the bodyguard was frozen in place. At this moment, no one was able to stop Luo Feng from leaving the entire room. The bodyguard looked in agony at Mr. June, who understood his thoughts and comforted him. Jiang Tu, you don't need to blame yourself. The person you lost to is not an ordinary person at all. He is on the Huaxia Xinyuan ranking list, the top 100 national soldiers ranking list, and the global kill count ranking list. The super warrior demon Luo ranks first on all three lists. The whole scene in the bar is filled with noisy chatter. In a corner, Luo Feng is quietly drinking. Luo Feng fiercely knocked the cup on the table. His mind went back to Break Sky Cliff. At this moment, his red hair was dyed with jungle camouflage colors. He was holding the hand of that girl. Countless military dogs trained by special forces were chasing relentlessly behind them. The two of them were quickly forced to the edge of a cliff. Suddenly, the girl behind him grabbed Luo Feng's hand. Luo Feng was thinking about doing something, but it was already too late. At this point in the memory, Luo Feng opened his eyes and just picked up his wine glass, but he was bumped into by someone passing by and spilled all over himself. Just as he was about to erupt, he saw the adorable girl in front of him. She was still frantically trying to explain. Suddenly, the style changed, and Luo Feng charmingly spoke up. It's okay. Is there anything I can help with? The girl looked nervously at the crowd behind her. The next second, she couldn't help but dive under Luo Feng's pants without hesitation. Luo Feng has experienced many ups and downs, but this situation is still a first. Hey, girl, don't be so direct. Can we at least exchange WeChat and chat before proceeding? The girl placed her finger on her lips and said, Please, I beg of you. Help me avoid this just once. I'm really begging you this time. He is Single Eye, one of the top 4 experts in the Dark Fox gang. He can be said to be extremely skilled, ruthless, and cunning. He is exceptionally skilled in using poisonous flying darts, demonstrating extraordinary proficiency. Originally such a ruthless gang expert with no regard for consequences. Today, however, he has provoked a man who will make him regret it for the rest of his life. The girl in the bar was energetically rubbing against Luo Feng's crotch. At this time, Single Eye was leading in the bar. A group of people angrily walked over. There was nothing unusual when they walked past Luo Feng. At this moment, the girl was between Luo Feng's legs, feeling safe as if she had reached shore like a ship. Luo Feng smiled and spoke as he looked at the girl. They had already walked far away. Although I don't mind if you hide a little longer, I can't guarantee what I might do. The girl looked shyly at Luo Feng, waved his hand and smiled in thanks. Luo Feng smiled and responded with his hand on his forehead. The girl who had just left was immediately caught by this group of people. The leader, Single Eye, shouted at her to hand over what she had photographed. As she passed by Luo Feng, the girl lightly placed her hand on his shoulder, hoping that Luo Feng would help her call the police. But these people obviously didn't want to give her a chance. They grabbed her by the hair and quickly walked away. The man with blonde hair behind them got close to Luo Feng and said in his ear, Kid, I advise you to behave yourself. If you dare to report to the police, don't blame our Dark Fox gang for being ruthless. Luo Feng appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was seething. It was obvious to the discerning eye that Luo Feng was really angry this time. Luo Feng instantly exerted force, pressing the man with blonde hair's head against the table and slamming it wildly. It's you guys from the Dark Fox gang, right? You ruined all my romantic encounters. The crowd looked at the blonde man with a face full of distress. The man with blonde hair had already been knocked unconscious by the impact. Luo Feng loosened his tie. His anger had reached its peak at this moment. Dark Fox Gang, right? I can encounter you wherever I go. Are you everywhere like Sao's born you? Appearing in groups. Single Eye has seen some ups and downs. He asked about Luo Feng's background with a calm face. The guests on the side have already started discussing. The Dark Fox Gang has 4 highly skilled members. They are White Shark, Black Bear, Crazy Tiger, and Single Eye. Each of them excels in martial arts. It seems like this kid is in for some bad luck today. Luo Feng pointed at the girl behind Single Eye. I want to take this girl with me. I saw her first. I want to take her to the hotel. Single Eye looked grim. You can't take this person away. She secretly took photos of our secrets. Unless she hands them over. Luo Feng is not polite at all. All of you from the Dark Fox Gang are a bunch of idiots. You are not even qualified to pour me a drink, yet you dare to negotiate terms with me here. Single Eye knows that he has encountered a tough opponent today. Kid, I'm Single Eye, known as the hidden Dart King in the martial world. If you can catch my dart once, I will let go of this girl and allow her to go with you. Luo Feng called the bartender to fill up the wine glass. His face was full of disdain and contempt. He raised his wine glass and drank it down in large gulps. On the side, Single Eye, who was extremely cunning, took aim at Luo Feng's drinking moment. With all his strength, he threw a dart. But the next moment, the original dart split into 3 darts and shot towards Luo Feng. Only the sound of clanging and clattering could be heard. Luo Feng easily caught all the flying darts with just a wine glass. And then he slung them back. The dart flew at an extremely acute angle and pierced the only remaining right eye of Single Eye. A cry of agony from Single Eye echoed throughout the entire bar with a loud wow. Single Eye cried out in pain. Quickly go and call all the brothers. I want to kill this kid. In an instant, 30 or 40 people surrounded Luo Feng. The girl beside was advising Luo Feng to escape quickly. At this moment, Luo Feng's face was full of excitement. What a joke. I have been waiting for this moment tonight, but I have been waiting for a long time. For a super warrior, facing the siege of 30 to 40 people is just a simple warm-up. At this time, you must make good use of all the tools at hand. Luo Feng casually untied his tied tie. The girl next to him looked anxious. He didn't know why this man in front of him was still so confident. Luo Feng's excited mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Come on, babies. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A group of people rushed up. Luo Feng swung his tie. With a bang, he hit the person in front of him in the face. However, a wooden stick from the side was already approaching. Luo Feng raised his hand to block the thick wooden stick, and it was directly shattered. The little thug was suddenly startled, but before he could react, Luo Feng picked up the person by the collar with one hand. Suddenly, he slammed into another person behind him. At that moment, 2 more people closed in from behind. Seeing that the wooden stick was about to smash into his back, Luo Feng suddenly turned around. The tie in his hand snapped onto one person's face. He followed up with a whip kick. This leg technique was fast and fierce. Together with the half-wooden stick, they smashed towards the person behind him. However, at that moment, the punch of the man in purple was also approaching. Luo Feng changed his tie from a whipping motion to blocking. Then he changed from blocking to tightening up his tie with a little force in his hand. The man in the purple robe collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. In the next second, Luo Feng exerted force with both legs. His whole person seemed suspended in midair, illuminated by the neon lights in the bar. It was as if a god had descended to earth. It has to be said that Luo Feng once again demonstrated his skills. Luo Feng really seemed to be having a great time. He stuck out his tongue and dashed quickly towards the crowd. The attendants were already in a panic following a few screams. The bar was soon calm again. Single Eye was holding his right eye, wounded by a dart, and yelling loudly. Is he dead? Did that kid actually die? The man with purple hair beside him was trembling in fear. He's dead. More than 30 of our brothers were killed by him. Luo Feng let out a long sigh. I feel relieved. Single Eye completely collapsed and his nose was running all over the floor. Young hero, today I, Single Eye, lost. But I am the weakest of the 4 generals of the Dark Fox Gang. The other 3 brothers will surely avenge me. Luo Feng ignored him and picked up the suit jacket given by Junli and Ming, then turned and left. The girl behind him shouted and chased after him. The girl outside the bar called out to Luo Feng. Wait, I just want to introduce myself properly. I'm Xin Jingshu, an intern reporter for the newspaper. Luo Feng walked towards the sports car. Oh, I see.
I'm Luo Feng.
Xin Jingshu was still explaining that I am not a bad girl. I just happened to film a video of the Dark Fox Gang's illegal transactions. That's why they captured me. Luo Feng got into the car. I advise you to resign from your job and leave this city. Such a large corporation is not something you can challenge. Xin Jingshu watched the direction in which Luo Feng's car drove off and silently made a vow in her heart. I will definitely not give up. I must show you what I can do. This crisis of Xin Jingshu's finally ended without incident. But the atmosphere in the Dark Fox gang is a bit oppressive. I was trembling like a guilty little puppy. Sitting in front are the leader of the Dark Fox gang, Masked Man, and one of the 4 top experts, Crazy Tiger. I gritted his teeth and spoke. That kid in the bar today was too strong, just like in the novels about his mother. Crazy Tiger had a mocking expression on his face. I warned you earlier to not read novels too much as it's bad for your eyes. Now look, you've lost both eyes. By the way, can you see where I am? At this point, another person pushed the door open and entered. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with his hands in his pockets, looking pretty cool. He found out that Luo Feng was a college student and Xin Jingshu was a journalist. Masked Man thought for a moment. Leave this to Crazy Tiger to handle. No need to bring them back. Just get rid of them for me. Remember to make it clean and quick. In the sports car, Luo Feng suddenly sneezed out of the blue. I wonder which girl from who is thinking of me at this moment. My damn charm. Formerly the king of the world's top warriors. Today I actually got a solid slap in the face. On this day, Luo Feng had just driven home from the bar. The scene in front of him almost caused a physical reaction. Jun Lianming is lying on the sofa peacefully asleep. It seems she is exhausted today, not even changing out of her evening dress before sleeping. It feels like a real-life sleeping beauty. Luo Feng took off his coat like a gentleman. He was getting ready to cover the 2 mountains with it. At this moment, Jun Lianming opened his eyes. His current gentlemanly demeanor, coupled with this handsome face, Teacher Jun will surely be charmed. However, in Jun Lianming's eyes, he is a big bad wolf wanting to do mischief. With a loud bang, Luo Feng's face took a solid slap. The speed of the slap was so fast that even Luo Feng couldn't dodge it. Jun Lianming turned away embarrassedly. She coyly said, "Who told you to come back in the middle of the night to scare me?" Luo Feng waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Saying that, he was about to go to sleep. Jun Lianming stopped him. Take out a towel soaked in ice water and apply it to Luo Feng's face. I'm really sorry about tonight. I didn't expect you to actually know my grandfather. He said you are a world-shocking king. Is that true? Luo Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much and stood up. I said I'm just an ordinary college student. Do you believe it?
Yun Lianming shook her head.
That'll do. So just believe whatever your grandpa says.
Yun Lianming pouted angrily.
She found herself increasingly unable to understand this man. The next day was Vivi's birthday. In the early morning, Luo Feng hurriedly ran to Vivi's house. As he passed by the breakfast stall, he casually bought a serving of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Vivi's house is a 6-story luxurious mansion. Luo Feng swallowed and walked through the gate. Just as he entered, Uncle Don, the head steward of Zheng's family, walked towards Luo Feng. You must be Luo Feng, you can call me Uncle Don. The master is out today and instructed me to take care of you. Luo Feng thought to himself, Boss Xing really trusts me to protect Vivi alone. Suddenly a greasy voice came, and Uncle Don greeted the newcomer warmly. Young Master Bun, you are here really early. This young master lives up to his name. Today, I have brought a superb gift for Vivi. Looking at Vivi's classmate with a poor appearance, it seems like he brought some gift. Luo Feng was speechless for a moment and thought to himself, this young Master Bun really lives up to his name. Just then, a sweet voice called out, Luo Feng. Everyone's gaze turned to the staircase nearby. They saw Vivi walking down the stairs gracefully. She had intentionally curled 2 strands of her hair today. She was wearing an evening gown with a starry sky pattern. Her chest was also covered with a thin veil. Young Master Bun couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were shining brightly. Luo Feng calmly greeted with, Hello, Mississippi. Vivi shyly moved her gaze away from Luo Feng. It's so annoying to call me Vivi. At this moment, young Master Bun couldn't wait to show Vivi the piano he brought back from overseas worth millions of dollars. Luo Feng raised the breakfast he bought casually on the street. I didn't prepare much, just some soy milk and fried dough sticks. Happy birthday. Although it was just a simple breakfast, in Vivi's eyes, it was the best gift. She held Luo Feng's gift and smiled, showing that she really liked it. Uncle Don and young Master Bun were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. What? How could she still like this broken thing? In Zhang Vivi's bedroom. She is now holding her little head, with a flush appearing on her face. Vivi excitedly thought about her appearance when she ate the breakfast Luo Feng gave her just now. Will it make him feel ugly? The old saying is indeed correct. A girl's love brain is really terrible. At the same time, another person entered the hall. This girl had a tomboy style of dress, looking full of spirit. Young Master Bun sneered disdainfully. Where did this tomboy come from? The next second, a foot hovered in front of young Master Bun. The girl looked coldly at young Master Bun and said, Do you have any objections, fatty? The tomboy in front of them was definitely not simple. She has lived abroad for 10 years. Suddenly, she returned to celebrate Vivi's birthday. Her phone also received an intriguing message. In the luxurious young family mansion, a girl spoke up to greet Uncle Don. Uncle Don, who had not appeared for a decade, was momentarily stunned. On the sofa beside them, young Master Bun glanced over. Oh damn, where did this tomboy come from? Next second, he even recognized Vivi. Bubu's foot was right in front of young Master Bun. Young Master Bun didn't dare act recklessly anymore. He obediently closed his mouth. Luo Feng took in this scene completely. He thought to himself about the girl's fast speed. What's wrong? You gigolo have an opinion too? Luo Feng turned his head awkwardly and said, I don't. At this moment, Vivi also walked down from upstairs. Upon seeing Bubu in front of her, she couldn't help but feel delighted. The two of them met very warmly. Vivi was caught off guard. Bubu, who used to dress more elegantly than herself, now looked so handsome. Bubu smiled as she looked at Vivi and explained that she had been competing in martial arts tournaments abroad all these years. This time, she returned to accompany Vivi for her birthday and to act as her bodyguard for a day. Vivi happily agreed with a smile and invited Luo Feng to go shopping together. Bubu rode a motorcycle with Vivi. Luo Feng sat in young Master Bun's car. Drive faster, Brother Bun. We need to catch up with them, said young Master Bun coldly. If it weren't for Vivi not calling me, I wouldn't be your driver. On the commercial street, Vivi linked arms with Bubu, chatting and laughing. Luo Feng was trailing behind with his hands in his pockets, observing. Young Master Bun walked at the back, carrying bags of various sizes in his hands, complaining non-stop. Luo Feng could see that this kid was about to go on strike. Young Master Bun, since you want to pursue Vivi now, showing your boyfriend attributes in front of her is much better than giving her a piano. Young Master Bun suddenly felt energized again. Really, brother? Don't worry, I'll help you. Several people arrived at a steakhouse. At the dining table, Bubu kept praising Vivi, incidentally mocking Luo Feng and young Master Bun, the two followers. Young Master Bun was not happy and said, Who the hell are you calling a follower? Luo Feng quietly told young Master Bun, This tomboy is definitely trying to belittle us. We need to be generous at this crucial moment. For example, you could treat us to this meal. Young Master Bun immediately understood. Standing up and gesturing grandly, he said, Miss Vivi, if you like this steakhouse, I will buy the entire restaurant for you. They continued to have a meal while chatting and laughing. At this moment, a waiter approached with a serving tray. When he approached behind Vivi, he pulled out a Western-style dining knife from the tray. With a swish, Bubu flung the dining knife in his hand, straight towards the neck of the waiter. With a metallic crash, a fork along with a knife were seen pinned straight to the ceiling. The waiter took out the knife from earlier and handed it apologetically to the guests at the next table. It turned out that they had simply forgotten to provide utensils and were making up for it. Bubu looked at Luo Feng. Was it you? Not only did you predict that I would make a move, but you also intercepted my attack on him. Luo Feng looked at her coldly. Don't be nervous, girl. Nervousness can lead you to make wrong decisions. The time quickly reached dusk. Vivi smiled happily. It had been a long time since she felt this happy. However, she was feeling a bit too happy. Bubu smiled and said to Vivi, Let's go to the restroom together. In the restroom, Bubu was looking down at the messages on his phone. The person on the other end of the screen had a very severe tone, accusing her of almost exposing her own identity. The two people chatted quickly. The person mentioned that the commission this time is very tempting, and that they will send a skilled person to assist her. They arranged for a capable assistant to help you secretly. Be sure to assassinate the target today. Afterwards, Bubu threw the phone into the trash can. There was an expression of helplessness on her face. But this scene was observed by Luo Feng in the women's restroom. Luo Feng ignored the curses of the other girls beside her and coldly stared at Bubu. Beauty, you have quite a few little moves. He was originally the world's top super soldier, Demon Luo. Now he has retired from the martial world and become the personal bodyguard of the campus belle. The original task for the day is about to end. But a scream suddenly came from the dressing room upstairs in the Zheng's family mansion. Vivi waved her hand to indicate that she would go change her clothes first. At this moment, only Luo Feng and Bubu are left downstairs. Seeing Vivi going upstairs, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle. You see how innocently she smiles. Like an angel. But today someone wants to ruthlessly destroy her. And that person is still her best friend. Luo Feng looked at Bubu nervously beside him, and she knew that Luo Feng had figured out her identity. She couldn't help but grip the dagger in her pocket tightly. Luo Feng caught her. Don't get too excited, beautiful lady. Boss Shang gave me 10,000 yuan a day to protect Vivi. If the price is right on your end, I can consider going over. Bubu walked away in frustration. Being seen through like this made her very uncomfortable. It seems I should just honestly be a bodyguard. But if anyone dares to act in front of me, don't blame me for not being polite. Suddenly, a scream came from Vivi's dressing room. Boo Boo quickly ran towards the window, and with a leap, he got onto the roof. At this moment, Luo Feng had just arrived. However, when she turned her head, Luo Feng is gracefully performing an airborne somersault, moving rapidly upwards. When the two jumped onto the balcony, their movements suddenly froze. At this moment, Vivi was crouching on the ground. The dress on her body had long been taken off, leaving only her innerwear. Luo Feng and the other person both had serious expressions on their faces. However, they couldn't stop the nosebleeds from flowing. Vivi pointed at Luo Feng and shouted loudly, "Thanks to our big brother Feng's experience of going through the storms." With a shiver in his body, he then entered the sage mode. In the living room, Luo Feng and Boo Boo were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. At this moment, someone walked in from outside. Uncle Don was so scared that he stood up straight away. The person who came in is young and ranks among the top 20 richest people. He is the super-rich K. Wuhua from K's group. He was seen entering the hall with a group of bodyguards. "Everyone, tonight I want to give Vivi an unforgettable birthday. I have booked a 5-star hotel for everyone's entertainment. So please, all the people except Vivi, leave here." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. The crowd wanted to explain a few words. However, looking at the burly men in front of them, they closed their mouths. The bodyguards looked at Luo Feng and the other person, urging them to leave quickly. However, the duo showed no intention of leaving at all. "I came to celebrate Vivi's birthday. The cake hasn't even been cut. How can I leave?" The young Master Bun quietly tells K. Wuhua that this person is just Vivi's university classmate, a poor student. K. Wuhua keeps a smile on his face, but he's already dissatisfied in his heart. "Hello, classmate. I have prepared a dinner at the hotel as well. As for the cake cut by Vivi, I will be the only one enjoying it." The big man with a black face grabbed Luo Feng's shoulder without saying a word. The next second, Luo Feng stepped on the bodyguard's head, pressing him heavily onto the marble table. The bodyguard exerted all his strength, but he couldn't move even an inch. Luo Feng looked jokingly at K. Wuhua and said, "I've never lost a fight. Tell your people to attack together unless they can beat me. Otherwise, I will definitely have this cake." Vivi sat beside the piano, singing and playing "I Miss It." "I remember that birthday. I also remember that song. The tightest right hand, the warmest chest." This song seems to be created for Luo Feng and Vivi. For a moment, Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He stood there, stunned. That evening at Zheng's family mansion, Luo Feng was having dinner with Vivi's parents. The whole family finally passed Vivi's birthday without major incidents. They couldn't help but relax a little in their hearts. However, Luo Feng was feeling a bit nervous at the moment. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious about meeting his girlfriend's parents. Vivi's mother started asking elders questions, inquiring about how many people are there in Luo Feng's family. Luo Feng thought that although there was an old man by his side, the memories he gave himself were all painful. He casually replied, "There's only me left in the family." The atmosphere at the dining table became a bit awkward. Vivi's mom kept apologizing. At that moment, Boss Sheng changed the subject. "Luo Feng, I see that you are skilled. Can you continue to stay by Vivi's side as a bodyguard? I will pay you 10,000 yuan per day." Luo Feng suddenly lost his composure. He was so excited that he almost called out, "Dad." Being able to stay by a beautiful woman's side and also get paid, it's a deal that seems too good to be true. After dinner, Vivi sat by the piano singing and playing a song, "I Miss It." "I Miss It" is wordlessly moving. Luo Feng was attracted by this singing. It sounded so good that he froze in place. After the song ended, Vivi stood up and walked towards Luo Feng. "Thank you. You have saved me twice," she said. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Vivi. "It seems like we are quite fated. But from now on, you will have to bear more little troubles." Suddenly, Boss Sheng untimely called out, "Haha, you young people are getting along well." Indeed, when a daughter grows up, she falls in love. Vivi blushed and replied, "Dad, stop it. What are you saying?" Just as she finished speaking, Vivi felt her head go heavy, and she almost collapsed. Luo Feng grabbed her to steady her, and turned his head to ask Boss Sheng about the situation. Boss Sheng also looked helpless. He bluntly stated that this is a lingering sequelae from Vivi's childhood. "We have consulted many doctors, but to no avail." Luo Feng immediately expressed firmly that he would diagnose Vivi's condition. He has some knowledge about medical skills. Luo Feng placed his hand on Vivi's wrist, feeling the subtle changes in her pulse. It took a long time to say that the illness is not a big problem. It's just that the body is too weak and eating some traditional Chinese medicine for recuperation will suffice. Boss Sheng can no longer remain calm at this moment. Even after hiring more than 200 doctors, it was of no use. And now you're saying that all he needs is to recuperate with traditional Chinese medicine? Luo Feng did not pay attention to Boss Sheng's shock. He swiftly wrote out the prescription on paper. "According to my prescription, Take it once every 3 days. After 1 month, there will be no more dizziness symptoms. After saying that, Luo Feng waved his hand and walked out the door. Only Zheng's family father and daughter were left standing in place. Vivi's face showed even more excitement. The man in front of her was really handsome in her eyes. However, Boss Zhang had some other thoughts. Next time, I must ask him to help me check that side of the illness. Whether we can have a second child again will depend on him. He was once a world-renowned super warrior. Now he has retired to the city and become the personal bodyguard of the campus belle. But just after leaving the banquet at the campus belle's house, he found out that there were a lot of people gathered at the entrance of Sister Lan's restaurant, the landlady. Luo Feng pushed through the crowd and saw Sister Lan sitting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. And the restaurant behind her had already been smashed beyond recognition. Luo Feng ran up to Sister Lan with an angry face and asked. He shouted angrily at the Dark Fox gang, unwilling to accept it. At this time, Sister Lan said that all of this trouble was caused by her husband. He borrowed a high-interest loan of 50,000 outside. The debt collectors came, and if they couldn't get the money, they would smash the restaurant. Luo Feng sighed and thought to himself that every family was facing difficulties. He could only give Sister Lan some more rent, but other matters were inconvenient to deal with. Late at night, Luo Feng had just returned to the rental house. He heard a loud noise coming from Jun Lianmeng's bedroom. Pushing the door open, Luo Feng found Jun Lianmeng lying on the ground. At this time, Jun Lianmeng was wearing light pink pajamas. Her hair was messy and spread out on the ground. She showed no response at all. Luo Feng picked up Jun Lianmeng, preparing to carry her to the bed. But unexpectedly, Jun Lianmeng suddenly woke up. Luo Feng was even more embarrassed, holding her awkwardly and not knowing what to do. With a loud sound, Luo Feng took a solid slap in the face. Jun Lianmeng quickly apologized to Luo Feng when he realized what happened. Luo Feng, on the other hand, remained calm. He was already accustomed to this kind of situation.
Jun Lianmeng looked apologetic.
He offered to help Luo Feng review the material for tomorrow's mock exam as compensation. Luo Feng shook his head and said, "It's all right. If you keep insisting, I might start having bad thoughts. I can't bear to see myself in that light." The next day at the exam venue, Luo Feng looked at the test paper in his hand, feeling a bit nervous. In order to stay in the university and complete the mission, he had to take this exam seriously. Luo Feng wrote swiftly and steadily. His eyes became increasingly serious. After the exam, he was even more exhausted. He thought to himself that this was much more tiring than fighting. Big ears behind him stood up and invited Luo Feng to go home together. Luo Feng turned around and responded that he already had plans. Liao Qinku and next to him both looked disdainful. This kid is really trying to steal the limelight. Could it be that he's going on a date with the girl? But in the next moment, he was instantly proven wrong. The two campus belles, Vivi and Lu Mei, looked at Luo Feng simultaneously. "Let's go back," they said. The classmates in the class could no longer remain calm. Luo Feng can actually make the campus belles pursue him in turn. Zheng's family's mansion. Uncle Don bent down to open the car door for Vivi. Luo Feng waved his hand and said he was going home first. Vivi also wanted to invite Luo Feng to come upstairs for a cup of tea. However, seeing Luo Feng's firm attitude, she didn't say anything more. On the way home, Luo Feng ran back quickly by himself. Although a lot had happened in the past few days, he couldn't afford to delay his training. But suddenly, a woman in a yellow outfit easily passed him. Looking at the girl's figure from behind, Luo Feng silently praised her figure in his heart. He accelerated and ran to the girl's side. But at this moment, the girl's words scared Luo Feng to death. This is way out of line. The super warrior has unexpectedly become a supporting role who helps others. That night, Luo Feng was jogging by the river. A girl in yellow easily surpassed him. Just as Luo Feng was mesmerized by the girl's figure, he was frightened by a glance from the girl. Luo Feng caught up with the girl's pace a few steps. He thought, why did she suddenly slow down? Could it be to wait for me? "You're Luo Feng, aren't you?" Luo Feng was startled by this sudden remark and almost tripped. However, Luo Feng quickly calmed down. He asked her if she was also a student at Zijing University. The girl was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, this boy doesn't even recognize me. Although the two of them kept chatting, the pace of their running was getting faster, hinting at a desire to determine a winner. Suddenly, Luo Feng sensed a hint of hostility. Two big guys suddenly emerged from the nearby small grove. "Oh, these two college students seem to be having a lively chat in the park. But you don't need to worry. We, the Changhe double swordsmen, only force sex and do not kill. This is my first time. You have to take responsibility." The girl in the yellow clothes next to me looks serious. "So you are the Changhe double swordsman who has committed several murders. I didn't expect you to show up here and commit a crime today." The red-haired man in charge exposed the dagger in his hand. "You, a stinky woman, seem to know a lot." Let me kill this kid first before I come to teach you a lesson. Luo Feng across the street smiled as he looked at the red-haired man rushing towards him, considering which move to use against these villains. But the next second, a flash of white light passed by, only to see the girl in the yellow shirt next to her deliver a flying kick that landed heavily on the crotch of the red-haired man. The red-haired man struggled to get up and called for his brother to come help. This girl seems to be a warrior with an apparent power level of 3, not easy to deal with. After hearing the red-haired man's words, Luo Feng fell into contemplation. He thought that he had heard Mr. Jun mention this warrior before, but it was the first time he had heard of a classification based on levels. Luo Feng had just wanted the girl to explain her confusion, but before he could say a word, he saw the Changhe double swordsman in front of him already being knocked down by her. The girl turned to Luo Feng and said, "What are you waiting for, kid? Call the police." Luo Feng nodded mechanically, took out his phone, and called the police. Soon, the police arrived and took away the pair of criminals. Before leaving, Luo Feng looked at the girl and asked for her name. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng received a faint smile in response. "If you want to know my name, it's simple. Go to the school and ask around," she said. After saying this, she walked away without looking back. Only Luo Feng was left feeling lost in the wind. The next day at Zijing University, as soon as Luo Feng entered the classroom, he felt that something was wrong. Why were all his classmates looking at him and discussing something? At that moment, Tang Big Ears rushed over. "Feng, you're amazing. The results of the mock exam have been released. You are the top scorer in our entire school. It looks like you're going to become one of the 4 gentlemen of Zijing University." Luo Feng was even more confused. He wondered why he had been hearing unfamiliar phrases these past 2 days. What exactly are these Zijing 4 young masters? Tang Big Ears put on a worshipful expression to give an explanation. "Speaking of our Zijing University, there has always been a tradition of having 8 campus bells and 4 young masters. These individuals are all considered gods and goddesses. With your current abilities, you might receive many love letters from the campus bells. Super soldiers enter the campus and become ordinary college students." He wanted to keep a low profile, but he got the top score in the mock exam, although he was bombarded with love letters from a group of beautiful girls. However, he also became the #1 enemy of all the boys in the school. In the classroom, the counselor is announcing Luo Feng's top performance in the whole school. The classmates in the audience applauded and congratulated one after another. Luo Feng scratched his head and said with embarrassment, "I've attracted too much attention this time." But Vivi, who was listening to her classmates talking about Luo Feng, couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her heart. After class, Luo Feng stood up, ignoring the strange looks from his classmates. He walked up to Vivi and asked if they were going home now. At this moment, Big Ears put on a mysterious expression and patted his shoulder, indicating to find another place where there were no people to talk. Only Big Ears handed Luo Feng a letter, but his expression was anything but relaxed. Upon opening the envelope, it was a love letter from Song Aiying inviting him to a date at the Lotus Pond. However, Luo Feng had never heard of this Song Aiying before. Big Ears, upon hearing this, immediately changed his expression to one of longing. She is considered the sexy flower among the campus belles. Those long legs and tiny waist make her the target of erotic fantasies for all the boys in the school. Over here, Big Ears is talking to Luo Feng. On the other side, Vivi's expression becomes somewhat unnatural. It seems the campus belle is writing a love letter. Lu Mei teased, saying, "Even though we don't know who she is, she seems to be your idol. You might be stolen away by her." At this moment, Vivi stubbornly denies it with her mouth, but she can't help but feel worried in her heart. Suddenly, Luo Feng's voice interrupted her daydreaming. "Vivi, let me walk you home." But the current Luo Feng is definitely attracting attention due to his high profile. Before even leaving school, he was surrounded by a group of people. The leader of the group is still a familiar person. It is the previously beaten top dog, Huang. A few people shouted at Luo Feng. They said, "You think you can be the Zijing young master with your abilities, you punk?" Luo Feng protected Vivi behind him. In his heart, Luo Feng thought that this group of people seemed different from top dog subordinates led by Huang before. However, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Suddenly, Luo Feng noticed that the expressions of these few people were somewhat abnormal. Looking at him preparing to take action, he seems quite happy. Could it be that there is a conspiracy here? Looking around, I noticed the teaching building below. There was a person standing there, observing the situation here. And this person is none other than Director Huang De, who is the relative of top dog Huang. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. "It's a pity. Your little scheme has already been seen through by me. Just let you broaden your horizons. Today, even if I don't make a move, I can still send you all to the hospital." These few kids are getting more arrogant, yelling desperately, but they didn't move at all, obviously waiting for Luo Feng to make the first move. Suddenly, a shout of "Stop!" broke the deadlock. Jun Liaming came over and looked at Luo Feng, saying, Luo Feng, I told you to go to my office after school. Why haven't you gone yet? Luo Feng, upon seeing that it was not his real girlfriend, hurriedly pretended to look pitiful and said, someone stopped me from going. I had no choice. Jun Lianmeng glared angrily at the group of hooligans. School is over. Stop causing trouble here. Get out of here quickly, or all of you will be expelled. Several people could only smile awkwardly and wave their hands, indicating that they would leave now. Jun Lianmeng turned to look at Luo Feng. Although she knew in her heart that Luo Feng was definitely not just an ordinary college student, she still reminded him to be more careful in the future. Luo Feng shrugged with a carefree look on his face. The crisis was over. He then walked away and went home. He was originally the #1 powerhouse on the 3 major global rankings, Demon Luo. But now he has retired from the urban area and become an ordinary student at Zijing University. In a corner of Zijing University, the big man in a tank top threw a heavy punch at Top Dog Huang. I told you guys to watch over the teacher. Such a perfect plan got ruined by you. Top Dog Huang covered half of his face that was hit askew. He repeatedly apologized and claimed to have already planned out the next step. The big man wearing a vest is Gunman, one of the Zijing 4 young masters. He harbors an intense hatred towards Luo Feng, who has overshadowed him in the past 2 days. Let's deal with him first, and then go after Luo Feng. Gunman immediately perked up upon hearing this, even having slogans ready. From now on, our brothers will do 3 things. First, beat up his brother. Second, ruin his future. Third, play with his woman. Thinking of the third item made Gunman even more angry. Damn it, this guy plays with 2 beautiful women all the time. I envy him so much. At the same time, in the school's backyard, in the cool pavilion at the center of the lake, sat a beautiful woman with purple hair. She could be seen lightly biting her lip, secretly cursing Luo Feng for ignoring their agreement. In the afternoon, at the suburban low-rent house, Luo Feng was invited to Big Ear's home. He was drinking beer and chatting with Big Ears and his father. Since Luo Feng's last visit, Uncle Tang's whole demeanor had improved a lot. He asked Big Ears to buy more alcohol to make sure Luo Feng wouldn't leave until he was completely drunk. Big Ears smiled and walked out of the door. There was a convenience store nearby, so he would be back soon. After Big Ears left, Luo Feng's expression turned serious, and he asked Uncle Tang if there was any discovery that prompted him to call Luo Feng over this time. Uncle Tang also put on a serious expression. I have been following them for several days. Finally, I managed to eavesdrop on their despicable plan. The head of the Huang's family, Huang Taihong, seems to be doing real estate business on the surface. However, in private, he is involved in child trafficking with the Dark Fox gang. Luo Feng slammed his fist onto the table as soon as he heard it. Luo Feng, you don't need to be in a hurry. The Dark Fox gang is planning to sell off a group of kids recently. This is a great opportunity for us to keep a close eye on. The two of them were chatting when suddenly they realized that Big Ears, who was supposed to have come back earlier, had not returned. And at this moment, Big Ears is walking back with beer in hand. But a group of young people blocked his way. Big Ears, you've been causing trouble lately, they said. At this time, Top Dog Huang came out from the crowd with a brick in hand. He is always following Luo Feng. You're getting really arrogant now, he said. Big Ears immediately thought to himself that this is not good. He shouted, Brother Feng won't let you guys get away with this. As soon as he finished speaking, Top Dog Huang swung his brick towards them. Big Ears was hit and sent flying, spilling his beer all over the ground. Top Dog Huang shouted for Big Ears to say Luo Feng is a dog 100 times. Big Ears struggled to climb up from the ground, shouting the name of Luo Feng. The next second, our honest man Tang Big Ears unexpectedly picked up a bottle of wine and started to resist. Although the force was weak, the element of surprise was on his side. Top Dog Huang received a solid blow. Big Ears struggled to support his badly wounded body. Thank you, Luo Feng. In the future, I, Tang Big Ears, will not be weak again. If there is another life, I hope to fight by your side. Poor Big Ears was knocked down to the ground. His body could no longer support him, and he slowly closed his eyes. The poor student with serious injuries urgently needed rescue, but was stopped by the heartless doctor. The beautiful female doctor went against all objections to save the student. However, she was asked by the head doctor to get out of the hospital. As the saying goes, in front of the emergency room there are countless worldly coldness. In the City People's Hospital this afternoon, the unconscious Tang Big Ears was urgently pushed into the emergency room. But at this time, a doctor stopped the rescue of Big Ears. He believed that patients like Big Ears, even if saved, would not be able to afford the medical expenses. Suddenly, a stern reprimand sounded from behind him. The person who came was Dr. Jiang from the hospital, who appeared very decisive and capable. She insisted on immediately sending Big Ears to the emergency room. However, at this moment, the doctor expressed dissent again. Dr. Jiang looked at him coldly. Let's put the medical expenses aside for now. I only know that I am a doctor. As he finished speaking, He slammed the door of the emergency room shut heavily. Meanwhile, at Big Ear's house, Luo Feng and Uncle Tang were also feeling nervous. Suddenly, Big Ear's phone rang. Uncle Tang answered it and began scolding the caller angrily. But the next moment, Uncle Tang's expression changed drastically. He slowly uttered a few words, "Big Ears is in trouble." The two hurriedly got up and rushed to the hospital. Dr. Jiang from the hospital was reprimanded for making the decision to save Big Ears without authorization. The fat hospital director put on a hypocritical appearance. This patient was clearly a poor student. The hospital's resources should not be wasted so easily. Dr. Jiang arrogantly looked at the director and said, "Saving a life is paramount. You can deduct the money from my salary." Upon hearing this, the director chuckled. "Your salary has long been deducted. There's no need to treat that patient, and you can just leave." Dr. Jiang originally wanted to say something else, but couldn't seem to speak when it came to his lips. The dentist behind him with crooked teeth smiled lightly. "A pauper is just a pauper. Money doesn't fall from the sky," he said before being interrupted by a loud thud. Bundles of banknotes heavily smacked on his face. The chief and Dr. Jiang were also startled by this scene. At this time, at the entrance of the chief's office, Luo Feng stood there emitting a strong sense of killing intent. "Hurry up and save the person for me," he cursed. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, Uncle Tang squeezed in with an anxious look on his face. He begged the doctor to save his son. The head looked at the money scattered on the ground. "Someone come here. There's a troublemaker. Creating trouble with just this little money." Just as he finished speaking, several strong men walked in from the door. They were holding steel rod weapons in their hands. Luo Feng took out his phone and dialed Zheng Tianhai, Vivi's father. Boss Sheng on the other end of the line sounded determined. "Little Luo, is 1 million yuan enough? If not, let me know how much you need." Luo Feng looked at the director. "If there is no problem, can we continue to save people now?" The director stood up with a pat. "No problem at all. Everyone, start the rescue immediately." The buck-toothed doctor standing beside also straightened his body. "Don't worry, I, Dr. Liu Hua, have always been compassionate to patients." Liu Hua's speech was directly ignored by Luo Feng. He went straight to Dr. Jiang behind him. He bowed to her. Luo Feng saw everything that happened in the office just now. He realized that if it weren't for Dr. Jiang in front of him, Big Ears might not have been. 3 hours later, Dr. Jiang came out of the ward and told the two that Big Ears was out of danger. The two went to Big Ears' bedside to inquire about his condition. Big Ears was wearing an oxygen mask and making a faint sound. "Liao Qiankuan, they blocked my way on the road. But I didn't let them manipulate me anymore. I bravely resisted." When Luo Feng heard this, he was furious. "If someone provokes me, I may not care. But if they mess with my brother, don't blame me for not being polite." This is definitely the most exciting part of the story's first half. Luo Feng decides to avenge his brother Big Ears and eliminate the source of the problem once and for all. Incarnated as the former god of slaughter, Demon Luo, he single-handedly faces off against 100 opponents. In an abandoned, unfinished building, Luo Feng brought the two little brothers who were eating barbecue here. At first, the two of them remained stubborn and refused to speak. They shouted that they would never betray their brothers. They lost all confidence when they saw the distorted stone pillar after Luo Feng struck with a stick. Revealed the whereabouts of the 10 people led by Top Dog Huang. They are in an abandoned factory called AI Lu Mall. When they arrived at the factory, Top Dog Huang's men were already waiting here. "Luo Feng, I knew you were coming to find me a long time ago. Did you think I only have 10 people here? This time, in order to welcome you, I have prepared 100 people." Luo Feng chuckled and glanced at the crowd surging towards him. 10 cockroaches and 100 cockroaches. However, they are all killed with one stomp. Top Dog Huang is standing on a high platform and directing everyone to charge up. Luo Feng raised the baseball bat in his hand, not angry but laughing instead. But he hasn't moved his body for quite some time. A loud noise. The thug at the front was smashed along with his front teeth flying out. Then Luo Feng swung around and knocked down 2 people with the head and tail of the stick. Then he followed up with an elbow strike directly breaking the nose bone of the younger brother behind him. The next second, his body did not change. There was a muffled sound as his left leg lifted instantaneously. A big man with footprints crashed into a wooden box several meters away. Top Dog Huang on the wooden box was staring at the movements on the field. At this point, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He even pulled out a dagger and was about to engage in a fight with Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng was still surrounded by people. He remained expressionless, as if the others around him were just some mice or ants. Top Dog Huang shouted, "Brothers, get your weapons." Everyone pulled out their daggers with wicked smiles, looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng opened his eyes, which were already red with a murderous look. He had only intended to teach you all a lesson. It seems you need to reflect on your actions. At this moment, Everyone still had not realized who they were facing. The person in front was brandishing a weapon and shouting as they charged towards Luo Feng. But the next second, Luo Feng, who was originally surrounded by the crowd, suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Luo Feng appeared like a ghostly shadow. The red light bursting from his eyes drew arcs in the air. Luo Feng swiftly shuttled through the crowd. Everyone stood back to back, trying hard to find Luo Feng's whereabouts. Top Dog Huang felt a little scared in his heart. He wondered whether Luo Feng was a human or a ghost. He turned around and prepared to abandon his dozens of brothers and run away. He wondered whether Luo Feng was human or a ghost. Quick, quick, someone come. Luo Feng is here. Stop shouting. Just turn around and look for yourself. At this moment, behind Top Dog Huang, there's no one standing. Everyone is clutching their legs and screaming in pain. Top Dog Huang completely broke down and knelt in front of Luo Feng, screaming for mercy. He said, "Was there anyone else involved?" Top Dog Huang didn't dare to conceal anything. He directly confessed that the mastermind gunman hoped to receive forgiveness from Luo Feng. Luo Feng punched him in the face. The force of this punch was as if from a pile driver. Whether Top Dog Huang can withstand this punch will depend on his own fate. Gunman is taking an elective course in a classroom at Zhejiang University. The teacher on the stage is still praising Gunman for studying diligently. A strange distortion suddenly appeared, and a door with teacher's nameplate brushed past them from the middle of the two. Luo Feng leaned against the door frame, looking at the startled teacher on the platform. "May I ask if student Gunman is attending class here?" He was originally a super soldier who had been retired from the city for many years. Now, to avenge his brothers, he single-handedly wiped out a gang of 100. Later learned from Top Dog Huang that the mastermind behind the scenes was Gunman, one of the young masters of Zhejiang University. In the classroom of Zhejiang University at this moment, Gunman is teaching an elective course. The teacher on the stage is still praising Gunman for his diligent studies. The next moment, the teacher's face twisted, and he walked past the two people. Luo Feng looked towards the terrified teacher at the doorframe. The teacher, with years of teaching experience, had never encountered such a situation before. He was in the middle of teaching when the door suddenly flew open. Gunman glanced towards Luo Feng at the door, feeling a surge of anger. "Luo Feng, by disrupting my learning, you are in the wrong." Luo Feng pointed behind him. "Then please have a chat with me on the rooftop." Gunman raised his hand to signal to the teacher that he needed to use the restroom. The people behind also followed suit and raised their hands enthusiastically to go with them. The spacious rooftop was filled with people. However, apart from Luo Feng, the rest were all Gunman's followers. Luo Feng looked at the crowd. Whoever slapped big ears should step forward. I can burn him. As soon as he finished speaking, Gunman clenched his palm with a creaking sound. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. If he takes care of it himself, he can get closer to the beauty sooner. The little brother by his side reminded him with a sentence. Luo Feng is very strange. There is still no reply from Top Dog Huang. Could it be that Luo Feng? The sentence has not been finished. Gunman's massive fist struck up. Don't fucking compare me to Huang. The next second, Gunman rapidly charged towards Luo Feng. The ground was scattered with flying debris as both fists struck down fiercely. Luo Feng leaped backward with a slap. Good job, kid. Looks like you've got some strength with that muscular body of yours. Gunman got up and chased again. His fierce punches came one after another, but all seemed to be neutralized by Luo Feng. Today, your grandpa Luo is going to give you a vivid lesson in Chinese medicine. Go to hell with your Chinese medicine lesson. The force behind this punch is stronger. Just as it was about to hit Luo Feng, Gunman's body suddenly froze. He slid continuously behind Luo Feng. Finally, he knelt on the ground, unable to move. This is absolutely unacceptable.
Bang 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 bang.
The acupoints all over Gunman's body exploded one after another. The last trace of stubbornness also disappeared here. He fell heavily onto the ground. Luo Feng glanced at Gunman, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said, I have already pressed all the acupoints on your body. For the next half year, you will have to live like a disabled person. But you are also quite lucky. If this were on the battlefield, I would have already cut you into pieces, Luo Feng replied. After speaking, he suddenly looked up at the remaining little brothers. The crowd was so scared that they retreated to the corner of the rooftop, whimpering and begging for mercy. The next moment, Luo Feng looked at them coldly. The killing intent in his eyes instantly lowered the temperature by a few degrees. Oh my God! The crowd exclaimed. Everyone jumped directly from the rooftop of the school building. Perhaps this is the best way to deal with Luo Feng. How ruthless is this man in front of me when he takes action? The 1.9 meters tall strong man was directly paralyzed all over by him. But it was just a simple glance. It can even make everyone unwilling to fight him, even if they have to jump off a building. But this scene was actually seen through by the teachers in the university. Even Jun Lianming arrived at the rooftop after hearing the news. Luo Feng, you caused trouble? If you continue like this, you will end up in jail. Luo Feng ignored the warnings from Jun Alliance and turned to leave. As a former professional soldier, he knew exactly what he was doing. A short-haired beauty outside the rooftop gate called out to him. I thought you were just a bookworm who ranked first in the school. That move you just made was pretty cool. Luo Feng looked at the person who spoke. It was the yellow-clad girl he had encountered during his night run.
I'm Chineseculture.
I ranked second in the last exam, and you were first. Luo Feng waved his hand. He wasn't in the mood to talk about grades now. He casually replied, congratulations, from now on, you will be the first. Qian Ilian is very angry towards Luo Feng. Deserting is, of course, easy. You must come back to me. I want to beat you fair and square. In Sisterland's restaurant at night, Luo Feng ordered a dish of eggplant and minced meat noodles. Sister Lan wanted to ask Luo Feng a couple of questions when she saw his expression. But Luo Feng directly took out 2 wads of banknotes and gave them to her. Sister Lan was taken aback. You didn't rob a bank, did you? Then I have to rob 1 billion before it counts. Sister Lan saw that Luo Feng could still joke around and didn't pay much attention to it. But after the joke, Luo Feng's face returned to normal. Hopefully, he can give himself a few more days. There is still the most important thing I haven't completed. The next day, in the president's office at Zhejiang University, the president is angrily reprimanding the dean of instruction, Huang De. Huang De scratched his head with a simple and honest look. President, don't be angry. It's just some minor squabbles between students. The president grabbed the document on the desk and threw it at his face. Over 50 people are hospitalized, and you call this minor squabble? Huang De's expression changed. For him, the angrier the president was about this matter, the better. Since the situation is so bad, I suggest we expel the ringleader Luo Feng. The president also felt furious at Luo Feng. This troublemaker must get the hell out. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Jun Lianming entered the office. Luo Feng was the first in the exam. Why would such a genius do something so extreme? Shouldn't we investigate the reason? Huang De quickly stepped forward to oppose, saying there's no need to investigate. Just expel him directly and provide an explanation to the student's parents. Jun Lianming bypassed the troublemaker Huang De and walked straight to the principal. If we don't want this kind of talent, other schools will be eager to have him. The principal also finds it difficult to decide. It seems that a further investigation is needed before making a decision. Jun Lianming breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he could only try to buy more time for that day. At the same time, in the luxurious mansion of Zheng's family, Vivi was resting against the custom-made Luo Feng doll. Just then, the phone started to ring repeatedly. Wait for Vivi to hear clearly what is happening on the other end. The whole person rushed out of the room in a hurry. Crying, she ran to her father, Zhang Tianhai, begging him to protect Luo Feng no matter what. Boss Zhang readily agreed without any hesitation. Vivi, rest assured. Zhang Tianhai will do everything in his power to help solve Luo Feng's troubles. Vivi wiped away the tears lingering in her eyes. Her appearance of being on the verge of tears was truly pitiful. The former super warrior has transformed into a college student. However, he unintentionally found out that the local gang was engaging in human trafficking, and the next transaction is scheduled for tonight. This day at Yangcheng City People's Hospital. As soon as Luo Feng entered, he heard the wails of the crowd in the corridor. He pushed the door open and entered Big Ear's room. Big Ears listened carefully to the cries outside. I had these people accompany you to the hospital. Uncle Tang smiled with a kind face. He secretly praised that he is indeed a person from the Universal Group. Then the two of them walked out of the ward and arrived at a corner of the corridor. This time I will definitely have some trouble. I plan to take this time to quickly handle the matter of Huang Taihong. Uncle Tang's expression became solemn when he heard it. This morning, Huang Taihong will have a transaction with the Dark Fox gang. But I don't know the location of the transaction. However, his son Huang Chang often goes to Nightshade Bar. If we can find him, we should be able to track him all the way to the transaction location. Luo Feng listened and then walked out. He didn't have much time left. The night fell at the entrance of the bar that evening. Luo Feng parked the car nearby and observed the movement at the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He took out his phone, carefully comparing the photo with the person. It is Huang Chang, the son of Huang Taihong mentioned by Uncle Tang. He saw him get into a blue sports car, and Luo Feng also started his car. On the outer ring road of the city, Luo Feng followed him from a distance. Before long, the car drove into a luxury mansion in the suburbs. Huang Chang followed the guide into the mansion. While behind him, Luo Feng was also ready in the bushes. He took out his phone and dialed the number of Police Chief Peng Wei. But he, who was originally still asleep, immediately became alert upon learning about the human trafficking case involving Luo Feng. He quickly assured that he would rush to the scene as quickly as possible. Luo Feng hung up the phone with a mysterious look on his face. No need to worry. Even if they come, it's just cleaning up the battlefield. In the grand hall of the mansion, an elderly man dressed in ancient attire appeared in front of Huang Chang. Oh, I never expected that fated ink would actually send the Cultivate Soul Guardian here. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, his face exuding a sense of silent authority. Let's take a look at the goods first. Huang Chang looked at the Cultivate Soul Guardian but did not reply to himself. Instead, he called out to the attendant next to him. In the hall, a previously intact wall slowly opened a large door. Inside were a group of children and a big man holding a gun to their heads. There are a total of 51 items, all of superior quality. This time, we offer super high cost effectiveness. The old man lifted a person's chin lightly. A lewd and evil smile appeared on his face. The girl in front already had red eyes from crying, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Huang Chang looked at the creepy-looking Cultivate Soul Guardian and said, "If everything is okay, let's make a deal now." Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded from behind the two of them. The two of you really live up to being scum of the earth. You have no guilt doing such things at all. Huang Chang shouted angrily, "Who are you?" He really couldn't figure out who this person was. How did he manage to come here under the defense of multiple guards? In an instant, countless handguns in the hall were pointed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng raised his hand and looked at Huang Chang, remembering his grandfather's name, Demon Luo, a person who wants to take your life. A group of innocent children are being held captive. They are about to be traded to this vile old man standing in front of them. Just as both sides agreed on the conditions and prepared to act, a soft laugh came from behind them. "You scumbags. Today, you will all die." The next second, numerous bullets shot towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng leaped to dodge this dense barrage of bullets. At the same time, his body flew forward straight towards one of the individuals. Both hands separated up and down until a slight exertion, directly giving this person's head a big swing. The rest of the people, seeing this sharp technique, disregarded everything else. They shot crazily towards that person's location. At this moment, Luo Feng's figure was like a ghost. He kept wandering around the crowd, and wherever he passed, there were continuous screams. Huang Chang looked at the Cultivate Soul Guardian behind him, asking him to take action and promised to give him a 50% discount on the goods. But who knew that this Cultivate Soul Guardian suddenly showed a different face? Now he didn't have to pay at all. Huang Chang's whole body turned cold as he hurriedly pulled out his gun. But in the next second, he could actually see the face of the Cultivate Soul Guardian through Huang Chang's body. As for the battle on Luo Feng's side, it had already ended. He also noticed Huang Chang lying in a pool of blood. The Cultivate Soul Guardian waved his hand and said, "Your strength is acceptable. How about becoming my disciple?" Luo Feng almost burst into laughter. "Catch my punch first before we talk." The Cultivate Soul Guardian had a playful expression on his face, thinking to himself, "These young people really have big attitudes." Suddenly, a dull sound directly solidified his thoughts. His whole body was punched, creating an afterimage. His body rolled back more than 10 times before finally coming to a stop. Cultivate Soul Guardian was gasping for air, a level of pain he had never experienced in decades. Luo Feng walked slowly up. His whole person exuded an aura akin to that of a lion, filling the entire hall. Cultivate Soul Guardian rose slowly. Blue light flickered in his eyes. "Tonight, I'll show you my true strength." With that, his whole body transformed into a blue residual image and vanished. However, in Luo Feng's eyes, Cultivate Soul Guardian's actions had already been fully seen. With a swish, Cultivate Soul Guardian appeared from behind Luo Feng. Hidden beneath the raised Taoist robe was a finger capable of penetrating through giant rocks. But the next second, the whole person froze. The finger that gathered all his energy unexpectedly went through Luo Feng's afterimage. The real Luo Feng had already appeared behind him. "Your speed is good. Unfortunately, you encountered me." The strength of this punch is so strong that it smashed the entire head of Cultivate Soul Guardian into a depression. He acted pretentiously in front of me. I wonder if the audience gentlemen all call me the master of pretentiousness? Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind. Luo Feng turned around suddenly, only to find it was this group of innocent children. Luo Feng gently comforted the children by stroking their hair and whispering, "Don't be afraid, kids. The police officers are already outside the door." Meanwhile, inside the luxurious mansion, the Special Forces team led by Peng Wei has already taken their positions. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone rushed in. Now, the hall is filled with lifeless bodies and children waiting for rescue. The former super soldier has transformed into an ordinary college student. And last night, they completely crushed a human trafficking operation by the Dark Fox Gang. In the leader's office of the Dark Fox Gang that night, a table was kicked away. The boss, Masked Man, cursed Luo Feng fiercely. "I want Luo Feng's head within 7 days, otherwise, I will personally arrange a funeral for you all." On this clear morning, at Luo Feng's rental house, The faint morning light shone into the room from the window. A person was standing in the living room, slowly approaching the still sleeping Luo Feng, and his figure was already cast directly on Luo Feng's body. The next moment, the man in black suddenly raised both hands. The weapon he held, though a bit wrinkled, was full of momentum. With a dull sound, it smashed into Luo Feng's face in an instant. Oh no, an earthquake. When Luo Feng took a closer look, he saw that standing in front of him was Jun Lianming, her eyes hollow as she stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng chuckled. Teacher Jun, you have some serious dark circles under your eyes. Did you stay up late last night? What last night? It's all because of the trouble you caused, kid. Luo Feng scratched his head, his tone full of reluctance. I'm really sorry, Teacher Jun. Thank you for taking care of me. Take care of yourself after I'm gone. But who knew Jun Lianming turned to look at Luo Feng and said, leaving after causing trouble is not possible. Hurry up and go to class. Luo Feng was also stunned. How can I still go to class? Jun Lianming looked mischievously at Luo Feng and started talking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday at the president's office of Zhejiang University, the security guard hurriedly entered and reported that the injured parents were blocking the door. Huang Da on the side quickly incited the situation, urging the president to punish Luo Feng as soon as possible. And Jun Lianming stood alone facing all the parents on the side, only to see her bow deeply to apologize to the parents. But unexpectedly, these parents not only did not blame the school, but also said that they were just here to ask for leave for their children. Their own child accidentally fell and hurt their leg, but they even said they were causing trouble for the school. That's it. I helped them with the paperwork for a night off. As for you, there's nothing to worry about. Luo Feng thought to himself that this companion is indeed Boss Zheng utilizing the power of money. As he spoke, he took off his coat. The next second, a body resembling a sculpture was revealed. Beside him, Jun Lianming was so shocked that she kept exclaiming, how could a 30-year-old virgin like her bear this scene? Hey, I'm just taking a shower. Last time we talked about Luo Feng single-handedly destroying a human trafficking den. At the same time, Boss Zheng used money to buy off students' parents, enabling Luo Feng to return to school. That day, Luo Feng put on a handsome sportswear outfit and ran on the way to school. Suddenly, he felt a figure approaching beside him. His body instinctively took evasive action. He dodged quite quickly. Luo Feng saw clearly that the person approaching was Qian Ilian, one of the 8 campus bells in the school. Qian Ilian stopped in her tracks and looked at Luo Feng, saying, hey, where did you transfer to? I want to go to the same school as you. With an embarrassed look on his face, Luo Feng looked at her seriously and said, Qian Ilian, I have feelings for another girl. At this moment, Qian Ilian blushed and looked at Luo Feng, saying, don't misunderstand. I just want to beat you fair and square in the exams at school. At this moment, Luo Feng put on a serious expression and said, how about this? I'll go back to Zhejiang University to continue my classes if you promise to tell me what a kung fu fighter is. Qian Ilian cleared his throat lightly and put on a pretentious intellectual air. Since you are so humble and seeking advice, I will give you some guidance. Kung fu fighters are generally divided into apparent power and concealed power. The main difference lies in the application of internal power. For apparent power kung fu fighters, their internal power can only be applied to themselves. In contrast, for concealed power kung fu fighters, their internal power can be projected outward. As the saying goes, every plant and tree can be used as a weapon. Apparent power and concealed power are further divided into 9 levels, each level consisting of early, mid, and later stages. The division of each level is based on the force of a punch. The force of a 300 gene punch corresponds to apparent power level 1, while a force of 1000 gene corresponds to apparent power level 8. Next, the calculation is based on 1000 gene as the unit. 1000 gene can also be referred to as 1 tripod. A grand martial arts master in the world possesses a power of concealed power level 5, which is equivalent to 9 tripods of strength. One who can be said to be a person that, with a step, would make the whole world tremble. Luo Feng listened and shook his wrist. I wonder how many tripods I have now. Qian Ilian looked at him mischievously. I guess you're just a beginner at apparent power level 1. Then Luo Feng asked if Qian Ilian knew about the group Fated Ink. Without hesitation, Qian Ilian replied, indeed. There is a person in Fated Ink who has reached the power of 9 tripods. Luo Feng remembered the Cultivate Soul Guardian he defeated last night, so it's no wonder that this old guy was acting so arrogantly. Qian Ilian looked at the contemplative Luo Feng with a concerned inquiry, asking if something had happened. However, Luo Feng waved his hand and said he was going back to school first. Qian Ilian felt dizzy. Weren't you expelled? Luo Feng turned around and smiled. I forgot to tell you. The school changed their mind, so I can go back to class now. You fucking Luo Feng, how dare you lie to me? 2 people chasing each other, heading towards the school at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. The super warrior retreats to the city and becomes an ordinary college student. Thinking of keeping a low profile, he gets involved in a human trafficking case related to the underworld. As a result, an unexpected guest couple arrived at the police station office. A man in white sat at the table without showing any emotions. Standing in front of him was the Special Forces soldier who acted last night. Peng Wei stood straight at the front. However, he was a bit puzzled. Last night's case actually alarmed the Huaxia Xinyuan Pavilion, the most mysterious department in the army. The man in white put on a smile. Captain Peng, my junior sister and I came here this time to ask about Fated Ink. Do you have any clues? Peng Wei gave a concise and firm answer to his question. Although Fated Ink Guardian was captured, he committed suicide by poisoning himself on the way. There are no new leads at the moment. Unexpectedly, the man in white changed the topic and inquired about the person who defeated Fated Ink Guardian last night. Peng Wei's expression remained unchanged, but he started to feel anxious. He could only say that he and a dozen Special Forces team members captured him together. With a loud bang, the man in white stood up and his smiling eyes instantly turned stern. Captain Peng, this matter has already been taken over by us. You are aware of the consequences of concealing the truth. Peng Wei's face broke out in a sweat, and he thought to himself that this was not good. This time the leader really caused a big problem. At the same time, he provoked Xinyuan Pavilion and Fated Ink, both of which are not easy to reconcile groups. The man in white walked straight up to him. The pressure emanating from his whole body even made Peng Wei, a seasoned soldier, feel overwhelmed. He could only helplessly utter those two words slowly from his mouth. The junior sister behind him was shocked to hear this name. It turned out to be the one who killed the Fated Ink Guardian. It turned out that it was Luo Feng, who had been assessed as apparent power level 1 earlier this morning. Racing in a white sports car is a man in white clothes with a worried look on his face. Chineseculture. Brother, this Luo Feng is my classmate. I never thought he would be involved in this matter. The man in white is also somewhat incredulous. However, the fact that he could defeat the Fated Ink Guardian indicates that his strength may surpass yours. Chineseculture looks towards the man in white. Brother, please postpone my return to the organization's plan. I still want to observe this person. The bell for the end of class rings in the classroom at Zijing University. Several classmates surrounded Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you are really amazing. You caused such a serious trouble, but still managed to come back. Luo Feng's pretentiousness flared up again. He leaned back and said, Who am I? I am the top student in the whole school. They definitely can't expel me. On the other side of the classroom, Lu Mei was teasing Vivi, saying, I can see your eyes are swollen. Did you cry all night last night? Vivi quickly covered her blushing face, afraid that her eyes would be discovered by Luo Feng. The next second, Luo Feng suddenly appeared between the two of them. It has to be said that the timing of a man's appearance is always unexpected. Luo Feng smiled and looked at Vivi, thanking her and Boss Zhang for everything they had done for him. Just as they were talking, the knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. They saw Chineseculture standing handsomely at the door, calling out to Luo Feng in their class with just this one gesture. The male classmates in the class felt as if their hearts did not belong to them. Although we are very happy to see Luo Feng come back, seeing a group of campus belles surrounding him makes us want to kick him out. And in the corridor outside the classroom, Chineseculture asked Luo Feng directly this morning what Fated Ink means. Luo Feng appeared as if he had been seen through and casually responded, I just happened to come across it online. It doesn't mean anything else. Chineseculture kept pressing on step by step, constantly asking, What were you doing last night? Have you been in contact with Fated Ink? And what is your true identity? Luo Feng was caught off guard by this series of 3 questions. Pointing at the sky, he shouted, Holy cow, a UFO. The next second, the whole person sprinted for 100 meters. Chineseculture was left behind, desperately searching for the UFO. The man in front of him was beaten up by a gang and sent to the hospital, but the stable condition has worsened due to intracranial hemorrhage. Luo Feng brought a long-lost mystic soup of 9 ingredients. At noon that day, Luo Feng was chatting with Uncle Tang about the night they rescued the child. Suddenly, a guard hurriedly pushed open the door and burst in. She looked visibly panicked and shouted, Big Ear's condition has worsened. By the time the two arrived, Dr. Jiang was already waiting at the door of the ward. She briefly explained Big Ear's condition. An emergency surgery is now the only option, but the success rate is only 50%. Uncle Tang felt as if the sky was about to collapse after hearing this. He couldn't understand why God would torment him and his son like this. And Luo Feng on the side suddenly asked, Isn't it just necessary to eliminate the intracranial hemorrhage? After receiving a confirmed answer from Dr. Jiang, a person then ran towards the outside of the hospital. Turning back, he shouted to Dr. Jiang, Please wait for me for 2 hours. In a Chinese medicine shop outside the hospital, Luo Feng handed over a traditional Chinese medicine prescription to the staff. A person sat on the sofa to relax and calm down. thinking that the hard work done in the past was not in vain. Young Luo Feng from childhood hangs high up on a thick tree. A blazing fire burns beneath his feet. An old man in a Taoist robe is leisurely eating a chicken leg while mumbling with his mouth full. Recite the effects of the mystic soup of 9 ingredients for me. Otherwise, this fire will burn your buttocks. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and reluctantly began reciting. The number 1 ingredient is specifically designed to treat falls and external injuries. Number 1 ingredient is specially designed to treat internal organs and protect organs such as the heart and liver. Number 1 ingredient is specially designed to treat intractable diseases by balancing yin and yang. Thinking of the scene back then, Luo Feng still feels nervous and tightens his anus a little. However, it's fortunate that the strictness back then is now deeply entrenched in his heart. In the hospital ward, Luo Feng rushes back with the decocted medicine. Just as Luo Feng was about to draw out the medicine jar to give it to Uncle Tang, Dr. Zhang's voice of prohibition came from the doorway. She sternly prohibited Luo Feng's behavior as she completely distrusted these Chinese medicines, especially those prepared by a young person in their 20s. After saying so, she picked up the medicine jar to take it away. Behind her, Luo Feng desperately gestured to Uncle Tang with his eyes. The next second, Uncle Tang held his head in pain and screamed loudly. Dr. Zhang hurried forward to check his condition without caring about anything else. Following a nurse, Uncle Tang was helped out of the hospital room. At this moment in the hospital room, Luo Feng was feeding Big Ears with a spoon and saying, "Big Ears, you are my brother. Believe me, you will get better soon." The Special Forces soldier withdrew to the city and became the personal bodyguard of a campus beauty. However, on the way to school that day, a car rear-ended another vehicle. The driver from the rear took out a precious item from the trunk. The situation instantly became extremely tense. In the early morning at the Zhang family's mansion, Luo Feng and Boss Zhang sat facing each other drinking tea. Boss Zhang looked at Luo Feng with a serious expression and said, "Recently, a group of assassins has entered Yangcheng City. It might be related to our enemies. Luo Feng, be extra vigilant." At this moment, Vivi quietly called out to Luo Feng from the side. Today she is wearing a dark red dress that looks very charming. 2 people are sitting in the car chatting on the highway. The car is quickly heading towards Zijing University. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. A sedan from behind hit them hard. Luo Feng stabilizes the nervous Vivi and asked her to get off the car first. He took a look at the car's condition and is preparing to hand it over to the insurance company for processing. The owner of the car quickly apologized and went towards the trunk to get some gifts. When the curtain was pulled back, there was a machine gun inside. Luo Feng noticed the situation immediately. With a swift movement, he pulled Zhang's family's driver and hid behind the nearby distribution box. By this time, the bullets were shooting over in quick succession. The next second, Luo Feng broke free and kicked the nearby gravel. The gravel flew like bullets. The gun in the hands of the killer with yellow hair also fell to the ground. Luo Feng seized the opportunity and pushed the driver into the car. He then sat in the driver's seat and raced forward with a roar. The car drifted onto a small road. The driver warned that there were several more cars chasing them from behind. Luo Feng was suddenly startled. In the rearview mirror, there were 6 cars relentlessly chasing them. Judging by their tactics, they should be Skynet's mercenaries. This could be a tough battle. In an abandoned building on the outskirts, Luo Feng drove the car in. The driver hesitated and asked, "Shouldn't we be heading towards the police station?" At this moment, Luo Feng's eyes were filled with determination. He feared that if they went to a crowded place, there would be serious casualties. With that, he made a quick turn and skillfully stopped the car. Luo Feng asked the driver and Vivi to hide in the abandoned building. Vivi looked back with concern on her face, watching this capable man before her. She silently prayed for him in her heart. And at this moment, downstairs of the abandoned building, Skynet's car also arrived and chased here. The scar-faced man in the lead got out of the car and directed the others to go in and catch people. A dozen people entered the building. Each one of them was fully armed. Then the group scattered to search for the whereabouts of Luo Feng and his companions. But no matter which direction the news came from, there was no discovery. At this moment, Luo Feng is standing on the roof of a building, observing the 16 Skynet mercenaries who are still searching. He takes a deep breath and calmly feels the moment. The next moment, the entire abandoned building becomes his domain. The position of each person is clearly discovered by him. A hint of a smile appears on Luo Feng's face. Skynet? Huh? Let me show you what Skynet's nemesis looks like. The story goes on to say that Luo Feng activated his domain perception ability, sensing the position of each mercenary inside the abandoned building. The next moment, his whole body leaped off the high platform. His suspended legs were like an arrow ready to be released. Before the person below could react, he had already made his move. He was kicked down by Luo Feng, and thus the blonde killer ended his career. The red-haired killer ahead heard the commotion. When he turned around, all that was left behind him was the blonde lying straight on the ground. Luo Feng suddenly appeared and knocked him out with one swing. Slowly, he uttered a number, 14. With a flicker of his figure, he covered the person's mouth with one hand and extended 2 fingers with the other hand. He took a life. Without changing his hand movements, he quickly moved behind another person and suddenly made a thrust. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing clouds and running water. With a swish, he swiftly withdrew from the battlefield and concealed himself once again. The man with the scar noticed something amiss in the headphones. He urgently shouted, "Everyone, gather up!" The scattered crowd quickly reassembled. The henchman yelled angrily into the walkie-talkie. Why have the remaining 4 not returned to the team yet? Scarface Man, sweating coldly, stopped him. We have been tricked. There are probably no less than 50 top-notch mercenaries lurking in this abandoned building. Then he waved his hand widely, directing everyone to gather together to search collectively. Just then, Luo Feng leaped down from the high platform once again, tossing a smoke bomb that he had just confiscated. The smoke bomb landed on the ground and exploded instantly, attracting the attention of the crowd. Luo Feng's figure had already arrived, his hand pressing on top of someone's head. Sliding forward through the thick smoke with that person. Gunshots rang out as everyone fired towards Luo Feng's position. But the one hit was the body that had just fallen. Gunshots and screams resounded in the smoke. Seeing the situation turning bad, Scarface ran towards the car downstairs. But the next second, his whole body was violently kicked by a leg stretching out from the car. Luo Feng looked at the scar-faced man still convulsing on the ground. It seems that we have overestimated you. I didn't expect that after so many years, Skynet has not made any progress. At this moment, on Vivi's side, she picked up a frying pan from somewhere and used it for defense. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared above her head. The next second, a large pot was plastered on Luo Feng's face. The 3 of them walked slowly out of the abandoned building. At this moment, there were sirens sounding in the courtyard. Police cars with special license plates drove in. Luo Feng thought to himself that the people from Xinyuan Pavilion were arriving way too slowly. A man in white clothes got out of the car, pulled out a gun, and pointed it at Luo Feng, instructing him not to move. This person was none other than Qian Ilian's senior brother, who appeared at the police station that day. At this time, a police officer stepped forward to report that Brother Ping, in the abandoned building, had all the dozen mercenaries unconscious. Luo Feng's amazing hearing made his expression change in an instant. I said, "Brother Ping, inside are all villains. I am a very good person." Brother Ping, seeing Luo Feng's arrogant demeanor, also became annoyed. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you want to taste the power of 500 pounds of fists? Luo Feng thought that 500 pounds seems to be at an apparent power level of 3. He then called out to taste it. It's no big deal. Senior Ping became even more furious. Don't think I dare not. His fist, enraged, turned purple-red and blasted towards Luo Feng. Suddenly, from afar came a shout from Qian Ilian to stop. The swinging fist also came to a halt. Qian Ilian looked at the 2 of them with an anxious expression. Senior, you've misunderstood. He is the Luo Feng I mentioned before. Then he walked a few steps to Luo Feng's side and quietly urged him to quickly take Vivi and leave first. At this moment, Senior Brother Ping stood calmly in place. This guy just finished dealing with the fated Ink Guardian. Now he has taken down another 16 mercenaries. Luo Feng, who exactly are you? The man in front of me just took down the top mercenaries of Skynet. But then he was surrounded by the most mysterious department of the military, Xinyuan Pavilion. In the end, the junior sister Qian Ilian came to resolve the misunderstanding. Senior Brother Ping glared hatefully at Luo Feng. Little did he know that this Luo Feng was actually the demon Luo, who they had often speculated to be the top demon of the Xinyuan Pavilion. At the luxurious mansion of the Zheng family in Yangcheng City, Luo Feng sent Vivi back home and instructed her not to go out today. Zhang Tianhai expressed his gratitude in person. Luo Feng simply smiled faintly, accepted your reward, and promised to do a good job for you. After Luo Feng left, Vivi's mom hurriedly asked if Vivi had fallen in love with Luo Feng. Boss Zheng's face froze at this moment, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Although Luo Feng is a talented person, he is just a poor boy. Besides, 18 years ago, we had already agreed to marry Vivi to our lifesaver. How can we deal with the current situation? At this moment, Luo Feng has entered Big Ears' hospital room. Seeing Uncle Tang still looking melancholic, Luo Feng stepped forward to offer some words of comfort. Don't worry, Uncle Tang. In ancient times, there were no brain surgeries. The vast majority relied on prescriptions. And this prescription of mine has been passed down from the hands of Hua Tua. At this moment, Dr. Jiang also pushed the door open.
Hua Tua's prescription.
Does anyone still believe in such ancient legends? Having said that, he picked up the lab report that was just printed out. The congestion in Big Ear's brain miraculously disappeared. Dr. Jiang looked at Luo Feng and asked, is it related to the soup the kid brought last time? Seeing that Luo Feng refused to admit it, He stepped forward to take the medicine jar away for testing. It was at this tense moment. Uncle Tang shouted, "Dr. Jiang, that's my kidney tonifying medicine." Dr. Jiang looked shy and quickly told Uncle Tong to exercise more before rushing out of the ward. Luo Feng couldn't help but give Uncle Tong a thumbs up, and he reminded that the formula for this medicine is top secret and must not be leaked. In a secret base that afternoon, Qian Ilian appeared on the top floor in a combat suit. When everyone saw her appear, they all stopped their training. "Wow, this is Qian Ilian, the 88th ranked girl on the genius list. I heard she has already reached an apparent power level of 3 later stage." Brother Ping on the side shouted out, interrupting their reverie. Qian Ilian, on the other hand, walked straight into a deeper room. She respectfully bowed to an old man. "Sir Feng, Kung Fu fighter Qian Ilian is here to take the assessment." Sir Feng maintained his posture and responded, "Young lady, test yourself." Qian Ilian then struck a pose and walked towards a machine for physical strength testing. With a bang, a heavy punch slammed into the testing area. The screen suddenly displayed a weight of 551 pounds. However, it was clear that Qian Ilian was not satisfied with this. She was seen adjusting her breathing again. With a bang, another punch was thrown. The force of this punch was obviously greater than before. The system issued a prompt. Genius list Qian Ilian ranked 87th with a punching power of 580. Qian Ilian left the testing room contentedly with a small hand gesture of satisfaction. As soon as she left, she ran into Senior Ping, who congratulated Qian Ilian excitedly on her improved ranking. But Qian Ilian solemnly remarked, "We are just in the Kung Fu fighter department of the genius list. We can't even touch the bottom of Xianyuan Pavilion." Senior Ping nodded in acceptance and comforted her. "Those people in Xianyuan Pavilion are all monsters." At this moment, the two of them looked at the list on the screen on the side. Written at the top was the name, Demon Luo. Both of them spoke at the same time. Who exactly is this person who has long occupied the top spot? That night, Luo Feng went out for his routine night run. Suddenly, he noticed someone on a small boat on the river doing something. At this moment, the scar-faced man on the boat was tying up a sack. He was also cursing continuously. Luo Feng also had nothing to do. With a whoosh, he jumped onto the boat. Scarface looked at this uninvited guest and secretly thought that the situation was not good. To arrive here without being noticed must be a master. Afterward, he jumped into the river with his legs crossed. After everyone left, Luo Feng reached out and opened the sack. He still felt that the person just now was really mysterious. But after opening it, it was clear that there was a living person inside, tied up with ropes. Luo Feng looked embarrassed. He thought to himself, "I hope they don't mistake me for a murderer." The man in the sack under the bridge also woke up. "I, Liao, am extremely grateful for what happened today." After saying that, he turned around and left. Luo Feng did not try to keep him, thinking it's better to have one less thing to worry about now. And at this moment, Luo Feng's phone also rang. The voice of Jun Lianmeng came from the other end of the call, asking Luo Feng to meet her at Lida Bridge. At this moment, Jun Lianmeng was sitting alone at the head of the bridge, enjoying the cool breeze. Her stunning beauty was fully displayed in a white dress, but the outfit looked a bit frightening from a distance. A group of drunken men passing by were startled by it. If you take a good look at Jun Lianmeng's appearance, even a pervert wouldn't be able to resist her charm. The leader with a center-parted hairstyle, looking extremely creepy, walked up behind Jun Lianmeng. When Jun Lianmeng turned around to prepare to resist, the big hand with the center-parted hairstyle was already within reach. The next second, a yellow light flashed and fiercely knocked the center-parted hairstyle away. Luo Feng princess carried Jun Lianmeng tightly to protect her. He gazed deeply at the beauty in his arms. "Lianmeng, your knight has arrived to protect you." But who knew that at this moment, Jun Lianmeng had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. These few drunken men were furious when they saw that the fruit in their hands was taken by someone else. They angrily approached, ready to fight. Luo Feng couldn't tolerate this behavior of theirs. 3 muffled sounds of pa-pa-pa could be heard almost simultaneously. At almost the same time, all 3 men were hit. Finally, they didn't forget to carry out garbage classification and disposal. After a little interlude, Luo Feng took Jun Lianmeng back home. Looking at teacher Jun in front of him, he couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Jun Lianmeng grabbed his hand and kept shouting not to leave. Luo Feng's little face blushed. "Teacher Jun, you're the one not letting me go." But who knew that Jun Lianmeng was still in a deep sleep, shouting, "Mom, don't go. I want to breastfeed." Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. So it turns out teacher Jun also has this little quirk. And at the same time, in a certain base somewhere, a group of people were gathered discussing around a man in gray clothes. The short-haired strong man said angrily, "Boss Liao, just give me the order. I'll immediately grab that damn dong and bring him here." The leader of this group is the man in gray, Luo Feng, the one whom you saved. He squeezed the water cup in his hand, making a cracking sound. If anyone offends me, I will definitely retaliate against them. Cho Rue, I'm giving you 3 days. Investigate this matter thoroughly for me. Pay attention to this man in front of you. He eliminated the patient's cerebral congestion with just one prescription. Even the master of the ancient medical sects personally asked for his prescription. Look at the sincere face of the master of the ancient medical sects and the embarrassed Dr. Jiang. Luo Feng finally made a decision to break the habit. On that day, Luo Feng had just arrived at the hospital and saw Big Ears and his son getting ready to be discharged. Big Ears looks good today. He looks like he's had a makeover. However, Uncle Tang sighed deeply. Dr. Jiang, who took the best care of Big Ears, resigned 2 days ago. Later, Luo Feng called Dr. Jiang and invited her to dinner to show his gratitude. That day, Luo Feng took a train to the city where Dr. Jiang was located. On the train, Luo Feng was wearing a handsome suit, and his hair was styled in a mature way. Shortly afterwards, the train slowly pulled into the platform. Dr. Jiang was also waiting early at the exit. Today, she was wearing a starry sky dress. Her long flowing hair scattered in the wind. Compared to her previous doctor's attire, there was now a touch of agility and cuteness. Dr. Jiang brought Luo Feng to a luxury hotel. Pushing open the door of the private room, they saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. Dr. Jiang spoke up and introduced, Mr. Luo Feng, this is the student Luo Feng that I mentioned to you. This middle-aged man, despite having white hair and a white beard, exudes a lot of vitality and has a deep, powerful voice. I am Jiang Tianya, the father of Jiang Snowy, and also the master of the ancient medical sects. Luo Feng respectfully bows and greets the renowned Master Jiang. Jiang Tianya then invited Luo Feng to the restaurant. Luo Feng and Jiang Tianya sat facing each other on a dining chair. Beside them were Dr. Jiang and her cousin. Jiang Tianya took the lead and asked Luo Feng how he cured cerebral hemorrhage. Luo Feng solemnly replied that he was just lucky. In fact, as soon as he learned of Jiang Tianya's identity as the sect leader of ancient medical sects, he knew things were not simple. Most likely, this time it was related to his Hua Tuo mystic soup of 9 ingredients. Sure enough, Jiang Tianya's expression changed. To eliminate a patient's blood stasis within a day, perhaps only the Hua Tuo mystic soup of 9 ingredients could achieve that. Luo Feng wiped his mouth without answering the question. However, Jiang Tianya suddenly stood up. He had already obtained the answer he wanted from Luo Feng's eyes. I never expected that in my lifetime, Jiang Tianya, I would be able to witness the reappearance of this soup. Luo Feng stood up slowly and thanked Jiang Tianya. Whether it is or not, thank you for the dinner, Tian. But who knew Jiang Tianya quickly walked up and bowed deeply, pleading with Luo Feng not to leave. This Hua Tuo mystic soup of 9 ingredients is a traditional treasure of our ancient medical sects. It is very important to me whether you have it or not. On the side, Dr. Jiang quickly stepped forward to help his father up. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Tianya's face turned serious and he once again invited Luo Feng to answer. Luo Feng looked at Dr. Jiang with a look of embarrassment on his face, and then sighed deeply. Uncle, please stand up first. I do have the herbal medicine for you. Jiang Tianya's face lit up with joy, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. However, he still wanted to test Luo Feng. I have one incomplete Chinese medicine formula from the Hua Tuo mystic soup of 9 ingredients. I wonder if you can help me find it. Seeing Luo Feng nod in agreement, he then instructed Dr. Jiang to bring it over. On the table were densely packed hundreds of incomplete Chinese medicine prescriptions. Luo Feng picked one up and saw that each one only recorded a single herb. Looking at the table full of prescriptions, Luo Feng felt helpless. It seemed that if he didn't show his true ability today, it would be difficult to pass this challenge. What did Luo Feng do in the end? The master of the prestigious ancient medical sect actually knelt down in front of him. Even the billions of assets of the sects were handed over by him without resistance. Only Jiang Tianya took out a table full of incomplete traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions, letting Luo Feng choose the correct one from them. And each prescription only has one ingredient on it. Luo Feng looked at the prescription on the table. He thought to himself, looks like I'll have to show my skills today. A red line shot straight out of the red light and pinned one of the prescriptions. And what it pinned down was one of the ingredients in this mystic soup of 9 ingredients. Jiang Tianya felt as if struck by thunder at this moment. Can the correct choice be made from these ancient recipes? Jiang Tianya was so excited that he dared not think further. He was very sure about Luo Feng in his heart. His body couldn't help but tremble. The next move shocked everyone even more. Jiang Tianya actually did not kneel in front of Luo Feng. The 43rd successor of the ancient medical sect, Jiang Tianya, is here to pay respects to Master Luo Feng. Dr. Jiang was completely stunned. After a brief pause, she hurried to support her father. However, her actions were stopped by her father. Luo Feng quickly helped him up. He kept saying that it's not good. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianya replied with a thank you, master. From now on, you can call me Little Tianya. Everyone was even more confused. What's going on here? How did Luo Feng also become a master? Jiang Tianya also noticed the confusion among the crowd and stood up to look at Luo Feng. Master, you don't know. In the ancient medical sects, only those who master the Hua Tuo mystic soup of 9 ingredients can be considered true masters. I can only be called a reserve master. It must be said that Luo Feng is quick-witted. He immediately saw the problem. Are you in a lot of debt? Trying to sell this medicinal soup to pay off debts? Jiang Tianya was left speechless by Luo Feng's words. Reporting to the master, although our ancient medical sect is not a large sect, we still have assets worth over 10 billion yuan. WTF? Over 10 billion yuan. Are you joking with me? Luo Feng suddenly realized something was amiss. A stroke of cleverness immediately came to mind. Could it be that your ancient medical sects have attracted a lot of enemies? Who knew Jiang Tianya would earnestly deny such a notion? While our sect holds a lower position among the 3 teachings, 5 factions, and 9 sects, our reputation is excellent and we have friends everywhere. Luo Feng still did not believe it, feeling that such a good thing would not fall upon himself. Jiang Tianya did not insist. Since Luo Feng cannot accept it for now, give him more time. The most important thing is to find the master. Several hours later, Luo Feng walked out of the private room. Stretching comfortably and constantly thinking, he found it difficult to accept what had happened today. At this moment, Dr. Jiang followed out. There was still a hint of strangeness in his eyes. He threw a blue jade pendant to Luo Feng. This is a token of the ancient medical sects. Please keep it safe. Remember to carry it with you at all times, so that in the future, when you encounter disciples of the ancient medical sects, you won't end up fighting with your own people. Luo Feng looked at the blue jade pendant in his hand. He thought to himself that he could only take it step by step. It seems like he needs to go back and buy a master cultivation manual to study it carefully. The beautiful female boss was about to be stripped naked and thrown onto the street. The hoodlum on the side even threatened to sell her house. Luo Feng walked coldly towards the crowd, but a black shadow suddenly darted out beside him. Luo Feng bid farewell to Dr. Jiang and returned to Yangcheng City. At this moment, it was already pouring rain in the sky. Luo Feng hurriedly walked home, but at this moment, he found Sister Lan downstairs at the entrance of the restaurant. Several strong men were surrounding Sister Lan, who was lying on the ground, pleading for help. She was unable to repay the debt due to her current situation. Besides, she had already divorced her husband and had no more spousal relationship. To his surprise, these men paid no attention to Sister Lan's explanation. Meanwhile, they were also planning to sell Sister Lan's rental house to repay the debt. Several men reached out and grabbed Sister Lan, forcing her to hand over the property deed to repay the debt. At that moment, Luo Feng was slowly walking over in this direction. The next second, a dark shadow sprang out next to Luo Feng, and in the shadow's hand, it seemed to be holding a brick. With a muffled bang, the man aimed at the thug's face with a strike. He stood in front of Sister Lan with an imposing manner. This person is none other than Sister Lan's husband, Lin Xiangfeng. The leader Wu Gu recognized the newcomer and ordered his subordinates to beat him fiercely. In an instant, everyone rushed forward. Outnumbered, Lin Xiangfeng was quickly pushed to the ground. Sister Lan knelt weakly in the rain, pleading with the thugs to spare her. At this moment, applause rang out in waves, sounding particularly harsh in this environment. I saw Luo Feng striding over with open arms. At this moment, he was so angry that he was actually smiling. Suddenly, Luo Feng stomped forcefully. The stomp was loud, accompanied by the falling raindrops. In an instant, it hit someone's face. Luo Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. You want money, don't you? Then come ask me for it. Wu Ji's heart has already started to tremble with fear, but now the situation has left him with no way out. He can only command his brothers to attack together. I only saw Luo Feng suddenly exerting force with his right leg and chopping down with the momentum of his whole body. The thug behind picked up a stool and was about to smash it down. Luo Feng picked up the brick that Lin Xiangfeng brought. With a whoosh, the henchman flew out along with the chair. The remaining people no longer dared to approach. They helped up the fallen person and fled the scene. Afterward, Lin Xiangfeng, with a guilty look on his face, found Luo Feng. But, to everyone's surprise, Luo Feng immediately grabbed his collar. His eyes were still cold and fierce, warning sternly, live a steady life with Sister Lan in the future. No more gambling or borrowing money at high interest rates. Lin Xiangfeng smiled repeatedly and agreed. However, he still reminded Luo Feng with a sentence. This Wu Ge is under the command of Liao Huizhou. This person is known for being extremely ruthless and not easy to provoke. Luo Feng naturally also sensed Lin Xiangfeng's concern. So, tonight I will go find that Liao Huizhou, and tomorrow I will ensure he no longer exists. The man before me is currently carrying out the mission of protecting the campus belle. However, he was dismissed by the employer after being handed a stack of money. After that, He could only watch the campus belle from afar. But when danger occurred, he still chose to step forward. After leaving Sister Lan's restaurant, Luo Feng arrived at Zheng's family mansion. He lightly knocked on the door, preparing to take Vivi to school as usual. Boss Zheng waved his hand grandly and asked him to sit down first. At the same time, he took out a bundle of banknotes and handed it to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was surprised in his heart. The meaning of this action was already very clear. Sure enough, only to see Boss Zheng slowly speak. My enemy Chu Laosan's base has been wiped out. Now only he remains, not a threat. Your work here can stop from now on. At this point, Luo Feng had nothing to say and could only agree wholeheartedly. Get up and prepare to leave. The money on the table is also returned to Boss Zheng as it is. After Luo Feng leaves, Boss Zheng's expression changed to a worried look. He knows Vivi's feelings towards Luo Feng. However, he is afraid of ruining the promise made to Vivi regarding their engagement because of this. In the classroom of Zijing University not long after, Vivi was frowning and complaining to Lu Mei. She also couldn't understand her father's behavior. Watching Luo Feng chatting warmly with Qian Ilian made her even more frustrated. Vivi couldn't help but take a deep breath. How can you know my true feelings, Luo Feng? After school, Vivi got into the car surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Meanwhile, Luo Feng stood by holding an umbrella, silently watching. With a roar, the car suddenly started. A shadow under the car caught Luo Feng's attention. His eyes instantly turned sharp. His intuition told him that something was about to happen. He threw away the umbrella in his hand. Not even the raging storm outside could stop him in the slightest. He kept walking while taking out his phone and dialed Boss Zheng's number as he was inside his luxury car at the same time. Vivi remained silent while hugging a pillow. The pillow she was holding was the same one that she had when she first met Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked as if he defeated the kidnappers with a small knife in hand. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared under the car and headed towards Zheng's family along with the vehicle. After receiving a phone call from Luo Feng at the luxurious mansion of Zheng's family, Boss Zheng directed all the bodyguards to carry out the rescue operation. The car quickly stopped at the gate. Immediately, a group of bodyguards rushed out of the house. What awaited them was a machine gun firing at full speed. The bodyguards instantly fell in the rain of bullets. The bandits dragged the bound Vivi out of the car. And the person responsible for several attacks on Vivi is the mastermind behind the scenes, Chu Laosan. Boss Zheng angrily scolded Chu Laosan's despicable behavior. Don't you know that hatred should not involve family members? At this moment, Chu Laosan became even more agitated. He pointed the gun straight at Vivi's head. Boss Zheng waved his hands repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Chu Laosan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Kneel down and kowtow to me. Keep doing it until I am satisfied." The man in front of him is kneeling down to the enemy, Chu Laosan. Because Chu Laosan is holding a gun against his daughter Vivi's head. The man repeatedly banged his head against the ground. Vivi's eyes were already full of tears. Her mouth, bound with tape, kept making a whimpering sound. But Chu Laosan was still not appeased. The gun instantly aimed at the man's forehead. With just a light pull of the trigger, the tycoon's life would be at an end. At this critical moment, a black shadow leaped high in front of Chu Laosan. In just a moment of hesitation, the dark shadow was already close to him. With a loud bang, Chu Laosan heavily slammed into the car behind him. In the crowd, Luo Feng stood proudly. He caught Vivi, who was frightened and stunned, in his arms. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent, making the temperature around him drop slightly. Chu Laosan drew his knife and lunged forward. At this moment, he had no way out. It can be said that this was his last struggle before death. And this last struggle. But it was brutally crushed by Luo Feng with a kick. Zheng's family's bodyguards quickly subdued Chu Laosan. Zhang Tianhai hurried forward and ripped off the tape from Vivi's mouth. At that moment, a new situation was discovered. It was found that tied around Vivi's waist was a beeping timed bomb. Chu Laosan on the ground looked excited. I don't plan to go back alive today. If we die, we will die together. Luo Feng's eyes were sharp as he closely held onto the bomb. Looking at the time displayed above, he quickly ordered the crowd to bring scissors and screwdrivers. He actually wanted to personally dismantle the bomb on the spot. Luo Feng calmly dismantled the outer shell of the bomb. At the same time, he kept comforting the panicked Vivi. At the same time, Qian Ilian and Police Captain Peng Wei also arrived at the scene. Peng Wei ordered everyone to evacuate the scene with one command. At this point, they can only rely on this former leader. With the appearance of the red and black lines, Luo Feng's movements also began to slow down. And time has reached the final 30 seconds. Just listen to Chu Laosan shouting, "Black color. Cut the black line for me." Boss Zheng was shocked and kept reminding that this is misleading information. It is very likely that you should cut the red line instead. At that moment, Qian Ilian emitted a sharp voice. "It's black. It must be black." And there were only 10 seconds left. Vivi couldn't hold back any longer and finally said that sentence she had been holding in her heart for a long time. I love you. Luo Feng, if there is another life, let's meet again. At the same time, Luo Feng also decisively cut down. The black wire snapped loudly. At that moment, it seemed like time had stopped. The silence was so quiet that it seemed like you could hear a pin drop, followed by a light drip sound. The light of the bomb went out with a bang. Luo Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Vivi, on the other hand, collapsed into Luo Feng's arms, holding onto his arms tightly and not wanting to let go for a long time. And after this incident, Boss Sheng's thoughts have also changed. Regardless of any agreement from 18 years ago, Luo Feng will be my son-in-law. And this time, Luo Feng is going to deal with the nightmare that has haunted Sister Lan's family, Liao Huizhou. At the same time, in an office, Wu Gu, who was responsible for collecting debts from Sister Lan's family, was brought in. At this point, Wu Ji's body was drenched in cold sweat. He stammered out a report, saying that Lin Xiangfeng has hired an expert. Boss Liao interrupted his explanation and ordered him to place his hands on the table. With a snap, Boss Liao inserted a pin straight in. Beside him, the blond man made a sweeping motion, and Wu Gu was knocked away like a dead dog. At that moment, a henchman rushed in. He reported that a group of armed police had entered the bar downstairs. In the bar downstairs, it was a squad of armed police led by Peng Wei conducting an inspection. The female police officer next to him stepped forward to report that no anomalies were found in this search. However, the customers who came to consume ran out one after another. Su, the manager in charge of the bar, still had to smile and keep saying it was hard. Luo Feng and Lin Xiangfeng, hidden in the dark, couldn't help but chuckle. It's easier to handle things in the bar after clearing the scene. Only Luo Feng swaggered in. Such a big bar and not a single person in sight. Today, this lord is here to show support. The henchman next to him immediately stepped forward to report. This person is the expert that Wu Gu encountered. Manager Su's composure is quite good. He approached Luo Feng with a smile, only to be completely ignored by Luo Feng, who shouted for Liao Huizhou to come out. Manager Su couldn't help it and raised his fist to strike. But Luo Feng was waiting for this moment. There was a loud bang. A heavy bar stool was smashed to pieces. Manager Su, with blood all over his face, signaled everyone to join in. But the result was only more wailing. Luo Feng, with a fist for each person, impartially attacked them all. But at this moment, Luo Feng's phone rang. The voice of Jun Lianming came from the phone. She looked very flustered in the rental room. At this moment, a group of thugs are banging on the door outside. Luo Feng asked Jun Lianming to call the police first, and he will rush back immediately. At the same time, he swiftly moved his legs, constantly knocking down the crowd. Luo Feng did not delay either. He turned around and headed towards the second-floor office. Several people wanted to stop him again, but Luo Feng treated them like a staircase and went straight up. In the office upstairs, a dark figure slowly walked out behind Liao Huizhou. This person is the underground unofficial boxing champion Yitu, whom he paid a high price to bring back. Luo Feng is still searching for offices on the second floor one by one. Suddenly, a beer bottle appeared behind him, and just as he dodged it, Yito's fist was already swinging in the air. In front of her was pushed into the room with her hands tied behind her back. Her eyes were empty and her legs were trembling uncontrollably. And what she was about to face next was a carefully planned conspiracy. The boss, Masked Man, exhaled smoke slowly. This time he was determined to ensure that Luo Feng would die without a burial place. An hour later in the classroom at Zijing University, Luo Feng received a text message. On his phone was a shocking photo of Xinjing Shu being tied up. At the same time, he was asked to rush to the forest park immediately. Luo Feng was shocked. Although he had only met Xinjing Shu once, he felt compelled to not sit idly by as this incident unfolded. Afterwards, under the gaze of everyone in the class, he jumped directly out of the classroom window. He even casually rented a sports car on the way. He arrived at the forest park at the fastest speed possible. To his surprise, the other party changed locations again. He was ordered to arrive at Tiantai Park within 10 minutes and threatened to remove a piece of clothing from a female journalist every minute. Luo Feng did not dare delay and drove his sports car toward Tiantai Park. At this time, in an abandoned building in the outskirts of the city, the few people who finished their phone call were unusually excited. This would exhaust Luo Feng. Then they can easily capture him. Single Eye excitedly rubbed his hands and looked at Xinjing Shu, who was securely tied up. Just let Single Eye have some fun with me. After speaking, he gave a hard tug with his big hand, instantly pulling Xinjing Shu's chest to reveal only a black bra. With a loud bang, Xinjing Shu slammed her head heavily against Single Eye's forehead. For a moment, Single Eye's nose bled profusely, and his interest all but dissipated. White Shark beside him chuckled. Leave this woman to me. With just a light touch of his finger, Xinjing Shu's eyes widened in fear, because she could not move at all in her current state. She could only watch as the man in front of her took off his shoes. Shisher's foot was grabbed in shame, but she was completely powerless to resist. Just as White Shark was about to make the next move, a furious shout exploded behind him. White Shark suddenly swung the belt he had just removed. With a snap, the belt was firmly caught. It's good that Luo Feng, whom I was looking for, has come. He was able to detect my aura so quickly. White Shark slowly takes off the hat that he always wears. Do you know why I'm called White Shark? Because I can smell even a hint of a killing intent. But now he looks full of momentum on the surface. But she is clear in her heart that she is no match for the man in front of her. And he still has tricks up his sleeve. That is the button in her pocket that can summon reinforcements. She is about to take action. But Luo Feng saw it very clearly. Just in the time between breaths, Luo Feng had already flashed past White Shark. What was left behind was the spurt of blood from his pocket and the emergency call button that Luo Feng had long held in his hand. Luo Feng looked mockingly at White Shark and said, "Since you are so sensitive to killing intent, then let me see how much killing intent you can bear." At this moment, White Shark opened his mouth but couldn't speak. When he tried to run, Luo Feng sealed his acupoint with a move. The next second, Luo Feng's killing intent exploded, and he slowly approached the stunned White Shark. At this moment, he was already so weighed down by this killing intent that he couldn't lift his head. This pressure was even more intense than what seasoned Special Forces soldiers had experienced, many times over. His body could no longer bear the burden, and he knelt straight down. As Luo Feng approached, there was another White Shark that had passed out on the ground. At this time, Single Eye downstairs also issued instructions. More than 100 people who had been lying in ambush were charging towards the upper floor. The woman in front of you is being humiliated. Half of her face has already been hit and turned red. Her eyes are filled with tears. But then, the man extended his hand and pointed towards the woman's chest. With just this one move, her body froze in place. She could only watch helplessly as the man shamefully took off her shoes. But at this moment, Luo Feng walked over from behind. With the aura of being on the battlefield for many years, he slowly approached. Directly subdued him until he could hardly breathe and couldn't get up. Luo Feng walked to Xin Jingshu's side and untied the acupoint. The cloth strip on the mouth, which had long been soaked with saliva, was also removed. He didn't stop and turn to leave, because downstairs there were still a group of Dark Fox gang members waiting for him. Xin Jingshu's worried reminder that there were more than 100 people. Luo Feng stopped in his tracks. This scene reminded him of past events. It was an incident where he defeated 100 Cheetah Special Forces soldiers from M country barehanded. Of course, the challenges Luo Feng faces now are far more relaxing than that time. There are continuous screams in the lobby downstairs. Luo Feng's eyes were always sharp, observing the movements of everyone around him. Single Eye shouted loudly in the crowd, directing his henchmen to charge forward. However, in the middle of the crowd, it was as if a pile driver had appeared. Every person who charged in was blasted out without exception. At this moment, Single Eye was still shouting, but he didn't move an inch. But the next second, Luo Feng, who had originally been surrounded by the crowd, rushed out. "Single Eye, we meet again." Single Eye, frightened, screamed and turned and ran. Luo Feng waved his hand behind him. "Looks like there's no chance to talk about the past today." Suddenly, Single Eye, running away, seemed to have bumped into a wall. As he looked up, it was Black Bear, one of the 4 masters of the Dark Fox gang. He stood at an estimated height of about 2.5 meters, exuding a formidable presence with his muscular body. With a big sweep of his hand, Black Bear's henchman pulled out a rocket launcher. A loud explosion erupted in the hall. The shell rushed forward rapidly with thick smoke. In just an instant, it was close to Luo Feng's body. But the next second, Luo Feng's body showed a strange curvature. The bullet actually grazed his body and then rushed forward. Just as everyone was still looking at the thick fog with joy, Luo Feng had already appeared behind them. The smoke cleared away, and Black Bear only then noticed the person behind him. He pulled away and threw a punch, trying to knock down the man on the altar with a single blow. With a bang, Luo Feng's palm wrapped around Black Bear's fist, effortlessly suppressing him as if playing a game of rock, paper, scissors. Black Bear ignored the hand held tightly by Luo Feng and swung out another fist. However, the outcome was still the same as before. Luo Feng grabbed one of Black Bear's fingers and twisted it forcefully. The 2-meter-tall man sobbed uncontrollably like a baby. On the side, Single Eye took advantage of Luo Feng dealing with Black Bear and ordered his subordinates to shoot all at once. For a moment, the sound of guns and the cries of the wounded were non-stop. The Black Bear in front of Luo Feng slowly fell down. The Black Bear was thus killed by stray bullets from his brother. The big man in front of him, over 2 meters tall, is about to die. But what killed him was the betrayal from his brother behind him. The raging flames continued until all the ammunition was shot. The crowd looked into the dense fog, hoping to see Luo Feng's body. But what they got was a one-sided massacre. Luo Feng looked down. At this moment, the only one in the entire building who could run was the most talkative, Single Eye. Only to see Luo Feng leaping down from the second floor and landing right in front of him. At this moment, Single Eye's face was ashen. It was impossible for him to escape in this situation now. The next second, he leaped up completely. Single Eye, who was skilled in using darts, decided to use his life-saving killer move. With a roar, the darts flew like a torrential rain. Countless darts shimmering with light appeared all around him. The whole person rotated in the air, leveraging the power of their body to forcefully launch out. But as soon as Single Eye landed, he swiftly ran away without hesitation. He didn't dare to be so overconfident as to think that this move alone could subdue Luo Feng. But before he could even run 5 meters, his face suddenly froze. And then he fell straight down. Luo Feng shook the darts on his coat. This fight actually made him feel quite comfortable today. Xin Jingshu upstairs was always paying attention to the movements downstairs. When the sound disappeared, he couldn't help but feel nervous. And while she was worrying about Luo Feng's safety, she was completely unaware that White Shark behind her had already broken free from the ropes. The pitch-black large hand moved slightly towards her. If you don't want to die, then lie down obediently and don't move. Luo Feng appeared once again to resolve the crisis. Xin Jingshu threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Finally, the stone in her heart fell to the ground. The White Shark behind had long been scared out of his wits and prostrated on the ground. Luo Feng pointed at the White Shark on the ground and said, "I've spared your life, so you can behave well in front of the police. As for whether I've been here, I trust you know what to do." The White Shark on the ground bowed repeatedly like pounding garlic, promising repeatedly. The next second, many armed police rushed in. Xin Jingshu quickly turned around, wanting to remind Luo Feng to run quickly. But Luo Feng, who was originally behind her, had already disappeared. At that moment, he was sitting in the sports car. One hand supporting the chin, his thoughts returned to the past. A mercenary with strong muscles was blasted away. Several burly men with fist marks on their faces staggered backward. A disheveled man's body turned red as he entered combat. In the vast battlefield, only he remained standing proudly, emitting waves of anger. This person is none other than Demon Luo, the top-ranking member of Xianyuan Pavilion. The person now yawning is Luo Feng, who I remember fondly from our previous encounters. However, I enjoy the peace we have now even more. The sports car zoomed ahead in a cloud of smoke. Xin Jingshu's crisis also came to an end here. In a restaurant, 3 beer glasses clinked heavily together. Tonight is Xin Jingshu's dinner party to thank Luo Feng. However, following Luo Feng's preference for a casual setting, they chose to come here. Accompanying the two of them is Dr. Zhang's cousin, Ying's group heir, Ying Law. The younger brother looks worried. He came out this time to gain experience in the business world. His father gave him tens of billions to try his luck. Luo Feng's expression froze. The arrogant remarks of the wealthy person really infuriated him. But throughout the evening, Xin Jingshu had a smiling face. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel that she was burdened with something. The three of them drank until late. The sound of laughter also drifted far into the night sky. Luo Feng supported the drunken Xin Jingshu and watched Ying Law leave. The beauty in his arms was still babbling drunkenly. Luo Feng was speechless for a moment. The two of them had agreed to keep drinking until one of them couldn't continue. However, they ended up passing out after just a few bottles. Not long after, Luo Feng took Xin Jingshu back to his residence. It was an orphanage in the suburbs. The security guard at the entrance recognized them and hurriedly led the two of them into the dormitory. Looking at Xin Jingshu sleeping on the bed, the security guard let out a sigh. Little Xin is really not easy. Then the security guard led Luo Feng into the inner room. Xin Jingshu revealed the worries. It turned out that the orphanage was about to be demolished. However, the developer originally bought the land opposite the orphanage. But then someone else came and said that this land also belongs to them. And this developer is Huang Taihong's real estate company. They colluded with the Dark Fox gang and obtained the development rights here through illegal means, which is why Xin Jingshu decided to secretly film their illegal evidence. Luo Feng was instantly filled with anger. The Huang Taihong group clearly intended to take care of him long ago. Clang, clang, clang. There were knocking sounds and angry curses coming from outside the door. The security guard stopped Luo Feng and picked up a stick himself before going out. Judging from the audacity outside the door, it must be the people here for forced demolition. Sure enough, a few young men staggered in. The security guard slowly walked up to them. Although he was nervous, he still restrained himself to stay calm. The hooligans completely ignored the old man. They also brought out the fake documents obtained from the Dark Fox gang and mentioned them. One of them even walked straight towards him. The old man was trembling with fear, but still held onto the stick in his hand. With a click, the stick shattered in response. The redhead grabbed the old man's collar and was about to throw a punch. But the next second, the redhead let out a scream. A stone hit his arrogant face accurately. More stones followed, hitting the thug's body. In the distance, Luo Feng was playing with the rocks in his hands. Next to him stood a group of children making funny faces. The leader with green hair cursed angrily. The large bump on their head from the hit still throbbed faintly. Luo Feng chuckled. Let me take this group of kids today. Let's go save the grandpa who is being bullied by the bad guys. The man is about to deal with this security guard in his 60s. The old man is trembling with fear, but hasn't taken a step back. Because behind him is protecting all the children in the orphanage. The man reached out and grabbed the old man by the collar, waving his fist as if to end his life. With a dull sound, a rock smashed into his face. And it is these group of children who are protecting the old man. The child pointed at the leader with green hair and called him Green Turtle. Luo Feng smiled wryly and turned to look at the children. The children backed away. I'll handle these little turtle birds as the big brother. At the same time, the bald henchman began to fight dirty. Launched a direct attack from behind. Luo Feng turned around and kicked swiftly and fiercely with a loud smack. The henchman flew back directly and collapsed among the crowd. The man in the vest saw the situation and rushed towards Luo Feng. He challenged Luo Feng for the title of the strongest iron fist in this street. But the next moment, this iron fist, along with the entire arm, became extremely twisted. At this point, the only one standing and able to speak is this green turtle, namely, trembling all over and pretentiously asking for Luo Feng's name. Luo Feng exudes a strong killing intent all over his body. Tell Huang Taihong, father will come back early to settle the account with him. After a few people left, the security guard excitedly grabbed Luo Feng's hand. He was very grateful for Luo Feng's help this time. However, he couldn't help but feel worried about this young man in his heart. After Luo Feng calmed down the children in the orphanage, he then took a taxi back to the rental house alone. Just as he got out of the car, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see that it was Song Aiying, the campus belle who had written him a love letter that day. Song Aiying boldly stopped Luo Feng by the arm, wanting him to accompany her for a walk in the park. Luo Feng, this strong man, kept stepping back, but this simply won't do. Song Aiying didn't insist and just pointed to a room upstairs. If you don't want to go, that's fine. If you have time, come to my place for a visit. It's the room all the way to the right on the 4th floor. Luo Feng was so shocked that he almost vomited his dinner. How come you're renting a place next to mine? Song Aiying looked at Luo Feng with a charming aura revealed without reservation. Little brother, you're welcome to come to my place anytime. Luo Feng sighed and quickly hugged himself in fright. At the same time, the Xinyuan Pavilion is hosting the Genius List Championship and Runner-Up Challenge. Genius List's second place, Tengzong, is surrounded by a faint blue halo. Facing him is the current first place on Genius List, Hot Fair, whose whole body emits red flames, showing an imposing aura. Tengzong takes the initiative to launch an attack. He swiftly creates several afterimages that dash towards Hot Fair and jumps up high, forming a fist imbued with blue energy and swinging it out. This also elicits a wave of gasps from the audience below. Look, that's Tengzong's famous move, the cloud-splitting smash. As the blue energy wave is about to approach Hot Fair, flames start to emit from his hands. In the next second, the flames suddenly ignite brightly. Huge flames instantly envelop Tengzong, causing him to be thrown backward. He slides far on the arena before barely coming to a stop. On Hot Fair's face, an intriguing and mysterious smile appears. What kind of goddess or teacher is she? She actually made such a delicious meal. The beautiful teacher Luo Feng looked triumphant. After eating my meal, you must take this speaking competition seriously. Although she appeared strong on the outside, there was some excitement in her heart. Being able to cook for such a man is also a kind of happiness. Luo Feng impolitely picked up a large chicken leg and was about to take a bite. At this time, the phone on the table rang. After listening to the phone call, Luo Feng hurriedly walked out, remembering to instruct Jun Lianmeng to keep the food and wait for him to come back to eat. The person calling Luo Feng was Uncle Tang, Tang Big Ear's father, and the man covered in bandages in front of him is Brother Kun, the key person he brought to take down Huang Taihong. Luo Feng looked at him suspiciously. Are you really willing to identify Huang Taihong? Brother Kun's anger surged when he heard the name Huang Taihong. This person has done all kinds of bad things. He burned bridges after crossing the river, wanting to kill him to silence him. Although he managed to escape by a stroke of luck, his wife and daughter are still firmly under their control. He also informed Luo Feng that there is a secret room in the Taihong group. There must be many secrets hidden inside. After hearing this, Luo Feng looked out the window and calculated silently in his heart. It's time to settle things with Huang Taihong. At the same time, at the top of the Taihong group, the green turtle was covering half of its face and confiding in its brother-in-law. His sister, who is none other than the mastermind behind the group, Huang Taihong, was watching as he slammed his fist on the boss's desk. This sturdy boss's desk actually collapsed under his fist. Huang Taihong gritted his teeth fiercely. That useless Dark Fox gang couldn't kill Luo Feng several times, but this time I will personally kill him. Back at Big Ear's house, Luo Feng, Uncle Tang, and Brother Kun were making preparations. The final decision was to launch a surprise attack on the Taihong group this Friday to rescue Brother Kun's wife and daughter while capturing Huang Taihong at the same time. Big Ears, who went out to buy groceries at that time, has returned home. However, upon seeing him return, Luo Feng and Brother Kun both waved goodbye. However, just as Luo Feng, who was about to go home, was stopped by Big Ears. He understood that everyone was discussing important matters, so he excused himself. However, Huang Taihong is his mother's killer, and he cannot stand by idly. Luo Feng comforted his brother helplessly. He hopes that Big Ears can become stronger, but he is even more unwilling to let him be seriously injured like before. In the evening, Luo Feng accepted Vivi's invitation to attend a dinner party. Tonight, both of them were dressed in yellow tones, resembling a couple. The appearance of this handsome man and pretty woman made everyone envious. However, in a corner of the hall, there were two people feeling very itchy with resentment. These two were none other than young Master Bun and his father Boss Bun, who had attended Vivi's birthday party before. Upon hearing his son's introduction, Boss Bun realized that this guy was the mastermind who stole his daughter-in-law. His face darkened immediately. Son, rest assured. Dad will definitely help you vent this anger today. The glass bottle in front of me is worth only 1,000 yuan. It was unexpectedly bid up to 60,000 yuan by this big fool. The reason he did this was to humiliate his son's romantic rival. He was seen standing on the stage, slowly speaking. Today's charity auction requires each person to provide an item for auction. But now there is someone here who has neither money nor status. He then pointed forcefully at Luo Feng in the audience below and shouted, "You presumptuous sir, get out!" Vivi angrily stood up to prove that Luo Feng was an honored guest invited by her family. Boss Bun shrugged helplessly. The rules of this auction are beyond his control. Luo Feng stood up and embraced Vivi, whispering, "Look at me." Then he looked at the stack of buns on the table. He picked one up and said, "This bun is the item I am auctioning today." The guests were all surprised. Who would bid a high price for a stack of buns to take home? Luo Feng looked at the bun in his hand and explained, "Although this bun is not exceptional and cannot be considered elegant, I feel that if it can be auctioned off for charity, it would not be in vain." Boss Bun's blood pressure rose instantly upon hearing Luo Feng's words. The irony between this bun and his title as Boss Bun was clearly not lost on him. At this moment, a security guard appeared from behind and was about to drive Luo Feng away when suddenly a loud shout came from the entrance of the lobby. "I'll offer 1 million yuan." Boss Bun heard the voice and was even more surprised when he saw the person making the offer. The person is Luo Feng, who saved Boss Liao by the river that day, and he is also the president of the Black Soil Group. His full name is Liao Yiran. Liao Yiran's eyes turned fierce. He looked at Boss Bun with a look as if he thought I couldn't come up with the 1 million yuan. Boss Bun faced the president of this powerful conglomerate with connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He didn't dare say anything and quickly waved his hand, stepping back. At this time, the host on the stage also began the countdown of 1 million yuan. With the sound of the auction hammer falling down, this bun is now officially handed over to Liao Yiran. He picked up the bun and took a bite into his mouth. The next second, he threw the meat bun on the ground with a bang. "What the hell? This bun is so damn disgusting. Get out of here now." At this moment, Boss Bun's face looks extremely ugly. Liao Yiran is clearly talking about himself. Boss Bun grabbed young Master Bun, who still looked discontented, and walked away. This father and son pair really embarrassed themselves today. Boss Xing asked in surprise, "Luo Feng, who has always been unpredictable, why would Liao Yiran support you?" Luo Feng didn't explain much. Maybe it's just good luck. The charity auction continued. Without the disturbance of outsiders, the family of three chatted more and more comfortably. And at Moonlight Bar today, there was a man sitting there, listening to the music. At this moment, Hot Fair, the first place winner on Genius List, walked over. "Ping Jr. brother, why are you looking so worried?" This person is none other than Qian Ilyan's senior brother, Ping Zining. Recently, Luo Feng and Qian's junior sister have a good relationship, which makes him feel depressed. He always thinks that Luo Feng is a troublemaker who will bad influence on his junior sister. Hot Fair next to them also got very angry after hearing that. This kid Luo Feng dares to get involved with the junior sister. I think he doesn't know the word death. This man in front of me even encounters female harassment when participating in an oral exam. Moreover, she is a pretty and charming girl with big eyes. But who would have known that this originally gentle and cute girl suddenly changed her demeanor? She aggressively chopped off a man's hand and shouted that he was a bad person trying to molest her. The surrounding classmates saw the situation and surrounded him. Among them, There were people loudly shouting that he was Luo Feng from Zijing University. Luo Feng forced a bitter smile. This classmate. Wasn't it you who fell on your own and ran into me? The blonde girl completely ignored his explanation and plunged into the arms of the person behind her. She pretended to look like she was being bullied and even asked him to avenge her. The curly-haired person next to her looked even more smug. Pointing at his crotch, he threatened Luo Feng to crawl over from there. Luo Feng's face darkened, clearly sensing it was a trap. However, trying to explain would be useless. Moreover, delaying any further would affect the upcoming speech competition. Don't bully the people from Science University too much. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair walked towards the crowd under the gaze of all the boys. The newcomer is none other than Luo Feng's good neighbor, Song Aiying, the campus belle of Zijing University. She walked confidently to the blonde girl's side. Did you say Luo Feng flirted with you? The blonde girl looked very unhappy. This guy pretended to bump into me and took the opportunity to touch me because he thought I looked pretty. As soon as the words fell, Song Aiying grabbed Luo Feng's arm. With a disdainful expression as if she had seen a slut, she said, Luo Feng is my boyfriend. Do you think you can attract him with your looks? I'm telling you he is the star of our school. Hundreds of girls try to get close to him every day. If you want trouble, take out the surveillance video and have a look. After saying that, the two of them left gracefully, giving everyone a stunning view of their backs. The boyfriend of the blonde girl behind him saw the plan fail. He rushed forward, ready to take action directly. With a loud bang, Luo Feng directly kicked back. The blonde man covered half of his face and directed the henchmen to attack together. But soon there was a loud noise. Everyone was beaten and staggered. These college students had never encountered such ruthless people before. Each one of them was beaten until they were dizzy. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the scenes, Lu Yucheng, was hiding in the classroom, chuckling excitedly. He is the good friend of Zijing University's #1 young master Yi Xingche. Luo Feng is the newest rising star at Zijing University recently. He will embarrass himself when he comes to his own school. But the two people sent out to deal with Luo Feng came back with injuries all over their faces.
Liu Yugoslavia Sheng Angrili Punsha Juan Fa.
After a burst of helpless anger, he couldn't think of any other way. At the same time, the provincial English-speaking competition has officially begun. On the stage, Song Aiying is fluently reciting an English article. Next up is Luo Feng. He brought the judges an unprecedented audiovisual feast. What kind of magic does this man possess? A simple English-speaking competition made him incredibly impressive. The aura he emitted during his speech was irresistible to the judges. The impeccable British English accent excited them to the point of tears. The judges commented afterward that when Luo Feng delivered the speech, I Have a Dream, it was as if he saw a former leader personally present, delivering a speech to tens of thousands of people. On the side of the stage, Song Aiying stood dazed in place. The beautiful eyes showed a look of fascination. The speech ended not long after. Luo Feng then delivered a splendid closing remark. The audience below burst into applause, with many of them in tears. Even the most strict professors who were serving as judges couldn't help but stand up and applaud Luo Feng, despite their running noses. Down below, Song Aiying excitedly congratulated Luo Feng. Luo Feng grinned. I have to thank my classmate Song a lot for helping with today's matter. Otherwise, I might not have been able to compete. Song Aiying showed a sweet smile and whispered, Is it too much to ask for you to treat me to a meal? After leaving the school gate, Luo Feng and Song Aiying hurried to the restaurant. Song Aiying looked at the luxurious new 5-star hotel in Yangqing City and couldn't help but exclaim, You rich kid, how can you afford to bring me here? Luo Feng glanced at the large in-law hotel and said nothing. Anyway, this is my little brother's place, so I don't have to pay. A waitress by the dining table handed over the menu. Luo Feng lifted his eyes to look.
Zhen Yingshu.
Why are you here? Zhen Jingshu smiled and said, In-law assigned me here. Across from us, Song Aiying was surprised to see Luo Feng actually knew this beautiful waitress, looking a bit embarrassed. Luo Feng, your connections seem to be quite extensive. Before the words fell, a sweet voice drifted over. The newcomer was actually Vivi and Lu Mei, this pair of close friends. Luo Feng's pupils instantly contracted into a state of sensing danger. The two of them came to try the taste because a new store opened here. Unexpectedly, they ran into Luo Feng, who came with campus belle Song Aiying. When Luo Feng saw Song Aiying, both sides showed a slightly awkward yet polite smile. At this moment, Luo Feng's heart is already in a mess. Today is really a big awkward scene. At this moment, two more people entered from the door. It was the hotel chairman in-law and his cousin Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang was also surprised to see Luo Feng, wondering how he ended up here. Unexpectedly, little brother-in-law was the first to speak up. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Vivi Lu, Mei Song, Aiying Tsin, and Jing Shu, the four beautiful women, immediately exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng, the super soldier who has experienced the battlefield, was also sweating profusely at this moment. This damn place is truly a death hell. Luo Feng wanted to explain that he just made a joke because he had been to Dr. Zhang's house for dinner. But at this moment, the phone rang. Luo Feng has never been so eager to answer the phone before. He kept saying, "I'll be right there." Then he dashed out of the hotel holding his phone. Ing-law quietly gave a thumbs up to his brother-in-law, vowing to become such a person in the future. Luo Feng was summoned by Brother Kun and Uncle Tang. Under their observation, they found that the defense of the building would be the weakest at 8 p.m. tonight. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with determination. Then we will go to attack Taihong Group's headquarters tonight. Night fell. 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. This is the location of Taihong Construction Company. It is also the most crucial part of their plan, because the first thing they need to do is to rescue Brother Kun's wife and daughter who are imprisoned. Inside the building of the construction company at this moment, the person with green hair is conveying the latest instructions from Huang Taihong to his sister. Tonight, the orphanage must be demolished at all costs. The bald henchman took the lead in receiving the order. This experienced old driver, operating the excavator, is like piloting a Gundam. Then he walked out aggressively towards the door. The next second, the door along with the henchman flew out. Luo Feng walked in with Uncle Tang and Brother Kun. Oh, quite a gathering today. The person with green hair involuntarily took a step back when they saw Luo Feng. However, they started to boast again when they remembered their numerous brothers. Just the 3 of you still want to come and cause trouble here. Wrong. It's 4 people. Suddenly a roar came. At this moment, there's a person standing outside the gate. The person who came turned out to be Tang Big Ears. His head was tied with ribbons, and his eyes were incredibly resolute. Uncle Tang walked towards his son. He knew that from this moment on, this son had truly matured. Don't come here acting sentimental. The individual with green hair gestured to the henchman to charge towards the 4 people. At once, dozens of henchmen swarmed in. Luo Feng charged into the crowd head-on. Each of his moves subdued the enemies like a grim reaper. Boom, boom, boom. The rushing crowd was knocked back as if hit by cannonballs, one by one flying out. Brother Tang, Luo Feng is too powerful. Brother Kun, while dealing with the oncoming henchmen, couldn't help but sigh.
Unso tangerin.
His strength is not just limited to this. The green-haired person saw the situation and felt that something was not good. They turned around and ran into the building. Luo Feng loudly asked Brother Kun about the secret room where his wife and daughter were imprisoned. He decided to go alone to rescue the hostages. At that moment inside the secret room, the person with green hair blocked the door with everything inside the room. He turned to look at Brother Kun's wife and daughter. This villain, devoid of all conscience, knew he couldn't escape and was prepared to drag them to their deaths together. Brother Kun's wife selflessly stood in front of her daughter without hesitation. Helplessly holding back tears, she begged the green-haired man with no mercy. The weak daughter hid behind her mother, murmuring continuously in her mouth. Just at that moment, a loud bang erupted from behind the green-haired person. A large hole suddenly appeared where the door to the secret room was originally located. Luo Feng stood proudly, his eyes radiating with killing intent. Meanwhile, the battle inside the building was still ongoing. Without the powerful war god Luo Feng, the 3 of them were having trouble defending themselves. Big Ears, lacking combat experience, was beaten all over. Uncle Tang was distracted protecting his son, when a metal rod was swung towards him from behind. "Stop, all of you!" A loud shout came from behind the crowd. I saw Luo Feng walking over, carrying the green-haired person who had been beaten beyond recognition. Brother Kun's wife and daughter also excitedly threw themselves into his arms. Luo Feng instructed Uncle Tang to take them to the police station. He himself prepared to go punish Huang Taihong alone. Brother Kun stopped Luo Feng and requested to go together. After all, he had worked at Taihong Group for many years. Moreover, he was the only one here who knew about Huang Taihong's secret chamber. The wife and daughter who have just reunited tried to persuade Brother Kun to stay, not willing to see him take any more risks. The family of 3 hugged tightly. Brother Kun understood that he had done many bad things in the past. Now, only by doing this could he redeem his past actions. After saying this, Brother Kun entrusted his wife and daughter to Uncle Tang for care. Then he and Luo Feng hurried to the headquarters of the Taihong Group. How strong is this kid really? Dozens of henchmen can only hold out for 3 seconds under his command. Even a 10-meter-thick iron door can be kicked deformed by him. That night he followed Brother Kun to the headquarters of the Taihong Group. Directly assigned Brother Kun to be responsible for the interception. He entered alone. As soon as Luo Feng walked into the building, he was met with a burst of laughter coming towards him. Looking up on the high platform in front of him, Masked Man, the leader of the Dark Fox gang, was seen clapping lightly. Immediately, 2 crisp applause followed. The next second, Luo Feng only felt a killing intent coming from above his head. Without time to think, his body suddenly leaped backward. And where he had stood before, there were suddenly two deadly throwing knives. With a swish sound, two people holding throwing knives leaped down behind Luo Feng. Then three more people leaped down. A total of 5 masked assassins surrounded him. The next moment, the 5 people all threw their knives. Luo Feng suddenly leaned back, but even he, who was so strong, had his hair and clothes slashed at this moment. The flying knife was suddenly pulled back and rotated in the hands of several people, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. Just then, the masked man roared, "Arrange troops." Several people below leaped high into the air. 5 people jumped to 5 different positions. He displayed the Death 5 Rings formation, which leaves no blind spots for attack. The formation is set up. The 5 people simultaneously threw out flying knives in an instant. Under the powerful impact, the entire building was shaking violently. A dazzling bright light suddenly exploded. Masked Man looked very pleased towards the center of the formation, just about to make a sarcastic remark, but decided against it. His face instantly turned extremely ugly again. I saw Luo Feng standing intact in the middle of the formation. He held several throwing knives in his fingers. Just a few of them were broken. "Do you really think I can't handle you?" Then he vigorously shook both hands. The throwing knives rushed forward, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. Immediately, 5 cries of misery rang out. The entire assassin gang bid farewell to their professional careers. Luo Feng did not delay, and leaped directly onto the high platform, preparing to pursue victory. Unexpectedly, the masked man punched Luo Feng, sending him flying. It was a sudden and unexpected blow. Luo Feng spun several times in the air before finally coming to a stop. Luo Feng sighed softly. He didn't expect that this masked man was actually a master. Masked Man slowly took off the mask on his face, revealing the face of Huang Taihong hidden underneath. At this moment, Brother Kun couldn't help but rush in when he saw the enemy showing up. Luo Feng gave a sinister smile and sighed lightly. One identity as a businessman, the other as a gang leader. You are quite good at playing, kid. Even after his identity was exposed, Huang Taihong still showed no fear on his face, because he was still holding onto one last trump card. At that moment, windows were broken all around. Rifles were sticking out of the windows in the hall. Countless dark gun muzzles were pointed at Luo Feng and the others. Huang Taihong's face became extremely distorted, enjoying the joy belonging to the victor to the fullest. The man in front of him was exposed to countless gun muzzles. Who knows? He didn't panic at all. He even felt like laughing. However, Huang Taihong had become extremely arrogant at this point. He was shouting, "Shoot me!" But the gun barrel remained silent without any movement at all. Just when Huang Taihong was still wondering, the gun barrels suddenly all pointed at him. Cold sweat broke out on Huang Taihong's face. He couldn't understand why his loyal subordinates, whom he had nurtured, would betray him. Suddenly, there was a sound of military boots stomping in the hall. The person who came was Police Chief Peng Wei. It turns out that Luo Feng had already informed him to take control of the entire Taihong building, just to prevent Huang Taihong from having any other ways left. Peng Wei waved his hand, and the special forces behind him all stepped forward to prepare to capture Huang Taihong alive. Who would have thought that this old fox still has means to save his life? He pressed a button in his hand to activate it. A hidden door suddenly appeared behind him, truly separating him from the crowd. Peng Wei still wants to chase after, but was stopped by Luo Feng. This person is full of cunning schemes and must not be taken lightly. The next morning at the police station door, several people who had been questioned all night were preparing to leave. Although this time Huang Taihong was not caught, but being able to uproot the Taihong group is considered as half of the revenge. However, the fact that Big Ears appeared last night was surprising to Luo Feng. The good brother in front of him is no longer the sheep that could be slaughtered at will. When he returned to the neighborhood, Luo Feng stretched his arms wide and yawned. It's Saturday today, a perfect day to go back and take a nap. The door was gently pushed open by Luo Feng. At first glance, I saw Jun Lianmeng lounging on the sofa in casual home attire. Luo Feng gently covered her with a blanket, but as soon as he walked up to her, she hugged him tightly. Luo Feng's body stiffened instantly, like a piece of iron, allowing Jun Lianmeng's little hand to hook onto his neck. In her sleep, Jun Lianmeng said in a naive tone, "Thank you, Luo Feng. You really didn't let me down." Before Luo Feng could respond, Jun Lianmeng suddenly woke up. He looked up at the man beside him. Luo Feng managed to squeeze out a few words from his mouth. "Teacher Jun, you're holding me so tightly." There was a crisp and loud slap sound. Luo Feng was solidly slapped across the face. Jun Lianmeng then looked guilty as he applied a towel to Luo Feng's face. "The organizers called last night and said you advanced with a perfect score. Then I fell asleep waiting for you here." Luo Feng immediately looked excited. He promised Teacher Jun something. Little Luo has always been committed to fulfilling missions. After a little twist, Luo Feng returned to his room. The matter with Taihong Group finally came to an end. He felt a bit more relieved in his heart. However, Luo Feng still has some doubts about Huang Taihong's background. And the power he displayed with that punch last night is definitely not weak. It is probably even beyond that of the fated Ink Guardian. Looks like I'll have to find someone to ask tomorrow. The woman's leopard-style boxing was unexpectedly learned by the man with just one glance. The power displayed casually was surprisingly immense, which startled Qian Ilian nearby. Luo Feng looked at her and explained, I couldn't help but imitate it. Then he took out Huang Taihong's mask. Do you recognize this? Qian Ilian's expression froze for a moment, as if she had seen something bad. Luo Feng, seeing her reaction, hurriedly asked, Is this related to fated ink? Qian Ilian focused and thought deeply. Although it is not an item related to fated ink, it seems to be from the skeleton abyss of the seven abysses evil sects. Although it represents the seven major evil forces, it has disappeared for 10 years. Then she leaned forward, staring at Luo Feng and asked him where this thing came from. I just picked it up from outside Taihong Group. Although Qian Ilian didn't believe it, he felt that with Luo Feng's ability, he most likely acquired it from somewhere. Before leaving, he said to Luo Feng again, next week, Ping Sherbo will have his 80th birthday banquet. There will also be a martial arts performance as part of the event. Do you want to come with me? Luo Feng thought that there would definitely be many kung fu fighters. After agreeing readily, the two parted ways. A week later was Ping's uncle's birthday banquet. Qian Ilian couldn't get through to Luo Feng by phone. She cursed him for being unreliable while stomping her foot. On the rooftop, Luo Feng sneezed violently. He came here to watch the kung fu fighter competition. He is not interested in birthday wishes. On the stage downstairs, Senior Ping walks in wearing a suit, announcing that the martial arts competition officially begins. At once, two strong men step onto the stage. However, the fight between the two is more like a street brawl with mutual attacks. Luo Feng watched with no interest. At this time, another person walked onto the stage. It was none other than Hot Fair, the #1 on the genius list, only to see the flames shining between his fingers, drawing out arrogance with the movement of his fingers. Two kung fu fighters unwilling to accept it. They rushed towards Hot Fair. The next moment, the fire snake formed by the flames directly knocked the two of them into the air. Luo Feng on the rooftop side. This snake-style boxing is indeed more flexible than leopard-style boxing. Hot Fair's determination is stronger. But are there still people coming to seek advice? Junior brothers below are discussing excitedly. Who would dare to provoke the top of the genius list? Just at this moment, a person in a cloak is flying in the air. Only to see this person's figure turn, revealing the true face of a woman. I want to challenge it. Ping Sherbo saw the skeleton cloak and his face turned pale with shock. It turned out to be Skeleton Abyss from the Seven Abysses evil sects. The beauty in Chong Sam smiles tenderly. Miss Jiang Purple came to offer birthday congratulations. Master Ping is very angry. He will never accept the birthday wishes from a cult. Let this Jiang Purple leave immediately. Unexpectedly, she directly countered back. She just wants to join the younger generations in practicing. Is it true that the disciples of the 9 sects are so timid? Before the words were finished, Hot Fair suddenly leaped up. The flames between her palms burst brightly. Surprisingly, Hot Fair's seemingly fierce boxing skills were easily dodged by Jiang Purple. On the other hand, after a set from Hot Fair, half of his energy has been consumed. Jiang Purple is seizing the opportunity. Kick in the air. Half a meter away from Hot Fair, a purple smoke appeared and passed through his body. With a heavy thud, Hot Fair fell heavily against the wall. And just as this happened, another person stepped onto the arena. Upon seeing the newcomer Luo Feng, he immediately became anxious. How could this foolish woman also go up? The newcomer turned out to be disciple Jiang Snowy from the ancient medical sect. This cult demoness defeated her opponent with just one move. She easily defeated the genius from the righteous sect and knocked him off the stage. The 80-year-old elder looked at his disciple who had fainted. He unexpectedly decided to personally teach this woman a lesson. At this moment, a clear female voice came from the audience. Disciples of the 9 sects are not ones you can humiliate. The person who came up is actually Jiang Snowy, a disciple of the ancient medical sect. Luo Feng on the rooftop was startled. This foolish woman is no match for this enchantress. At this moment, Jiang Snowy had already rushed up. Jiang Purple was calm, gathering purple smoke in her hand. With a snap of her hand, Jiang Snowy was sent flying straight out. Just when everyone thought the situation was hopeless, a person wearing a cloak rushed onto the stage from behind and securely pulled her into his arms. Jiang Snowy was greatly astonished. At a glance, she recognized that the person was Luo Feng. As the two of them landed steadily, Luo Feng advised her not to make a commotion. Then he quickly turned around, saying, "Today, this little beggar has come to beg for food. Since there is a competition here, I would like to join in. I hope you don't mind." Jiang Purple coldly snorted. "If you're looking to die, I can certainly accommodate you." The next second, his figure dispersed. Thick purple smoke surrounded his body. A cold and fierce kick was aimed straight at Luo Feng. Jiang Purple's 2 long legs were flying up and down. Luo Feng was jumping left and right without exception, and everyone dodged. Take advantage of the moment when she's about to strike down. Luo Feng suddenly clenched his left fist. Then, a bright red leopard rushed out as he attacked again. With a powerful momentum, it broke through the wall and charged straight towards Jiang Purple's body. A loud boom resounded. On the arena, only Luo Feng remained, along with a wall that had a huge hole blasted through it. Luo Feng didn't even have time to worry about the injured Jiang Purple who was trying to escape, but he was blocked by Senior Ping on the way. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. You should still be concerned about your senior brother first. I can see that he is seriously poisoned. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. In the quiet room, Jiang Snowy took out the elixir and gave it to Hot Fair to take. When leaving, couldn't help but sigh in the dark. Luo Feng really has good means. Afterward, Master Ping called his son over and asked him to make sure to find out the identity of that beggar. His boxing skills are formidable, but they are not from an orthodox source. It seems he is a disciple from a different senior martial artist. Brother Ping had a sudden inspiration. This person looks very similar to Qian Ilian's classmate. He has a strange and eccentric behavior. Could it be that this martial arts skill was learned from Sister Qian? Senior Ping's face changed. I see. It's necessary to teach this kid who learned the skill without permission a lesson. A man can't just learn the martial art of the sect with just one glance. He used this move to defeat the demon sect's enchantress in public. Unexpectedly, this also caught the attention of Elder. He is not from our sect, yet he has secretly learned our martial arts. We must teach this young man a lesson. The next day, the opening ceremony of the ancient medical sect's medicine hall. Elder Ping came with his son to offer congratulations. Coincidentally, they ran into Luo Feng, who was also present. The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. However, Elder Ping still extended an olive branch by asking Luo Feng if he would like to join the animal-style sect. Luo Feng pretended to ponder for a moment. Forget about the animal-style sect. Elder Ping was not angry. When you have learned the martial arts of the animal-style sect, you can decide again without any pressure. In an instant, the fist light in his hand brightened. As the master of the snake-style boxing, today he is determined to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Luo Feng is not afraid at all. Please, Elder Ping, kindly give me some guidance. Suddenly, a strong hurricane struck. Sharp 2 fingers stabbed straight towards the eyes. Just as everyone was still exclaiming in surprise, the situation suddenly took a turn. Luo Feng's fist was the first to block at the area of his ribs. Elder Ping twisted his body. The fierce boxing technique turned into the head of a snake and smashed down. Luo Feng dodged the killer move in one smooth motion. Unexpectedly, Elder Ping still had a trick up his sleeve. The sharp fist wind instantly enveloped Luo Feng, just as he was about to deliver the final punch. Luo Feng used the leopard-style boxing. A fierce leopard instantly knocked him away. He slid for a few meters before barely coming to a stop. Qian Ilian's expression changed in surprise as this punch was thrown. It turned out that the beggar from yesterday was really him. Elder Ping is not willing to lose face like this. Stepping forward with a kick, he is about to follow up with a punch. In midair, a 100-meter-long blue serpent with bared fangs. Luo Feng adjusts his focus and breath without a trace of fear. In the next second, 2 long red snakes charged out of the air. They were faster and more powerful, with a loud explosion and splattered flames. Elder Ping flew backward again. He spat out 2 puddles of blood from his mouth. Thank you for Elder Ping's guidance. Snake-style boxing feels very smooth to use. Elder Ping was so angry that he almost fainted. I have been practicing for a lifetime. Yet, I am not as good as you, who only took 1 glance. Later, Luo Feng left with big ears. Qian Ilian stared blankly at their departing figures. Luo Feng, what is your background? The next day, Zhang Tianya hurriedly ran over. The animal-style sect unexpectedly sent out hero invitations. They plan to collectively attack Luo Feng on the 15th. Members of the 5 factions will also participate. They will work together to complete the revenge mission. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng seemed indifferent. Don't worry about it. Let them come. However, Zhang Tianya still looks serious. Instruct the daughter to notify all the elders of the ancient medical sect. In any case, we must defend against this matter for the master. Do you know what men are most excited to see when they shower? Not the muscles comparable to Schwarzenegger in the mirror, nor admiring their charming tattoos, but being able to see the girl next door as soon as you leave. Luo Feng had a sly smile on his face, patting Song AIing on the back from behind. The photo frame she was holding was also scared away and flew out. Luo Feng was shocked and reached out to grab the photo frame. Who allowed you to touch my things? What will we do if the photo frame is broken? Song AIing's tears of grievance streamed down her face. With a humph, she ran out the door. In the room, Luo Feng put it back in place. Looking at the girl in military uniform above, he sighed. How good it would be if you were still by my side. The next day on the bus, Zijing University organized a group outing. Vivi ignored the tingling sensation in her buttocks caused by the bumps. She even thoughtfully peeled an orange for Luo Feng. At this moment, big ears on the side started asking about the dragon's jewel. It is said that there is a dragon hidden in the pond in Happiness Village, nurturing a powerful jewel. Lume from next to me also came over. It is said that many diving teams have gone there but did not find anything. We can go take a look too. Talking and laughing with others casually. Arrived at the Happy Village Resort Hotel quickly. Several people returned to their rooms to rest. In the evening, Luo Feng walked out of the hotel alone. He happened to run into Song Aiying, who was passing by. But when Song Aiying hesitated for just a moment, Luo Feng, who was just in front of her, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Luo Feng had already walked to the edge of the pool, staring blankly at the calm water surface. He always felt that beneath the pool where Dragon's Jewel happened, there was something calling out to him. Suddenly, the calm water surface became turbulent. A giant blue dragon suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water, with a shiny jewel in its mouth. I've been waiting for you. Luo Feng jumped into the pool with a splash and swam towards the direction where the dragon disappeared. At this moment, a shimmering jewel came rushing towards him at the bottom of the water. Without time to react, it directly smashed into Luo Feng's body. Time seemed to be enveloped by a force, continuously compressing the body and making it difficult to breathe. The person slowly softened and sank down. It's unknown how much time has passed. Song Aiying walked to the edge of the pond and muttered, "It would be great if Luo Feng were here too." At the same time, there was still the illusion in her mind of Luo Feng holding her hand. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Luo Feng, unconscious, floated to the surface of the water. Song Aiying struggled to pull Luo Feng up, shouting continuously. But what she didn't notice was, a bright light flashed on the dragon pattern behind Luo Feng, then abruptly disappeared as if it had merged into his body. On the shore, Song Aiying is performing chest compressions with force. The pressure on the hands continues to increase. However, Luo Feng still shows no response. Song Aiying lightly brushed her hair around her ears. There's no other way. It seems I can only use up my first kiss. This beautiful woman is about to give artificial respiration to a man, just because he was attacked by a jewel underwater. Just as Song Aiying was about to put it on her lips, Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. But all he saw in front of him was darkness. Then, it was as if his soul left his body and ascended into the air. When he stopped, he found himself in a chaotic place. Countless secret spells of different sects swiftly passed by him. Before he could figure out what was going on, another beam of light suddenly shot towards him. His physical body suddenly woke up in reality. Subconsciously, he was about to sit up, but he bumped into Song Aiying's ravine. Song Aiying made a thug's move and punched Luo Feng. This made him spit out the river water that had become trapped in his chest. Luo Feng got up and looked at her. His eyes were fixed on the spot that was just hit. A faint blush appeared on Song Aiying's pretty face. Then she let out a loud, "Wow," and ran away in a hurry. Luo Feng rubbed his head hard to sober himself up. He stood there looking bewildered. But he had no idea. Song Aiying was made to cry by his actions, her eyes red with tears. It turns out there was a rule in the village where she grew up. If a foreign man touched her private area, he must be killed. What should I do now? Luo Feng is now too preoccupied to think about anything else. Dragon's Jewel is all he can think about, as well as the chaotic space he entered while unconscious. He then sat cross-legged, attempting to re-enter through meditation. The jewel on the back of the dragon's eye suddenly lit up with a buzzing sound. As if being electrified, the eyes opened. The body once again entered this world. One secret technique after another emerged in an instant. Luo Feng suddenly noticed the words, "Savage Paradise Teaching." This is not a martial art, but the name of one of the 3 teachings. Could it be that this place is related to this teaching? Just as his fingers lightly touched the words. With a snap, the chaotic world converged, condensing into an ancient book surrounded by purple mist. It doesn't matter if it's Savage Paradise Teaching or Savage Earth Teaching. There's no reason not to eat the meat that's on hand. 2 hours later, Luo Feng toned down his thoughts and returned to reality. Stretching his body comfortably, he felt his power become even more solid. His mind became even clearer. The next day before Luo Feng left, he went to see 2 former subordinates. Iron Skin with yellow hair handed a USB to Luo Feng. It contained the loopholes in the financial statements of Zheng Tian High Group that he had investigated. The person with silver hair next to them, Judge, patted their chest and said, "In the future, feel free to let me know if the leader needs anything." Luo Feng chuckled lightly and said, "Perhaps before long, the few of you as brothers can fight side by side again." The Iron Skin Judge and the 2 of them became greatly spirited. "Leader, Are you really planning to return to Xinyuan Pavilion? Don't get too excited first. I was just being polite. Then he waved goodbye to the two of them. Walking alone on the road, his mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Perhaps one day he would have to return to Xinyuan Pavilion. Only then can he thoroughly understand the truth of the Break Skycliff incident back then. Two beautiful women are looking at the man with malicious intent. The scorching self-glare made his heart beat wildly. Luo Feng, stop right there. Vivi, let me ask you, you didn't return to the hotel last night. Did you go out with another girl? Luo Feng looked embarrassed, shaking his head while watching the two beautiful girls playing around. Vivi, come over here. I have something to talk to you about. Vivi's brain is spinning rapidly. She thinks to herself, this boy must be about to confess his feelings to me. Little did she know that Luo Feng's request for a private meeting was actually about her father's company's financial statements. Vivi took the USB drive with a blush on her face. I will go first. Remember to find me if you need anything. I will do my best to complete your tasks. Vivi's small face blushed again. Luo Feng, you are really very man. Love you. Love you. After leaving the campus, Luo Feng walked to the Ing La Grand Hotel. He happened to meet the little brother walking towards him. His mouth was mumbling. What's wrong, buddy? Here's the deal, brother-in-law. A strange person who never leaves the room moved into room 206 recently. Every time these days, he asks for meals to be delivered to the door. When you deliver the food, he always covers his face and doesn't show it. Luo Feng didn't pay much attention. There aren't that many strange people in this world. Maybe he is just doing some research at the hotel. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the corner. Just then, Jiang Tianyao waved his hand and said, please follow me back to the ancient medical sect to inherit the position of the master. Luo Feng didn't stop walking and just replied with one sentence. No time. Don't. At least take this. Luo Feng took it and saw that it was the secret divine spell of the ancient medical sect. I wonder which one is more powerful, this divine spell or the purple smoke. Just then, Song Aiying's voice came from inside the house, scaring Luo Feng, who thought the girl was seeking revenge for the time she accidentally bumped her head on his chest. To everyone's surprise, Song Aiying squinted her eyes and said, Luo Feng, would you like to go on a date with me? After saying that, Song Aiying pulled the shocked Luo Feng and walked away. The two of them strolled until nighttime. Song Aiying happily licked a lollipop while walking ahead. Luo Feng followed behind, feeling somewhat tired. I always feel that today's date is somewhat inexplicably strange. Today, Song Aiying actually brought Luo Feng out on a date. More importantly, she wants to be honest about her identity. At this moment, colorful fireworks lit up the sky. Song Aiying also gathered the courage to confess. In fact, my name is Song Joyce and I come from a Miao village in the south. Before she finished speaking, Luo Feng interrupted. Wait a minute. Did you say your name is Song Joyce? He asked about his little sister. Her name is indeed Song Joyce. But at that time, I didn't know your name yet. He seemed quite anxious. Song Aiying looked worried after listening. They are my brothers coming to monitor me. If they find us, it could be a problem for both of us. Before finishing talking, several burly men appeared behind. One by one, angrily surrounding Luo Feng. You little jerk actually lied to me. Stay away from my sister. There is a rule in the village where this woman lives. If touched in intimate places by men of other ethnic groups, they must be put to death. Therefore, she sent out her brothers to protect her. But when they found their sister, they discovered that she was walking with a man. It turned out that it was the person who lied to her in the afternoon that he didn't know her sister. Song Aiying stood in front of Luo Feng. I forbid you to bully him. Of course, he doesn't recognize me because I used a fake name. When they saw the younger sister speaking up, several tough guys suddenly turned into fans of younger girls. They asked her about her well-being and showed concern for her. Song Aiying insisted on making her older brothers leave, but how could these tough guys agree? They said, if we leave, who will protect you? Song Aiying grabbed Luo Feng, saying that she has him to protect her. Luo Feng's heart raced. Big sister, please don't involve me in this right now, he said. Sure enough, this action directly angered Song Ban and his group. A big fist is directly smashing towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng swiftly dodges with Song Aiying. They are going to beat me up just by touching you. Your bodyguards are a bit extreme. As soon as the words fell, Song Ban's fist struck again. Luo Feng focused his energy and unleashed a powerful fist that shocked the heavens. However, the fist in front of him instantly paused. Everyone, I didn't mean to offend. My relationship with Song is also very innocent. I hope no one misunderstands. Since Luo Feng gave away to back down, the other party's anger also diminished a bit. But Song Aiying's heart is incredibly complicated on the side. It's so obvious. How can they still say we have a clear and clean relationship? It's so irritating. The next day, at Zijing University campus, Qin Ilian meets up with Luo Feng. She reminds Luo Feng to be careful at this assembly of warlords. The organizers have even invited the free and unfettered faction, one of the 5 factions, to participate. However, the second princess of the free and unfettered faction is missing and may not be able to make it. They are currently looking for new assistants. Luo Feng is indeed daring. They should prioritize finding the second princess first with the time they have. It's truly boring for them to come and attack me one by one. At this moment, Vivi's graceful figure appeared in front of someone. Qin Ilian cleverly waved her hand and left. But Vivi still kept a close eye on her and glanced at her a few times. Then she took Luo Feng to meet Zhang Tianhai. When Zhang Tianhai met Luo Feng, he immediately praised her for being amazing. The professionals couldn't uncover the false accounts for months, but you effortlessly solved it in just a few days. And he arranged a position as the chief consultant for Luo Feng. That means he doesn't have to go to work and can still casually mention his annual salary. Vivi looked at the man who was making her fall deeper and nodded. Luo Feng, you must go. Let's just set it like this, okay? After some hesitation, Luo Feng reluctantly agreed. He arrived at the Ing La Grand Hotel alone. When he returned, he was blocked by the hurried arrival of his little brother. Brother-in-law, it's bad. The guest in room 206 specifically requested for Sister Tsun Jingshu to deliver the meal. However, Sister Tsun is on leave today. Now the guest is making a lot of noise. Saying this, he pulled Luo Feng and went upstairs. Luo Feng looked at the somewhat gloomy room 206. He directly reached out and pushed the door open. The next second, a kettle came flying towards him. At the same time, a masked person who looked like a young girl also charged towards him. This is definitely the most fierce little loli I've ever seen. If we can't settle this with words, I'll just throw a hot water kettle at you. They rushed forward and started a set of punches filled with love. Luo Feng dodged with a quick step. I can see you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With a slap, he grabbed hold of her wrist with a backhand. He took advantage of the momentum to twist her wrist downwards, directly pressing her down to the ground. He reached out and forcefully pulled off the cloth band covering her eyes. In front of him appeared a little girl with tears in her eyes. Luo Feng panicked and let go of the girl's hand. The little girl rolled on the ground and threw a tantrum, leaving him feeling a bit at a loss. After a moment, the little girl's emotions finally calmed down slightly. I'm sorry, little one. I heard that you hit the waiter before coming here to see me. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears as she shouted that they all looked like bad people. Luo Feng fell silent for a moment. Do you think I look like a bad person? The little girl widened her eyes and glanced over. You showed mercy to my subordinates. You don't look like a bad person. Luo Feng was amused by her words as well. I am Luo Feng. What is your name? However, the little girl gritted her teeth and refused to answer. But his stomach kept growling nonstop. I'll just call you little girl for now. Let's go. Big brother will take you to eat. At this time, Zhang Tianya outside the door waved his hand and called for Luo Feng. After Luo Feng came over, he quickly asked how his divine spell cultivation was going. I haven't learned the divine spell yet, but I have learned a few other moves. Zhang Tianya was surprised. Master, please pay attention. Don't learn others' martial arts without permission. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Feng used the moves that the little girl had just used. How come you even learned the Heaven-Earth Palm technique of the free and unfettered faction? Luo Feng chuckled lightly without answering. It seems that this little girl is indeed the second princess of the free and unfettered faction. In the hotel restaurant, looking at the little girl eating heartily, she couldn't help but feel pity for her. You have been staying in the hotel for so long and haven't gone out. How about I take you out for a walk? The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, nodded vigorously. In the evening, the urban area of Yangcheng City. Luo Feng spent the day playing with the girl in disguise. The girl also gradually let down her guard against Luo Feng. And at this moment, in the corner behind them, a man wearing a duckbill cap was secretly taking pictures of the two. The two were chatting as they walked back to the hotel. The little girl took out a photo. She is my sister. She ran away from home 7 years ago. I went out this time to find my sister. Luo Feng picked up this photo from 7 years ago. He remembered the appearance of his older sister. He sighed softly. Being the master of the free and unfettered faction is not easy. One by one, the children have all run away. Okay, miss. I will try to help you find them. You should go back and rest first. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. After watching Xiaotu return to her room, Luo Feng gave a bitter smile. This little cutie really makes it hard for people to resist helping her. At this moment, a whistling fist wind came from behind. Luo Feng instinctively lunged forward. Not good. This person actually has the aura of a super soldier. Do you know what happens when the 1st and 100th on the warlord list face off? Do you know what kind of sparks will be produced in their collision? The answer is that there are no sparks. Just a one-sided crushing. After 2 moves, Luo Feng directly subdued him, saying, Who sent you? The super soldier quickly capitulated, but his hands behind his back were not honest. Luo Feng stomped on him, and another cracking sound was heard immediately. It's Yi Xingchen. He sent me here. Luo Feng focused and pondered. It turned out to be the kid who tripped himself up during the previous oral exam. Luo Feng did not make things difficult for him and asked him to pass on a message to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen in the hospital in Yangqing City answered the phone on the sickbed. A voice of a super soldier came from the other end of the phone. Luo Feng asked me to tell you that he will prepare a great gift for you. Yi Xingchen was very angry after hearing this. Luo Feng, you wait for me. Even a super soldier can't deal with you. I will find someone even more powerful to deal with you. Unexpectedly, the kid made a sudden movement. His arm bumped into the table. Suddenly, a sound like a pig being slaughtered could be heard coming from the hospital. Animal Style Sect Headquarters. Elder Ping made a video call. He informed the other party that the whereabouts of the second princess have been discovered in Yangqing City. At the same time, it was also discovered that she was lured into a hotel by Luo Feng. The old man on the phone was furious. What did you say? I will send someone over immediately. Please ask the Animal Style Sect to go protect the second princess first. Elder Ping hung up the phone with a sly smile on his face. Luo Feng, you just wait for me. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Meanwhile, at Yinglaw's Grand Hotel, a group of young people are surrounding a waitress, inquiring about information on a little girl. Luo Feng walked up to the group. Several big men are looking for a little girl. What are you trying to do? Several people immediately recognized Luo Feng and demanded that he hand over the second princess of the free and unfettered faction. Luo Feng refused to admit it. Directly pulled out a photo of the two of them shopping together. You dare to follow me? That kid stammered and quickly begged for mercy. Luo Feng threw him away without wasting words. The situation has become serious. He must hurry to tell the little girl. Room 206. Luo Feng directly revealed the identity of the second princess to the little girl. But unexpectedly, the little girl had a puzzled look on her face. Following that, she even had a tearful voice as she questioned Luo Feng if he was only treating her nicely because of her identity. Luo Feng smiled indifferently and said, To me, you are just a helpless child with no one to rely on. But when you went out last night, your whereabouts were captured by someone. The free and unfettered faction may send someone over soon. The little girl looked at Luo Feng. She hopes to stay until she finds her sister. Luo Feng patted the little girl's head. In that case, let me find a new place for you first. In the hall, Luo Feng is looking for a new place for the little girl. Suddenly felt a wave of killing intent coming from behind. Turned around and threw a punch, only to find a silver-haired judge behind. Judge heard that the free and unfettered faction intended to cause trouble for Luo Feng, so he hurried over to help him. At this time, a group of people broke into the hotel looking for Luo Feng. Luo Feng and two others directly confronted the group. I am Luo Feng. Are you all from the free and unfettered faction? In an instant, several people surrounded Luo Feng and the other two. I am Sun Miao, the senior disciple of Elder Full. Quickly hand over the second princess. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh softly. Your princess is lost, and you have come to me for it. Sending a junior disciple like this is quite amusing. Sun Miao's eyes filled with murderous intent. Dealing with you or me alone would be sufficient. Judge took a step forward and raised his arm slightly. You're not worthy of having my leader take action. Let me handle you. How powerful is Luo Feng's lackey? He's not at all inferior when facing the senior disciples of the free and unfettered faction. He can easily dodge even the unpredictable heaven-earth palm technique. Just now Sun Miao was ordered to bring back the second princess. But the second princess will not give up until she finds her sister, and she requests that Luo Feng can help her evade her pursuers. This requires him to block the free and unfettered faction that is coming to take her. In the hall, Judge stood in front of Luo Feng, waving his hand towards Sun Miao. Sun Miao roared and launched an attack. Judge easily dodged by stepping back. The two chased each other with Luo Feng practicing on the side. Judge, go for it. The next second, Judge was behind. A huge figure of the underworld Judge appeared. Sun Miao was instantly frightened off by this momentum. The Judge wielded a brush with powerful momentum. Sun Miao focused his energy and executed the heaven-earth palm technique, only to see Judge lightly lifting the writing brush. The mastery of the writing brush. With a flash of his figure, he pierced through Sun Miao and activated the fight word spell. A fight word suddenly appeared on Sun Miao's chest. His body then suddenly collapsed. He was defeated with just one move. Today's battle successfully delayed the free and unfettered faction. We must hurry to transfer the little girl at this moment. Sister Lan is inside the rental house. Luo Feng pulled the little girl to knock on the door. Due to her special identity, she can only claim to be her niece. Although Teacher June greeted friendly, the little girl still nodded after seeing Luo Feng. Slowly accepted this big sister. At the same time, Sun Miao is receiving the wrath of his master. Elder Full really can't understand. How could his own disciple be killed in one move by an underling? Don't provoke Luo Feng for the next few days. After I arrive, I will seek his life. When Elder Full personally takes action, the news will spread. Qian Ilian immediately rushed to inform Luo Feng, and informed him that the Assembly of Warlords has also formed an execution team. Also handed Luo Feng a list. The characters appearing in it are truly a luxurious lineup. Watching Luo Feng and Qian Ilian looking calm and composed, one can't help but feel anxious. Don't worry. Anyone who tries to deal with me will end up defeated in the end. Later, Luo Feng called Iron Skin. Iron Skin's voice came through the phone, sounding impatient. But when Iron Skin realized it was Luo Feng, he quickly stood up to apologize. I see you're not busy either. Come to the Ing La Grand Hotel. I want you to fight with me again. The hotel lobby in a moment. Luo Feng reunites with Iron Skin Judge. Iron Skin is excited to give a hug. Someone on the phone was very impatient just now. Let me first check if your strength has regressed. Suddenly, there were bursts of howling coming from the hotel. Then 3 people entered the room. Luo Feng synced the Assembly of Warlords' actions to the 2 people. Iron Skin, upon hearing this violent threat, is ready to kill directly. Luo Feng smiled calmly. It's said that he who knows when to advance and when to retreat is a skilled tactician. Let's have a battle between 3 heroes and a group of experts. Qian Ilian is waiting for the male lead. Encountered by the execution team surrounded. Will she be safe? Please like for me to continue telling the story. Early morning. Thunder roared outside. While Iron Skin and Judge were snoring like thunder, Luo Feng looked at the 2 of them. You guys are still going to drink without stopping. Unfortunately, I still have to go to school. Looking at the sky outside the window, it seems like it's going to rain. I think Qian Ilian will definitely go for a morning run. I wonder if she brought an umbrella. Forget it. Let's bring 2 umbrellas just in case. I think if she sees me, she will start talking about the matters of the Assembly of Warlords again. In a council chamber, Elder Deng said, in a few days, the Assembly of Warlords will be held. Now, have the execution team prepare to move. Capture Luo Feng at the first opportunity. Elder Ping then spoke up. In addition, there is another matter. Qian Yan's daughter Qian Ilian not only did not accuse Luo Feng, but also secretly collected information on the Assembly of Warlords. I suspect she has completely betrayed us. After hearing this, Elder Deng said, daring to commit such a heinous act of betrayal. He ordered the execution team to quickly bring back Qian Yan's daughter and the couple, Qian Yan and his wife, together. They will be dealt with after the Assembly of Warlords. Seeing such a resolution, Elder Ping was very pleased. Luo Feng, this time I will make you regret offending the animal-style sect. It started drizzling under the sky. Qian Ilian eagerly awaited someone with anticipation. Why hasn't this bookworm arrived yet? Why do I always feel somewhat inexplicably uneasy? Qian Ilian's Daoju is correct. The execution team is rapidly approaching her. At this moment, Qian Ilian has also sensed someone approaching. However, when she turned around, she found out that it was not Luo Feng. Only to see a woman in red pointing at Qian Ilian and asking, "Are you Qian Ilian, the daughter of Qian Yan?" Qian Ilian took a step back and said, "Yes, that's me. Are you from the execution team?" The woman in red, after confirming the identity, immediately shouted, "You have betrayed the animal-style sect and collaborated with the scum among the kung fu fighters. We are here to take you back. Let's do it." Qian Ilian dodged an attack and retorted, "Nonsense. I did not betray the animal-style sect. Luo Feng is not an evil person either." The masked man attacked Qian Ilian. "It has come to this. You still want to argue. You're protecting that kung fu fighter scum." Qian Ilian, upon hearing this, no longer held back. She unleashed leopard-style boxing and struck the man in black directly. The man in black was directly sent flying out. Qian Ilian stared at the woman in red. "I, Qian Ilian, am clear-minded." The woman in red swung 2 red damask silk scarves. What a joke. "Today, I, Tang Red Poppy, will personally capture you, you jerk." Seeing the red damask silk attacking, Qian Ilian was startled. This is the red sleeve skill of the Tang family fortress. Shouting, "I am a core disciple of the animal-style sect, a member of the Xinyuan Pavilion. You have no right to arrest me."
Tang Red Poppies not only.
You little jerk. Don't you understand by now? If it wasn't for the consent of the animal-style sect, do you think we would dare to act against the Qian Yan family? Qian Ilian was stunned after hearing that. Has the animal-style sect determined that I am a traitor? I have even implicated my family. Tang Red Poppy saw Qian Ilian stunned. Immediately seizing the opportunity, she launched an attack. The red damask silk instantly surrounded Qian Ilian in the middle. The next moment, the red damask silk tightened, binding up Qian Ilian. With a loud crash, Qian Ilian and the big tree behind her fell to the ground. Tang Red Poppy sneered. Is Qian Yan's daughter really this weak? Qian Ilian knelt down on the ground at this moment. He was in a sorry state all over. Tang Red Poppy waved the red damask silk again and said, betraying the animal-style sect. You should know what will happen. The serious Qian Ilian is not easy to provoke either. She let the red damask silk cut her own cheek. Finally found an opportunity to meet in adversity. Hold the red damask silk tightly and strike with force now. Directly bring Tang Red Poppy over here. Immediately use leopard-style boxing. Shout loudly and attack Tang Red Poppy. Just when Qian Ilian found an opportunity, prepare to turn the tide for victory. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The person in black hit him on the back with 1 palm, only to see Qian Ilian spurt out a mouthful of blood. Fell heavily between the 2 people. Tang Red Poppy stepped forward and lifted Qian Ilian's chin. She truly is Qian Yan's daughter, having such strength at a young age. It's a pity that she betrayed the animal-style sect and ended up with that kung fu fighter scum. It's a self-inflicted outcome. Qian Ilian reluctantly opened one eye and said, Luo Feng will not let you get away with this.
Tang Red Poppy chúc cờ.
Good luck to you. He has already caught the attention of another execution team. He will soon be taken to Cloudy Mountain. You won't see him again. At this point, Qian Ilian had no more strength left. At the moment of closing her eyes, she could only mutter weakly, Luo Feng, quickly. Luo Feng arrived at the place where Qian Ilian often goes for morning runs. Looking at the drizzle falling from the sky. I don't know if classmate Qian is still here. He looked around but didn't see Qian Ilian's figure. He thought, could she really have left? Just as Luo Feng was about to leave, he saw an abandoned umbrella in the distance. Upon approaching, he discovered a piece of bloodstain beside the umbrella. He seemed to have suddenly realized something. He clenched his fist tightly. His eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. It seems like only rainwater. I can make him a little calmer. He immediately lowered his head to analyze the situation. What exactly happened here? Who is responsible for this? The animal-style sect should not have attacked their own disciple. He bent down to pick up the blood-stained umbrella. She is so powerful. She should be able to escape. At this moment, a group of kung fu fighters attacked Luo Feng. The anger-unresolved Luo Feng clenched his fists. Immediately he turned around and threw a punch. He punched the man nearby and sent him flying. A man with short hair shouted, Kung Fu Fighter scum, Luo Feng execution team is here. Surrender now. Luo Feng looked at the man with short hair and asked, did you attack Qian Ilian? Where is she now? The man with short hair didn't answer his question. He pounced towards Luo Feng. He can barely take care of himself and still worries about others. Come back with us obediently. You can avoid some suffering. Luo Feng's figure flashed. He taunted, saying, just based on you guys? After the man with short hair slapped his hand out, it was discovered that it was just the afterimage of Luo Feng. When he sensed danger, Luo Feng's palm was already in front of him. Angry Luo Feng did not hold back. With a bang, the head of the man with short hair directly slapped into the ground by this slap. Seeing Luo Feng's strength, everyone immediately decided to mobilize all members to suppress together. A thunderous lightning struck the sky. At this moment, Luo Feng seemed like a demon in the mortal world. Come on, let me show you what hell is like. Members of the execution team started taking action one after another. Darts flew towards Luo Feng at an extreme speed one after another. But Luo Feng didn't retreat and instead moved forward, rushing towards the darts. Luo Feng passed through the crowd like a ghost, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The next second, clattering sounds rang out. The limbs of the execution team members, distorting in various forms. The crowd immediately began wailing in pain. They felt like they had encountered a monster. Luo Feng mentioned a member of the execution team. Answer my question now, or you will die. The man quickly shouted for mercy. The one who attacked Qian Yan's daughter is another member of the execution team. It has nothing to do with us. Luo Feng was shocked. Is this an order from the animal-style sect? Why? The man said, because she helped you gather intelligence. She betrayed the animal-style sect. Elder Deng personally issued the order to capture the Qian Yan family. Luo Feng remembered a sentence from Qian Ilian before. This is the only thing I can do for you. I can't believe I caused trouble for her. Then he threw the man out. You all actually want to hurt my people. Then the animal-style sect. You are seeking death for yourselves. After Luo Feng dealt with the execution team, he returned to the hotel alone. Song Aiying was waiting for him at this time. Seeing Luo Feng all wet, he went up to ask what had happened. Luo Feng replied, it's nothing. I just forgot to bring an umbrella. How did you get back? Song Aiying looked at Luo Feng flirtatiously and said, I didn't see you coming to school, so I came back to check. As a result, I found your friend sleeping in the room. Thinking of Iron Skin and Judge sleeping like corpses. They haven't woken up yet. These 2 guys are still asleep. Just then, Song's brothers are asking the waiter, Do you know where Luo Feng's room is located? Fortunately, Luo Feng discovered them just in time. Song Aiying pushed open her door. Luo Feng's move instantly made Song Aiying blush. Immediately after that, Luo Feng closed the door with a click. At this moment, Song Aiying, who was pressed against the wall by Luo Feng, timidly asked, "What do you want to do?" Luo Feng placed a finger on his lips. "Don't make a sound. Your brothers are here," he whispered. Song Aiying was surprised. "How is that possible? I didn't tell them where I live." Luo Feng replied, "It seems like they are here to find me." Song Aiying said, "It shouldn't be. I already warned them not to bother you anymore." Luo Feng gently closed his eyes. "I don't know either," he said. Watching Luo Feng close his eyes, Song Aiying's heart was in turmoil. Should she kiss him? I must not make a sound. It would be troublesome if she was discovered. Just as Song Aiying was about to give her first kiss, a knock on the door interrupted. Song Aiying opened her eyes in disappointment. She timidly said, "Please don't do this. It will be troublesome if my brothers find out." Luo Feng whispered gently in Song Aiying's ear, "I know. So don't make a sound. I will handle it." He then hid Song Aiying behind the door and went out himself. Song Aiying, who stayed in the room, felt dizzy for a moment. What is this? Getting so close just to say a few words. Really lacks courage, she thought to herself. Luo Feng pretended to look surprised and called out, "Song's eldest brother." Song's eldest brother replied, "Luo Feng, I'm glad you're here. We were worried you were still at school. By the way, why are you all wet?" Luo Feng casually closed the door and said, "I forgot to bring an umbrella. I'll go back to change my clothes." Do the brothers have something to tell me? Song's eldest brother looked at Luo Feng apologetically and said, "We came here on purpose to apologize for our previous rudeness. We are a faction of the Southern Miao ethnic group and hope to be your allies in fighting against the Assembly of Warlords." Luo Feng was left feeling dizzy by Song's eldest brother's words. Song's eldest brother explained, "Yesterday, we met Master Jiang at the ancient medical sect. That's when we found out that you are the future master of the ancient medical sect." And their conversation was listened to word for word by Song Aiying inside the door. After listening, Luo Feng said, "You must have reached some agreement with the ancient medical sect, right?" Song's eldest brother replied, "Luo Feng is right. Master Jiang promised that if our 7 brothers participate in the battle, then the ancient medical sect will form an alliance with the southern Miao village. For the future of the Miao village, the 7 of us are willing to take this risk." Luo Feng thought to himself, "It seems that Jiang Tianyai anticipated that the ancient medical sect may not be willing to confront the Assembly of Warlords, so they are trying to win over the southern Miao village through forming an alliance." Then he spoke, "In that case, you should act together with Master Jiang." Song's eldest brother asked, "What about you, Luo Feng?" Luo Feng waved his hand and replied, "I have my own plans. If help is needed, I will send a signal." Song's brothers replied, "In that case, we will go back and wait for Master Jiang's arrangement. Also, we hope that this matter will not be told to Joyce. The Assembly of Warlords this time is definitely very dangerous. We don't want her to worry, and we especially don't want her to get involved." Although Song's brothers do not want their own Joyce sister to know, they are going to participate in the Assembly of Warlords. But Song Aiying has already heard everything at the door. Luo Feng opened the door. "You heard everything," Song Aiying said. "You're actually the future master of the ancient medical sect, as well as the target of the Assembly of Warlords. What is your real identity?" Luo Feng stepped past Song Aiying and said, "All you need to know is that I'm your roommate. My friends and I have something to discuss. Can you please give us some privacy?" Song Aiying shouted, "Luo Feng, I know the Assembly of Warlords must be extremely dangerous, but I support my brother's decision. It's just." Luo Feng glanced back at Song Aiying. Song Aiying's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. She just hoped that you and your brothers, please come back safely. Luo Feng gave Song Aiying a reassuring gesture. "Don't worry, Joy's sister." When Song Aiying turned around to avoid, hope surged in her heart. If Luo Feng could overcome the difficulties and become the ancient medical sect master, then he truly would be the husband bestowed by the heavens. At this moment, Iron Skin was still sleeping heavily on the sofa. The next second, he was punched and flew up in the air. Iron Skin, who fell to the ground, unaware of the danger, shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who dared to sneak attack me, Grandpa?" He only calmed down when a foot stepped on his face. Judge stood up with a puzzled look. "Leader, something unexpected happened?" Luo Feng replied, "One of my classmates was taken away." "Judge, you should have already found out the gathering place of the Assembly of Warlords members, right?" Judge said sternly, "Yes. They are gathered in various hotels at the foot of Cloudy Mountain. The Animal Style sect even booked the 5-star Cali Grand Hotel." Iron Skin roared, "Leader, let's launch a direct attack to rescue the captives and crush the lackeys of the Assembly of Warlords." Luo Feng, on the other hand, said, "No need to rush. I will defeat them openly at the Assembly of Warlords. As for my classmates, he then shouted, Judge. Judge saluted Luo Feng with a fist and said, Leader, leave it to me. Iron Skin sighed, resting his chin in his hand. It seems there's nothing for me to do then. At this moment, the phone in Luo Feng's pocket vibrated. It was a call from the June Alliance. She told Luo Feng that something was wrong. The little girl is missing. Luo Feng's expression turned serious. What's going on? June Lianming explained. I just got back and told her that you didn't come to school today. Before I knew it, she disappeared. Luo Feng understood what was going on after hearing this. Surely the little girl misunderstood and thought she had been taken away by the free and unfettered faction. Then comfort the June Alliance immediately. Teacher June, don't worry. I will go find her now. At that moment, a gorgeous figure passed by the window. Luo Feng and June Lianming said they would contact each other later and then hung up the phone. Iron Skin yelled, Who is it? A beautiful woman in black stockings climbed in through the window and looked at Luo Feng, asking, Are you the Kung Fu fighter scum? Judge shouted loudly again, Who are you? Iron Skin also responded, How dare you intrude into our leader's room? You woman, have the courage of 1,000 men. The woman in black stockings played with her hair and said, Brothers, don't be nervous. I, Jiang Purple from Skeleton Abyss, am here to help this time. The three of them were all surprised. Luo Feng said, The 7 Abysses evil sects want to help me? Jiang Purple lightly touched her chin and said, That's right. The Animal Style sect has summoned the Assembly of Warlords to deal with you alone. We at Skeleton Abyss have never been fond of those hypocrites. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, I want to lend you a hand. Luo Feng is very clear-headed. You are willing to help an ordinary student like me to resist the Assembly of Warlords. What do you need me to do? Jiang Purple reached out his hand. Clever. As long as you are willing to join my Skeleton Abyss, I promise you will win. I, Skeleton Abyss, with an ordinary student, defeated the so-called righteous faction and also established prestige. Win-win. Luo Feng said, You want to recruit me to make a name for yourselves? Iron Skin sneered, Thought you had some skills. Turns out you're just daydreaming. Seeing this situation, Jiang Purple became a little anxious. Luo Feng, you need to think it over. Once you lose to the Assembly of Warlords, you could lose your martial arts skills at best, or even your life at worst. Joining the Skeleton Abyss is your wisest choice. Jiang Purple analyzed the benefits and losses of joining the Assembly of Warlords for Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng remains unmoved, indicating that he will not join forces with Skeleton Abyss. He believes that Assembly of Warlords can handle it themselves. Jiang Purple pointed to Luo Feng as a naive person. You think you can take on Assembly of Warlords alone? Let's see how you end up. Then Jiang Purple leaped out of the window. Arrogant kid. Even without you, Skeleton Abyss can still establish a reputation in the Assembly of Warlords. Iron Skin said, Leader, is this woman developing only her chest and not her brain? She actually wants to use you. Judge then suggested whether to monitor her. Luo Feng said, Don't bother with her. She's just a weak abyss. Judge, go save my classmate first. Luo Feng looked at Iron Skin and said, You accompany me to find the lowly. Iron Skin was surprised and said, What? Lowly? Leader, right after this mature lady leaves, you go find a lowly. Good luck in love. Iron Skin didn't finish his sentence before Luo Feng slapped him and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. Luo Feng walked ahead, wondering where the little girl had gone. The little girl didn't know where she was going. I hope she doesn't get into trouble. At this moment, the other end of the phone was advising Jiang Purple. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Choose the right opportunity to take action. Regarding the matter of Zheng's family, how is your handling going? Purple replied, I have already contacted Zheng's family. Zhang Vivi will be brought back soon. Elder Ping pointed at Qian Ilian and shouted, You still refuse to identify Luo Feng. Qian Ilian replied, Luo Feng didn't do it. I couldn't slander him without a conscience. Qian Yin also said, Senior Ping, our animal style sect is a righteous sect. How can we slander others? This made Elder Ping angry, and he clenched his fist. Since you all are unwilling, then disable your skills and leave the animal style sect yourselves. Elder Ping's decision left the three people extremely surprised. Elder Ping pointed at the three people. Luo Feng is an enemy of the animal style sect. Anyone who shelters him will be treated as a traitor. You all need to think carefully. Qian Ilian roared, You are talking nonsense. You are targeting Luo Feng, using the name of the group to seek personal revenge for yourself. Elder Ping turned and left with a wave of his sleeve. Say what you want. Anyway, Luo Feng is destined to be executed. Considering our relationship within the same sect, I will give you a day to consider. The door was promptly closed with a click. Elder Ping ordered his subordinates, Make sure to manage them well. Qian Ilian's mother anxiously said, How did it come to this? What should we do? Qian Yin also sighed. The animal-style sect has stooped to such an unbearable level just to deal with Luo Feng. Qian Ilian gritted his teeth and said, Luo Feng will not lose, no matter what. Qian Yin replied after listening, Little Ilian, do you know the list of the Assembly of Warlords this time? There are 4 concealed power elders presiding, as well as a large number of experts from various sections. Do you think Luo Feng can win? Just as Qian Ilian was about to say something, a loud bang as a big foot kicked open the door. The sudden scene surprised Qian Yan's family. Then Iron Skin walked in. Miss Qian Ilian, uncles and aunties, I have come to rescue you following the leader's orders. Qian Ilian asked, Are you Luo Feng's brother? Qian Yin, feeling very surprised, asked, So many disciples are guarding outside. How did you get in? Judge took out a brush and casually flicked it. The rope on Qian Ilian's body broke. Just follow me, the leader is waiting for you. After Qian Yan's family walked out of the door and saw the animal-style sect disciples scattered on the ground, they all covered their mouths in astonishment. Judge led the way in front, while Qian Ilian thought to herself, he's actually so powerful. It seems that the people around Luo Feng are all monstrously strong. After Judge left, he casually started a fire. Elder Ping anxiously asked his disciples to put out the fire quickly. One disciple pointed at the wall and said, Elder Ping, look at the wall. On the wall, there were several large characters that read, Grandpa, I will personally participate. The signature was indeed Luo Feng. Just as Elder Ping felt shocked, a loud explosion rang out. The fire became uncontrollable. Qian Ilian looked at the fire intently. She was amazed at Judge's remarkable methods. Judge then reached Luo Feng by phone. Leader, the challenge has been delivered. Inside the main hall, a group of disciples from the animal-style sect knelt trembling on the ground. Elder Deng roared at them, a group of useless people, letting Luo Feng save all 3 of them, and even sending a challenge by setting fire. Elder Ping said with a grimace, Luo Feng must have reinforcements. Not only did he avoid surveillance, but he also quietly knocked out dozens of disciples. Elder Deng thought with a fierce look in his eyes, Luo Feng is so arrogant. What should we do about animal-style sect's reputation? This person must be reckless. And those 3 traitors led by Qian Yin. Immediately he pointed at the crowd and ordered, Spread my command. Starting from today, expel Qian Yin, his wife, and Qian Ilian from animal-style sect. Once the disciples of the animal-style sect find these 3 individuals, they must arrest them. As for Luo Feng, since he dares to speak boldly, he can wait for his own death. After wandering around outside for half a day, Luo Feng and the others still could not find any trace of the little girl. Iron Skin said, Leader, don't worry. Judge and I will go search again. At this moment, a figure attacked. The next second, a beautiful figure threw herself into Luo Feng's arms. Qian Ilian looked up joyfully and called out, Luo Feng. Luo Feng asked Qian Ilian about her injury. Qian Ilian mischievously replied, It's all been taken care of. This minor injury is nothing. Luo Feng gently stroked Qian Ilian's hair and said, You've suffered unfairly. It's all my fault. I will definitely help you seek revenge. Qian Ilian lowered her head and softly said, It's not your fault. Iron Skin mocked from the side, saying, So it's a female classmate. No wonder leader is in such a rush to save her. At this moment, Qian Yin coughed lightly. Ilian, you should thank Luo Feng properly. At this moment, Qian Ilian seemed to feel that the relationship between the two was too close. She pushed Luo Feng away and said, You did well this time. Thank you for helping our family. Luo Feng clasped his hands in front of Qian Yan's family and said, I should be the one apologizing to you. Qian, classmates, uncles, and aunts, I'm very sorry for causing trouble for you. Qian Yin waved his hand and said, No need for that. The animal-style sect went too far with this matter. Do you have any plans for next steps? Luo Feng replied, Please rest assured, uncles and aunts. I will handle it well. Qian Ilian grabbed Luo Feng's arm and said, Forget it. You are not someone who can be trusted. Come with us instead. Curiously, Luo Feng asked, Where are we going? Qian Ilian pulled Luo Feng and said, Go to a place you have never been to before. Qian Yin also persuaded, Luo Feng, just come with us. We want to help you too. Helplessly, Luo Feng had to let Iron Skin and the other person go back to the hotel first. Sitting in the car, Luo Feng thought to himself, Qian Ilian won't take me to that place, will she? 40 minutes later, a few people arrived in front of 3 small buildings. Qian Ilian led a few people into the hall and introduced, This is the Kung Fu Fighter Department of Xinyuan Pavilion. It's not a place where ordinary people can enter. Hearing Xinyuan Pavilion, Luo Feng cursed inwardly. It seems he really came here. Qian Ilian looked at Luo Feng and said, I want you and my parents to join Xinyuan Pavilion. With such powerful support, we can surely resolve this crisis. Looking at the hall in front of him, Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect Xinyuan Pavilion to have such a small branch. Walking through a training ground, A group of Xinyuan Pavilion members are training vigorously. Qian Ilian stops in his tracks and says to Luo Feng, "You wait here for now. I will take my parents for testing first." Luo Feng walked up to the two screens. The one above showed prominently, Genius List first place, Hot Fair, Xinyuan Pavilion first place, Demon Luo. Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Xinyuan Pavilion list. The past glory. Qian Ilian walked to Luo Feng's side at this moment. "Are you looking at the Xinyuan Pavilion list? That is the legend of Xinyuan Pavilion. And occupying the top is Demon Luo. He is the person I admire most. Unfortunately, he is too mysterious. If I could see him once, I would have no regrets in this life." Qian Ilian admires the Demon Luo who is right beside her. Unfortunately, she doesn't know. Luo Feng sighed. "Maybe you will regret it when you meet him." Qian Ilian threw the application form onto Luo Feng. "Don't talk nonsense. That's my idol. Hold on to your application form. The test will be with you shortly." Looking at the application form in his hand, Luo Feng felt that the outcome of this test depended solely on his own thoughts, regardless of whether he passed or not. As long as he doesn't run into someone who can recognize him, it will be fine. Just at that moment, Dong Feng accompanied Mr. Jun to visit the branch of Xinyuan Pavilion in Yangcheng City. Suddenly, Mr. Jun's gaze sharpened. Why does the back view feel so familiar? Then he pointed in the direction Luo Feng had walked, asking Dong Feng what place it was. Dong Feng explained that the path led to the testing room, where new recruits joining Xinyuan Pavilion's strength were evaluated. Mr. Jun commented, "New recruits. I really did overthink it. Let's go and take a walk around again." A man took Luo Feng's application form and told him that he could start now. Luo Feng immediately arrived at the testing site. Jumping ability and grip strength. All aspects of punching power were tested once. The man looked at the data on his hands and thought, "This kid is weak. His vertical jump is 70 centimeters. Grip strength is 80 catties. Punch strength is 90 catties." Luo Feng asked the man if he had finished. The man waved his hand disappointedly and signaled, "You can go now." Luo Feng walked out of the testing room, thinking to himself, "It seems I've hidden too much." Qian Ilian approached Luo Feng and asked how he was doing. Luo Feng thought to himself that he would definitely be eliminated, but he said on the surface, "I'm doing great, no problem." Qian Ilian happily said, "I knew you could do it. My parents' test results are also very good. They will notify us after the review is done." Luo Feng replied, "Okay, let's go back first then. I have already arranged accommodation." Qian Yin apologized, saying, "Sorry to trouble you, Luo Feng." Luo Feng said, "Uncle and aunt, this is what I should do." Mr. Jun commented after visiting, "The strength of the members here still needs to be improved." Dong Feng replied, "Yes, Mr. Jun. After all, this is just a branch." At this moment, Mr. Jun made a shocked expression and responded with an It turned out that this time he truly saw clearly that Luo Feng was him. Hastily asked Dong Feng to fetch today's test paper to show him. Dong Feng immediately ordered the disciple to quickly fetch it, asking Mr. Jun if he saw an acquaintance. Mr. Jun replied yes. That is a remarkable person. This made Dong Feng inexplicably think that there could be such a remarkable person among the new recruits. At this moment, the disciple also brought the test form. After Mr. Jun looked at the list, he was shocked. Indeed, it is Luo Feng. He has actually come back. But why is the data this bad this time? Could it be that his return this time was not intentional on his part? Seeing Mr. Jun like this, Dong Feng asked, "Mr. Jun has found the person you were looking for." Mr. Jun handed the test form to Dong Feng and said, "Dong Feng, this young man must be admitted. His name is Luo Feng." Dong Feng looked at Luo Feng's test data and hesitantly asked Mr. Jun, "This data seems too. May I ask, does he have any special qualities?" Mr. Jun immediately dropped a bombshell message. This data is him concealing his true strength. He is a member of the Hell Team. Dong Feng was shocked and opened his mouth wide. What? Hell Team? That is the strongest team in the history of Xinyuan Pavilion. They were the legendary team that dominated an era. Mr. Jun sighed and said, "That's right. But at the moment, he doesn't seem to want to return immediately." Xinyuan Pavilion shines upon the world. Demon Luo stands as the king at the pinnacle. The exquisite brush that can take lives, judge, produces a chilling iron skin with each step. Today, the world's #1 warrior bravely rushes into the assembly of warlords. Mr. Jun instructed Dong Feng, "This matter must be kept confidential. If there is an opportunity, you should try to contact him first." Mr. Jun couldn't help but have countless thoughts. You will come back sooner or later, because you must settle the grievances and grudges of the past. Half an hour later, Qian Ilian found Luo Feng and said, "Luo Feng, on the day of the assembly of warlords, let's go up the mountain together." Luo Feng teased, "Qian, my classmate. With your clumsy moves. Are you asking me to save you again?" Then he patted Qian Ilian's head before saying, "You just stay put and wait for me to return." Qian Ilian lowered his head and roared angrily, If you don't need my help, that's fine. But if you dare to lose, I definitely won't let you off. Luo Feng turned around, waved his hand and said, all right, I understand. Then he looked into the distance and said, don't worry, I will win and show everyone. There are still 2 days left before the Assembly of Warlords begins. The animal-style sect is discussing how to deal with Luo Feng. Zhang Tianya is instructing his subordinates on how to help Luo Feng. Song's brothers are considering how to deal with the Assembly of Warlords. Song Aiying sits on the side with a worried look on her face. Qin Yan's family is also discussing how to help Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng is leisurely training his iron skin technique. 2 days later, Luo Feng looked out the window. The Assembly of Warlords has finally arrived. At the foot of Cloudy Mountain, 2 men are waiting for Luo Feng to arrive. Has Luo Feng come? One man holding a telescope said, he's here, he's here. This kung fu fighter scum brought 2 helpers with him. Luo Feng and the other 2 at this moment have a soaring momentum. In a few words, it is like this. Xinyuan Pavilion shines light upon the world. Demon Luo stands at the pinnacle as the king. The exquisite brush that can take lives, judge, and every step he takes exudes a chilling iron skin. 2 men see Luo Feng and the other 2 approaching. They laughed and mocked, saying, is this the help you've got? 3 sissies wanting to challenge the Assembly of Warlords. It's just ridiculous. Immediately pointing to Luo Feng, he shouted, Luo Feng, our master is kind-hearted and will give you a way out. As long as you kneel down 3 times every 3 steps and kowtow once every 9 steps up the mountain, we will spare your life. I will also remind you, there are a total of 9 passes and 18 roadblocks here. You must crawl obediently all the way and not try to take shortcuts. The judge was unhappy after listening. He dared to insult my leader. Iron skin. Hit them. The groundhog belongs to me. The one with the stick belongs to you. After speaking, the 2 immediately started to move. Before the 2 men could react, Iron Skin and Judge charged forward. Iron Skin landed a punch on the fat man's face and yelled, kneel, damn it. Judge then drove his knee into the face of the groundhog. Who do you think is acting like a sissy? Luo Feng then walked forward with his head in his hands. Hurry up with your actions. There are still 9 passes and 18 roadblocks ahead. We're running out of time. At the top of Cloudy Mountain, 4 elders are seated in their places. A disciple rushed to report anxiously, elders Luo Feng, that scum, has hired 2 helpers to protect him. He hasn't lifted a finger the whole way, relying on those 2 helpers to pass through the first 9 passes. At this time, a red-robed elder confidently stated, even if he has hired helpers, so what? The 10th roadblock is Elder Wumang from our Red Fist sect. His strength has reached apparent power level 9 early stage, with a fist strength of around 2,300 kilograms. Those 3 individuals cannot possibly be Elder Wumang's match. Before the red-robed elder finished speaking, a disciple rushed in to report, Elder Wumang has been severely injured and has been brought down the mountain for urgent treatment. The 2 helpers Luo Feng hired are extremely fierce. The ambulance at the foot of the mountain has already filled the small square. Elder Deng then stood up to reassure everyone, please remain calm. The guards for the upcoming roadblocks are all apparent power level 9 kung fu fighters, especially the last one. It is protected by Odd Sword Aotion. There is absolutely no chance of failure. The elder in red exclaimed in surprise, Odd Sword Aotion? The one who has defeated many renowned figures in the kung fu fighter realm, possessing peak-level apparent power, just a step away from concealed power, Aotion? Elder Deng replied, exactly. This person joined the animal-style sect a year ago. I have instructed him that when he encounters Luo Feng, he should take direct action against that scum. Jiang Snowy watched the injured crowd at this moment, silently praying that Luo Feng would be safe. The ambulance next to them is transporting the wounded in batches. Luo Feng looked down the mountain and asked Iron Skin how many roadblocks were left. Iron Skin turned around and replied, Leader, we have passed 17 roadblocks. Now, there is only 1 roadblock left. At that moment, a cry of Kung Fu fighter scum reached Luo Feng's ears. Odd Sword Aotion launched a sneak attack on Luo Feng from behind with a cleaving sword strike. Odd Sword Aotion launched a sneak attack on Luo Feng with a sword strike. Judge rushed out and stood in front of Luo Feng. Immediately, the brush swung out. With 1 strike, Odd Sword Aotion spurted blood and flew out. His 3-meter-long broadsword was directly broken into 2 pieces. Judge stood with a pin in hand. He killed Odd Sword Aotion with just 1 move. When he turned around and saw a man in a red robe standing in front of Luo Feng, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck. When will he ever stop? Didn't we agree on the 18 roadblocks before? The man in the red robe punched towards Luo Feng and said, Today, Red Fist Sect's Tian Xiufeng will duel with you. Facing Tian Xiufeng's fist, Luo Feng completely ignored his attack. The next second, Iron Skin instantly grabbed the fist attacking Luo Feng. Tian Xiufeng quickly pulled back his fist, surprised in his heart. He actually blocked my punch. Elder Ding asked in confusion at this time. Isn't that the top talent of the Red Fist sect, Tian Xiufeng? The Red Fist sect elder anxiously shouted, Xiufeng, you are no match for them. Come back quickly. But Tian Xiufeng completely ignored the advice, throwing punches at Iron Skin who kept dodging them. Luo Feng shouted, Iron Skin, stop fooling around. Make the most of your time. Judge also expressed disdain, saying, Little Skin, put in more effort. Don't dawdle against such trash. Tian Xiufeng, upon hearing this, turned around and attacked Judge, saying, Dare you call me trash? You're seeking death. Iron Skin shouted from behind, You can't do this. You are my record. You are mine. Seeing Tian Xiufeng attacking towards himself, Iron Skin immediately took out a writing brush. One move. Just one move sent Tian Xiufeng flying. Iron Skin grabbed Tian Xiufeng's clothes and said, Please don't let him take credit for this. Come and fight me instead. With a crash, Tian Xiufeng's clothes tore apart, heavily falling to the ground. It is said that after this battle, it left a shadow on the Red Fist sect's top talents. From then on, they declined and never broke through to concealed power for the rest of their lives. Ha! Iron Skin looked at Judge and said, Little Judge, you are so shameless. He was originally my achievement. Judge smiled and replied, Iron Skin, you better hurry up and put his clothes back properly. At this time, Elder Deng shouted, Kung Fu fighter scum, don't be arrogant. Just because you made it through the 9 passes and 18 roadblocks, it doesn't mean there is no one else in our 9 sects 5 factions. Luo Feng suddenly turned his head to look towards the stage. Judge said, It's that old bastard who smeared the leader's reputation on the hero invitation. Iron Skin echoed, Leader, I can't stand it anymore. Can I beat him up? Luo Feng immediately uttered a few words. Okay, let's go up. Swoosh. The 3 of them took off at the same time. Immediately, they landed steadily in front of the platform. Luo Feng shrugged and said, I dare to ask, Elder. I, Luo Feng, don't have any internal power at all. How did I become a Kung Fu fighter? And how did I become the Kung Fu fighter scum in your eyes? Elder Ding pointed at Luo Feng and shouted, Stop making excuses. You secretly learned my animal-style sect's snake-style boxing and imprisoned the female disciples of our sect. What else can you be if not a Kung Fu fighter scum? Luo Feng chuckled. There will always be various excuses to frame me. Today, with so many heroes in the world, I, Luo Feng, will challenge them on the hero fighting arena. First question. All the heroes in the world, except for those from the animal-style sect. Who else has seen me secretly learning the martial arts of the animal-style sect? Second question. Heroes of the world. Besides the members of the animal-style sect, who else has seen me imprisoning their female disciples? Elder Ding interjected with a fierce look in his eyes, saying, In this world, only powerful strength is respected. As for me, from the animal-style sect, dealing with you, a mere Luo Feng, do we still need any evidence? Today, since you have entered here, just obediently accept the punishment. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng burst out laughing. In this world, only powerful strength is respected. Pointing down at his feet, Luo Feng said, I, Luo Feng, am here at the hero battle arena. The third question is, who is the hero of the world? According to the animal-style sect, whoever has the strongest fist can dominate others here. He immediately turned and pointed at Elder Deng, saying, If that's the case, get out of here. I will deal with you. The world's #1 warrior is no longer low-key, leading the 2 brothers, Judge and Iron Skin, facing the 3 grand elders at the summit of Cloudy Mountain. Luo Feng pointed at Elder Deng and told him to get down. As a result, Daojia made Elder Deng so angry that he was fuming with anger. Qian Elian, who was mingling in the crowd, felt very moved in her heart. Really unexpected. Luo Feng turned out to be so aloof. But the people around her do not think so. They all criticize Luo Feng for being shameless. Although it is correct to respect the strong, how could you possibly defeat Elder Deng? Elder Deng also stopped the nonsense. He quickly stood up and leaped down. He landed directly in front of Luo Feng and the other 2. Immediately, his momentum soared. The 3 of you, come at me together, so that I won't be accused of bullying children. Judge laughed. Let's attack together. Are you worthy? I alone am enough to deal with you, you old bastard, said Iron Skin mockingly. Old bastard, he said. You should fight with me. I will go easy on you. Just then, the Skyhawk sect elder and Red Fist sect elder appeared behind Elder Deng and shouted, What a bunch of foul language. How disgraceful. Judge excitedly said, Wow, 2 more have arrived. Luo Feng then clenched his fists and said, Perfect timing. It's 3 against 3 now, no need to fight for it. He then pointed to Elder Deng and said, Leave the dirty work of dealing with the old bastard to me. You guys can split the other 2. Iron Skin and Judge, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Iron Skin then pointed to the Red Fist sect elder and said, "Come on, let me see if the power of your Red Fist can match my Iron Fist." The two locked eyes for a moment. They simultaneously threw punches at each other. At this point, only the Skyhawk sect elder remains. Judge said, fighting against Hawk is something he excels at the most. The Skyhawk sect elder gazed at Judge like a hunting hawk after hearing that. Judge ignored his gaze and directly waved his brush, attacking. Jiang Snowy in the audience finally had some of his worries dispelled. Luo Feng, their strength is unexpectedly strong. That's great. He didn't impulsively seek to challenge the heroic arena. Then looked towards Elder's position. If the free and unfettered faction doesn't intervene, maybe Luo Feng and the others really can win? At this time, Jiang Tianya comforted Jiang Snowy, "Don't worry. Even if they lose, with our ancient medical sect backing them up, everything should be fine." Looking at Luo Feng and the two who locked eyes, the crowd discussed. The three sects couldn't possibly lose to those three ruffians, right? Someone chimed in. How could that happen? As long as Elder Deng quickly deals with Luo Feng and then goes to support the other two elders, the situation in the battle will soon turn around. At this moment, a man shouted loudly, "Elder Deng, fight!" A stone stirs up 1,000 layers of waves. In the next second, the entire hero arena is filled with the deafening sound of battle cries. Elder Deng did not hesitate. He rushed out in an instant. "Arrogant kid, today this old man will teach you how to be a real man." Immediately, a giant green python appeared behind Elder Deng. The green snake crossed over Elder Deng and lunged towards Luo Feng with bared fangs. Luo Feng no longer hesitated. His body twisted and his mind flickered. A fiery red python also appeared. The red snake also refused to be outdone. It bared its fangs and charged towards the green snake. Elder Deng looked at the two giant pythons that were evenly matched, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Wait until the giant pythons disappear. Then he shouted at Luo Feng, "You did learn the martial arts of my animal-style sect indeed." Elder Deng formed claws with both hands again, summoning the ice blue cheetah directly. Accompanied by the roar of the leopard, Elder Deng sneered. "If Luo Feng has the ability, he should not hide. Come and fight me head-on." Luo Feng raised his arm and laughed. "That's exactly what I have in mind. Come and fight me." Looking at the ice blue leopard pouncing towards him, Luo Feng laughed. "You, old leopard, are truly past your prime." Then, with a thunderous movement of his palm, a majestic and fierce giant flame leopard appeared. Appearing behind Luo Feng, as Luo Feng's palm thundered, and instantaneously, a fiery giant leopard emerged. With a loud roar, Luo Feng shouted, "Taste the power of my leopard." The fiery giant leopard, with the momentum of thunder, leaped towards the ice blue leopard. Roaring, it extended its huge claws and struck at the abdomen of the ice blue leopard. Clearly, the power gap was too great, and in front of the fiery giant leopard, the ice blue leopard seemed like a weak child. The next moment, with a loud crash, the ice blue leopard fell heavily to the ground like a meteorite. The fiery giant leopard pounced down once again, showing no mercy. It sank its teeth into the neck of the ice blue leopard and firmly pinned it down with both claws, letting it struggle helplessly. Seeing this, Elder Deng roared in anger. "You just used the leopard-style boxing. Kung Fu fighter scum Luo Feng. How dare you say you didn't steal our animal-style sect martial arts?" Luo Feng mocked, saying, "Did you see it clearly? Is my boxing style the same as your animal-style sects? Don't just see a leopard and claim it's from your sect. Do you have any shame left?" Chineseculture couldn't help but think of one person. He's unexpectedly so strong. Even Elder Deng is no match for him. He defeated Elder Ping with just one move of Xingyi Quan in the beginning. When facing Skeleton Abyss, it was the same. You're still trying to explain away. In the beginning, no matter how I asked, you wouldn't say. That cloaked figure is you. I even thought of recruiting the cloaked hero as my disciple before. I praised him in front of her. Chineseculture must have felt so embarrassed. Just as it happened, Luo Feng seemed to sense something. He turned around to take a look. As a result, he made eye contact with Chineseculture, and Luo Feng shamelessly kissed her on the cheek. This wave of affectionate attack directly made Chineseculture blush. She lightly scolded him as a rogue. Elder Deng saw Luo Feng behaving so frivolously in front of him and rebuked him. He said, "If you want to fight, then fight seriously. Today, I will definitely make you. This Kung Fu fighter scum, kneel down and admit your mistake." Elder Deng's chi circulated, and his hair danced in the air. "Step out." In an instant, leaped into the air. Shouted out, "Snake leopard double style." The little green snake and the little blue leopard instantly transformed into form, roaring as they entwined with each other. Both charged towards Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng's palm emitted a brilliant light. Shouting, "Leopard strength, 300,000 caddies." The giant fiery leopard appeared again. Immediately, he pushed out a palm, saying, "Brothers, Let's finish this quickly. The next second, the giant fiery python coiled around the giant fiery leopard. With a roar, it galloped away. Judge no longer plays. He shouts, gold-tipped spears and iron steeds, swallowing mountains and rivers. The brush immediately swings into action. Iron Skin also leaps up. With a loud shout, he punches through mountains and heads towards Red Fist Sect Elder. Then, 3 explosions sound in the area, causing the crowd to cover their faces and exclaim in astonishment. After the exclamation, there is a moment of stunned silence with mouths agape, because of the figures of Elder Ding and the other 2. They flew out from the smoke, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Luo Feng and the other 2 stood on the hero arena, seen by everyone. Qin Elian excitedly clenched his fists. Yeah, they won. Jiang Snowy also lightly touched her chest. Great, they succeeded. Look at the current situation of the 3 elders again. At this time, they had been beaten into pig heads. However, there was still one person, gazing intently at Luo Feng. Will he take action against Luo Feng? Let's continue the story. The young genius in the world of kung fu fighter. Being young has its limitations on abilities. However, Luo Feng, Judge Iron Skin, and the other 2 geniuses have surpassed everyone's imagination with their exceptional abilities. They defeated the 3 elders of Animal Style Sect, Skyhawk Sect, and Red Fist Sect, shaking the whole arena. Such young masters appearing is truly astonishing. To have 3 of them emerge at once is blinding everyone with their brilliance. Therefore, the Assembly of Warlords drama has dramatically turned into a face-losing conference. The heroes' invitations have also turned into a joke. Everyone also started to have doubts. Such a young king of heroes. Will he be as disgraceful as the Animal Style Sect described on the heroes' invitations? And damn, rallying the heroes to deal with such a monster like genius. It's like seeking humiliation proactively. At this moment, 3 elders knelt before Fu Jinghang. Elder Ding spoke up. The world is in decline. Villains run amok. Summon Elder Full to uphold justice, punish the villains, and restore the honor of our 3 sects. As soon as Elder Ding finished speaking, the elders from the 3 sects shouted in unison, earnestly requesting Elder Full to uphold justice and restore the honor of our 3 sects. Luo Feng felt embarrassed at this moment. Why do I feel like I'm the villain now? Judge exclaimed angrily. There's nothing we can do. Those 3 old bastards are just too good at acting. They can turn black into white. Judge's words immediately made the audience burst into laughter. Fu Jinghang heard the request from the 3 elder and pondered silently on how to respond. At this moment, the 3 disciples also requested together, earnestly pleading for Elder Full to make a move. Fu Jinghang stood up in anger. This assembly of warlords this time has nothing to do with my free and unfettered factional. I came personally to find the 2nd princess. As long as you can tell me the whereabouts of the 2nd princess, I will no longer trouble you. Luo Feng shrugged. I really don't know where she is now. Fu Jinghang, after listening, snorted coldly. Then he leaped down and shouted, what a don't know. At this moment, Fu Jinghang's whole body was shining with a red light. He took a step forward and stood in front of the 3 people. Luo Feng spoke up, asking Judge and Iron Skin to step back first, indicating that they were no match for Fu Jinghang at the moment. On the sidelines, the crowd who bet on Luo Feng and the other 2 winning became dissatisfied. Seeing the situation, they all demanded a refund. They argued that with only 1 person left instead of 3, at the very least, the betting odds should be adjusted. Fu Jinghang said, you want 1 person to battle against me. Luo Feng, you're too confident for your own good. Luo Feng confidently replied, I'm used to it. Elder Full, just bring out your strongest combat power directly. Fu Jinghang's eyes shimmered. I'll have to see if you have the strength for that. The elder of the 3 gates is about to make a move when he sees Fu Jinghang. They all show excitement on their faces, thinking that Luo Feng, that kung fu fighter scum, is doomed this time. Fu Jinghang casually pushes out, and instantly an energy ball strikes towards Luo Feng. After dodging, Luo Feng, a fire leopard and a fire python appear at the same time. Just as the 2 were about to confront each other and determine the outcome, a childish voice came, don't hurt my brother, Feng. It turned out to be a little girl rushing over, breathing heavily. Luo Feng saw the little girl appear. At this moment, if this little girl comes out, it would mean she must go back with Elder Full. It would be difficult to escape later. The little girl shouted at Fu Jinghang, Elder Full, stop it now. Fu Jinghang was pleasantly surprised to see the little girl appearing in front of him like this. Then he bowed and greeted, Fu Jinghang pays respect to the 2nd princess. Luo Feng felt emotional. At a critical moment, the little girl really shows loyalty. She disregarded her own situation and stepped forward to help. The little girl ignored Fu Jinghang and ran to Luo Feng. She affectionately called out, Brother Feng, as she approached. Red Fist Sect Elder exclaimed, the 2nd princess? Is that girl Master Lu's daughter? Skyhawk Sect Elder responded, it must be. Look at how respectful Elder Full is towards her. Elder Ping spat out a mouthful of old blood. How come the second princess calls Luo Feng Brother Feng? What is their relationship? The little girl looked at Luo Feng and said, Brother Feng, I'm not late, am I? Luo Feng thought to himself, you came too early. I was planning to learn some skills from the free and unfettered faction, but didn't say it out loud. The little girl turned around and pointed to Fu Jingheng, saying, Elder Full, obey the second princess's orders. You are not allowed to hit my brother Feng. Fu Jingheng respectfully replied, obeying the second princess's orders. Jiang Snowy saw this scene and let out a light sigh. Finally, I can rest assured. Then he took off his glasses and rubbed his warm eyes. It turns out he had already made thorough arrangements. He made me worry about him for so long in vain. Luo Feng reached out and touched the little girl's head, causing envy among the crowd. Qian Elian thought to herself, this bookworm, why is his popularity with women always so good? Elder of the Red Fist sect exclaimed. Elder Full decided not to fight. Elder Ping helplessly supported his forehead with his hand. What can we do? Who could have known? Luo Feng actually managed to climb up to become the second princess of the free and unfettered faction. At this moment, 3 loud bangs resounded. Several disciples fell heavily to the ground. Elder Ping looked at the disciples in shock. It was apparent that they had already lost their breath. Immediately he roared in anger. Who killed my animal-style sect disciples? Who dares to kill people at the Assembly of Warlords? Give it a like, and we'll continue with the story. The evil skeleton abyss, which had been silent for 10 years, reappeared in the martial arts world. What kind of bloody storm will it bring this time? Luo Feng looked at the animal-style sect disciple who had fallen to the ground. He exclaimed in surprise, why are there strange things on the body? The Red Fist sect elder pointed at the body and exclaimed, there are red spots and a skull pattern on the body. This was done by the skeleton abyss. At this moment, eerie laughter that sent chills down everyone's spine echoed into the ears of the crowd. Petals fell from the sky like pink snowflakes silently. A person with a conscience hurriedly covered their mouth and exclaimed, quick, hold your breath. They are from the skeleton abyss. Be wary, the petals may be poisonous. 13 women were seen descending from the sky, accompanied by petals. The leading woman landed and spoke. I, Skeleton Abyss, have heard about the major sections. We are currently holding a hero conference in Cloudy Mountain. I came specifically to offer my congratulations. But those 3 blind fools actually blocked our way. We kindly intervened to teach those 3 blind things a lesson on behalf of the animal-style sect. Hopefully, they will have eyes to see people in their next life. After hearing the woman's words, Elder Ping was so angry that he vomited blood directly. The crowd was angry, saying, Skeleton Abyss is so arrogant. 10 years ago, they failed to eradicate these demons completely, and now they are being arrogant again. Someone reminded them to be careful. If Skeleton Abyss dares to show up at the Assembly of Warlords, they must have come prepared. I'm afraid the world of Kung Fu fighters is about to be plunged into another bloodbath. At this moment, Fu Jingheng waved his sleeves and said, don't worry. This is not the same as the 13 Pinky Evils from the past. When the 13 Pinky Evils teamed up, their power was unparalleled, comparable to the strength of the 8 tripods. However, in the final battle back then, almost all members of the 13 Pinky Evils perished. Who would have thought that there was still one survivor? He then looked at the woman. Fifth Girline, I was right, wasn't I? Answered Fifth Girline, yes, that's right. Fu Jingheng, when your master old man Gu Ming destroyed our 13 Pinky Evils back then, today we've come to seek revenge. Fifth Girline also looked towards the young girl and said, I didn't expect that the princess of the free and unfettered faction would be here today. This is a pleasant surprise. She then covered her mouth and laughed lightly. If we bring her back to Skeleton Abyss and train her well, who knows, in a while, the Kung Fu fighter world might have a new female demon. The young girl was shocked. We must not let her succeed. If she really gets caught by her, our free and unfettered faction will be ridiculed by others. The young girl looked towards big brother Luo Feng. That woman scared me so much. Luo Feng smiled and said, with big brother here, there's no need to be afraid. Fu Jingheng also shouted angrily, how dare you? Daring to insult Princess Second of the free and unfettered faction. My master eliminated your 13 Pinky Evils back then. Today I will destroy your patched-together 13 Pinky Evils. Fifth Girl drew out her double knives with a shing sound. Even though I am not one of the 13 Pinky Evils from back then, I can easily defeat a disciple of Gumming like you. It's not difficult at all. Immediately, there was a commanding shout, Sisters, attack. I saw the figure of 13 Pinky Evils flashing by, throwing out poison gas bombs toward Fu Jingheng. In an instant, the poison gas envelopes Fu Jingheng. But 13 Pinky Evils cannot penetrate the smoke. Luo Feng spoke up, 13 Pinky Evils are having a hard time in the fight. Elder Ful's martial arts skills are impressive. A little girl beside him replied, 13 pinky evils are not good at combat, but they excel at using poison. Their exclusive, deadly poison pinky skeleton used to make kung fu fighters all over the world very wary. Only to see the 13 pinky evils standing in a row, raising their hands to the sky and singing in unison. Suddenly, a huge pink skeleton appeared in the air. Zhang Snowy asked, is that the legendary pinky skeleton? Zhang Tianya replied, yes. Once infected by the pinky skeleton, pink spots will appear on the face, leading to decay. The head will eventually turn into a pink skull. The pinky skeleton roared as it attacked Fu Jinghang. Fu Jinghang quickly turned around to dodge the attack. Just at that moment, fifth girl took the opportunity to stab Fu Jinghang in the back.
Fu Jinghang exclaimed, oh no.
He immediately shouted at Luo Feng, quick, take the second princess and escape. As soon as the words fell, Fu Jinghang fell heavily under the hero arena. Fifth girl burst into laughter. Your elder fool has been defeated. But there is still someone to challenge me, Skeleton Abyss. The disciples of the 9 sects are trembling with anger at this moment, but they are powerless to do anything. Fifth girl sneered at this moment. What about the Cloudy Mountain Assembly of Warlords? The heroes of the world are just At this moment, Luo Feng spoke up. I challenge you. When these words were spoken, Zhang Snowy exclaimed in surprise, Luo Feng. Qin Ilian also called out, Bookworm. The little girl then clenched her small pink fist and shouted, Brother Feng, come on, beat that old witch. Luo Feng looked at the 13 pinky evils and said, I am not a hero, but I will challenge you, Skeleton Abyss. Fifth girl's mouth curved into a smile. Sisters, this arrogant boy is seeking death. Who will fulfill his wish? As soon as fifth girl's voice fell, 2 women rushed out and threw 2 puffs of powder at Luo Feng. Zhang Snowy shouted anxiously, Luo Feng, be careful. That powder is highly poisonous. But Luo Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward and attacked the woman with a sudden rush. Immediately, he struck out with a palm strike. There was a loud crack, and the woman was sent flying backward with a cry. Luo Feng's gaze shifted towards another woman. He struck again with his palm. Without suspense, the woman was also sent flying.